Good morning, everybody. This is Schmidt Ocean Institute, Research Vessel Falkor, and ROV Sebastian. We are just getting to the seafloor, as you can see, and setting up on our first coral. I'm going to kick it over to our science team here in a couple minutes. But thank you for joining us. If you have questions, please feel free to reach out on YouTube and Facebook. Today's dive will be about 12 to 14 hours on bottom. And we are on the east side of the same seamount we were on yesterday in dive 433 in the Winslow reef complex. So just a little while, I'll show you what that looks like, and thanks for coming along for the ride.
Good morning, everyone, from the control room here on Falkor. My name is Brian Kennedy. I'm a marine ecologist at Boston University, and as Deb just said, we're checking out this seamount that we're named the super creative name of Seamount 6. This is the 6th seamount we have visited. And we're coming up the same feature we were on yesterday. And now we're just checking out our first coral of the day. It's a bamboo coral. You can tell by these black-brown rings here. Kind of are the main diagnostic criteria we use for determining bamboo corals. Those nodes or joints are a flexibility adaptation where the white sections of the skeleton are calcareous, and so they don't bend very well, and there's proteinaceous nodes let the whips move. And that looks like just a piece of flotsam stuck on. So we're currently at 1,226 meters, and this feature goes up into the mesophotic about 200 meters at the shallowest point, and we're gonna probably get all the way up to the shallowest point today. Right, I'm good. And I really can never find home on this vehicle. There we go. So if we see a rock, we'd like to grab a rock, but not that I see anything here that looks grabbable. So it looks like we've already picked up a couple of these small encrusting sponges that were ubiquitous on yesterday's dive, but just see a couple here. And if today's dive is like anything on the other side of this feature, those little encrusting sponges you see will become quite common as we get shallower throughout the dive. Russ, can we take a look at whatever this is? Seen a couple of these little, probably anemones, maybe cup corals. Yeah, little orangey ones. What you see running back there is a homalid crab. Looks like it's got an anemone for a hat today. These crabs are evolved with their last two backmost legs. They actually sit up above, and they're called decorator crabs colloquially, and they get a piece of coral, a sponge, an anemone or something, and hold it above their head like a backpack or wear it like a hat, most likely as some form of camouflage, basically. So it looks like we've got probably a couple cup corals here. What is that floating in the... way outside the light pool? I don't know. I think it'll... That's okay.
Oh, it's a shadow of the fish. The fish.
Okay.
And it's basically we're seeing the shadow.
I got it.
It wasn't an alien.
You can't say definitively it was not an
That's true.
alien.
I can't. So sure.
Yep. Yep, this is a little cup coral. It's kind of unusual to see these things in the sand like this. Normally they are stuck onto a rock, which this one may have just fallen off or something. I saw a couple more further up here. Oh, take a quick look at the crab since he's here. Yeah, you see those two modified kind of backmost legs there holding the anemone. Kind of a strange little adaptation, but they're really cute running around with their little pieces of decoration. They'll actually steal a chunk of coral or a sponge sometimes. There's another. Several little cup corals here. Little squat lobster there in the rocks as well. Alright, I think we're good.
Okay.
So you can see here the sand has got some ripples or bed forms in it, and that's a pretty good way of giving a sense of the current and the speed of the current and the direction of the current and how consistent it is. So these, I'm not a geologist, so the finer interpretations are beyond me, but when you see these kind of larger ripples that are consistent in direction, that are long and straight, you generally assume that that means that the currents are fairly consistent and moderately strong.
I didn't do it.
Gold.
So I see you guys discussing the Okeanos last shakedown dive. Yep, they're on a shipwreck off the coast of the East Coast. I don't know if it's New Jersey or Virginia at this point. So it's my best friend is actually the expedition coordinator out there, and I used to work on Okeanos extensively. So it's definitely not a contest. We're all the ocean is big, and there's lots of exploring to be done, and we need more ships all working together to do that. Can we white balance again?
Yeah, definitely. There's another cup coral.
Yep. This is definitely the cup coral dive, yeah. I don't know if this sediment is actually white or not. I don't know if you want to use the...
We're just gonna get it out,
Yeah,
right?
I think that's a good idea.
If you look down the set, there's another cup coral.
There's a lot. This is...
Give it the light. Then come back on it a little bit more better light for me.
You ever think about putting that out on the wrist so you can get that more in the light pool easier?
Yeah, the light's better. I'm not sure why it's up right there. Alright, hold on.
Lord, we got. What we know going?
Down. Okay. Everything will be out or not. You going down? You going down? There we go. Alright. So,
That looks.
Take the graphics off. Not lattice. All over the place.
Yeah, let's actually grab one.
Yeah.
I'm not used to seeing them in the sand or this common.
It's gonna be
So
a nice
let's-
picture of it,
Yeah, let's make sure we got a good idea on one of these. So let's bring it up to the surface and confirm what it is.
It's like playing the shoes from.
Yeah.
just put it in a suction jar, or do you want to do it?
Yeah, I think they're pretty fragile. So
Alright.
I think just slurping it is probably the easiest thing.
Is that gonna be okay for you, Chris? Or just,
What's that?
is that enough distance? We get
Yeah.
funny,
Let me just get a good look at it with the polyps out, and then we'll grab it.
Okay, that should be stable then.
Okay. All right, I'm good.
Or to get it off this thing.
Yeah.
Right all the way? There you go. Okay. The handles, that hook. Handle will do it. Get it off that hook.
You again?
Alright, can we get back out so I can see the hook? Thank you.
Drag it all the way through and see if that. See if that ends.
There it goes. Yeah, I'm not putting that back on that. No.
Okay, let me get the jar set up. jar one. Zoom in. Forward view. Yeah, you're ready.
Go for it.
Hang on. Practice it before a little bit, sometimes it's plastic. There we go. That's it.
Alright, that is sample 521 in jar 1.
Got some drums and some.
Ah, okay. See that look? Right down, yeah.
My mistake. It's actually jar 7. Apologies.
Oh, okay.
Jar 7.
Yeah.
Alright, well, we can move on.
Must just be a really thin
Oh yeah,
sand.
let's check out this coral right here, please. This is
Oh, there, yeah. you
looks
saw.
like some type of chrysogorgid. We kind of generically call this a bottle brush morph.
Self-printed it off for us.
Yeah.
Straight to hard. Rock.
Looks like it has 2 chrysostylid crab associates, probably. Let's see what else, once we zoom in, what else might be in there.
Okay.
Alright. Oh, actually looks like 3 crab associates. So Tim Schenk, one of the scientists on board today, is particularly interested in the associates and their fidelity, how often you see the same species of associates on the same species of coral. Are they facultative or obligate, meaning that they only live on one species and they need that species of host in order to survive, or can they bounce around different species? So we're trying to take a really good look at both the coral and the associates on every time we see these to help get a better sense of that. Looks like we've also got a little shrimp or potentially a baby crab here. I'm having trouble seeing exactly what that is. Do I have iris control?
No.
No. Can
Well, you have my iris control. You up or down? You
down a little bit.
Alright. How's that?
Thanks. This is interesting. So it's got what looks like 3 adults and 2 babies. That's a pretty busy coral for this size. I'm used to only seeing 1 to 3. To see 5 on a coral this size is kind of surprising. Alright, I think that's all we need. So I have to admit, I think I've lost track of how many dives we've actually done on this expedition so far. This is 13 or 14 or something like that. And we've got 1 or 2 more here at this site, and then we will start working our way towards Honolulu, which will be the end of the cruise, but we will be doing a couple dives along the way on the high seas or in areas beyond national jurisdiction, which are historically even more underexplored than the deep sea, which is wildly underexplored, period. So we'll be breaking up our transit a bit on that way and trying to get a better sense of kind of how the life changes between here and Hawaii by every day or 2 or 3, depending on the section, stopping and doing one dive. So we'll get a lot of spatial distance. We'll be looking at seamount communities in similar depths, kind of trying to look at the biogeography as it changes over the latitudes as we head back up towards Honolulu.
Try the floodlight. Just wait.
What's that?
No, it's not good, is it? See star there.
Yep. I'm really surprised by all these little cup corals in the sediment.
Chris was saying when he was taking the suction sample, it was a very thin layer of sand.
Yeah, that makes sense. It might even kind of be episodic where it comes in, a high current event and blows it away, and then it
Right.
settles over time. A couple little brittle stars here in the rockwork. So I'm trying to figure out what if we're already on the carbonate cap on this feature. So seamounts like this that were once exposed and have shallow water coral communities on the top, they end up getting a limestone carbonate cap on top of the original igneous rock that created the seamount. And so one of the things that helps us understand kind of the age and the history of these areas is figuring out at what depth we transition from the igneous basalts into the sedimentary limestones. However, that's really complicated in these kind of conditions where we see in this part of the world, you get ferromanganese in crust, precipitates out of the water and coats all the rocks no matter what it is. So all the rocks basically turn black over the millennia. And so this is a little bit beyond my geology ability to kind of read through the ferromanganese crust here to figure out what the underlying rock type is without sampling and breaking it open. Kind of feeling like this looks more like limestone, but I'm definitely not sure yet. And given the color of what's down around the sediment there, that's been exposed and doesn't seem to be black, it definitely looks like we're already on the limestone part of the seamount.
I don't know. It was separate to sand. I don't know if it's,
Okay.
if it's connected underneath the sand or not, but it's definitely not part of the bigger rock. No.
If we're already on the carbonate cap, where the rock, grabbing the rock actually matters a little bit less to us.
Right, okay. Just be preemptive.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And I would still take the opportunity to grab one, but with the thin crust and it's harder. The limestone's easier to age, but it's less scientifically relevant because we don't know exactly from what strata it came from. Oh, looks like our first Inalapsamia, probably. It's one of the deeper growing colonial hard coral, sclerotinian corals. We would like to take a decent look at that.
Yeah, I'm going to sit right down here.
Perfect.
And you'll get a good view.
Looks like we've also got a solitary hydroid hanging out there under the rock in the back.
Okay, camera's yours.
Thank you. Another solitary hydroid there. Looks like we've got one potential hermit crab associate here. Just get a good look at the polyps since we're close enough and they're all extended nice and pretty. Oh, that's a little mysid shrimp. Here's our little hermit crab. Well, it looks like an apelacophoran worm there on the base. They're sometimes believed to be corallivorous, meaning that they actually eat the polyps. But I have to admit, we've been seeing a lot of them on and around the corals that show no damage. So I'm not quite sure what I make of that yet. And then this is a solitary hydroid, so it's all fleshy. It has no hard parts. It's kind of like an anemone. It is a cnidarian, but they live by themselves in the solitary form, or you can find them in numerous different colonial versions as well that do grow some minimal skeletons. This is the same family as fire coral, for those of you who have been scuba diving and had an unfortunate encounter with them. It's hydroid, wrong box. And then I want to take a quick look at the sponge here so we can get a better idea what that is, and then we can head on out. So these encrusting sponges have been very common in the shallow waters, shallow by my definition, meaning like 1,000 meters and shallower, throughout this expedition. And we see them in increasing numbers as we get shallower. Looks like there's also another solitary hydroid there. All right, let's continue on.
'em.
Oh yeah, actually that looks different. So pretty sure that's just a plexaurid, not just a plexaurid, but if you can, we don't need to land, but if you can just get me a planar view on it before we depart. And then we can, I'm sure we'll see many more of those. I've got a couple here.
Oh yeah, you do. You got one over there too.
Oh yeah.
Should be.
3, 4.
Well,
So I
I'm
can
gonna
take
just-
you
yeah,
over there.
yeah,
'cause
right,
that's actually
perfect.
a better
Perfect.
position for view. Actually, just the shape of the rock.
Looks like that's probably another Inalapsamia as well, hanging out there.
I'm trying to free fly there for you.
Okay. So yep, this is some type of plexaurid with an say it. I can't say.
Astroschema.
Thank you. All right. Okay. All right. Thanks, Russ.
Good morning.
Good morning. And Alexis is just joining us.
How's it going?
Good. We just got on the bottom 15, 20 minutes ago. Lots of cup corals.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and the sediment drape's really thin, but it appears that there's been lots like sitting in the sediment apparently.
Cup corals?
Yeah, I grabbed one.
Oh, cool. Do they look like they have a base, or do they look like they've been sitting on top
I
of the sediment?
think they had a base under the sediment. It was a
Okay.
thin drape.
Yeah.
But there were so many of them in that
Oh.
tight little cluster that I figured you'd want to see one up close.
Yeah, for sure. That's a
Like
good
the ones
idea.
here?
Yeah, kind of like the ones here.
Oh, yeah.
Um,
Zoom. Will you zoom for me?
Yep. Am I clear to zoom?
Yeah, okay.
There's,
Oh, yeah. Those are all broken off, too.
yeah, there's. Maybe they've been on the rocks and just sitting out in the sediment like this. And a lot of them.
Interesting.
And we have no CTD data.
Yeah, okay. Kind of knew that before I went to bed.
What time did you actually leave the lab?
Left the lab probably like a little after, probably around 1:30. I went to bed around 2-ish.
Look at them all. They're just everywhere.
Yeah. Really, we're not
Sorry,
used to
sea
seeing
star.
them like that. Ugh.
Definitely abundance.
Yeah. So that's already one difference between our
Yeah.
track from yesterday and today at this depth. Is the abundance of the cup corals.
Did we start a little deeper yesterday?
We did.
Okay.
We started, I think, at 1,500 meters, and we landed a little just under 1,200.
Did we just collect one cup coral or two?
Just one today.
So I would collect, if we can collect one more while we're seeing them like this.
Yeah.
That way Steve and I both have a representative.
Okay.
Want to put it the same as the other one or a different jar?
Can we put it we can put it in the same one. That's fine. If they really look the same, right?
They're
From what
very
you just-
similar, but
yeah.
I don't have quite the trained eye for you for picking
No,
out the
I mean,
differences
I'm
like
sure.
you do.
I'm sure if they're all, they might still be the same one. We've kind of been collecting this Devonia, but without the CTD data, then I think it's fine that they're going to be in the same chamber because we don't actually have much environmental data to link them to. But yeah, I haven't seen cup corals like this before. Down here. I'm used to seeing them like on the overhangs and canyon walls and stuff. Yeah, I promise everyone I will be awake soon.
What's up, Marco? Hey, Marco.
Like the 7.
Anyone in particular you prefer?
Nope, whichever one looks. Actually, this one looks nice.
Yeah, so the one in the middle
Yeah.
is peeking to me.
Yeah, me too.
All right. So we sample 522, also in jar 7.
The,
Okay.
yeah.
Well,
Okay.
all right.
There we go.
There you go. Sounds good.
522.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Jar 7.
Yeah, for some reason I was blind today. I just seen the line. I was like, oh, what? Alright, sounds good. Okay, let's start moving on.
Like a meter go into the spot.
That's,
Marco was on our, on the expedition where we studied cod corals, actually.
Yeah.
Trotter.
Yeah, yeah.
A lot easier to collect if we're not fossil.
Yeah, the fossilized ones were very difficult, yeah.
Did a lot of the narration on YouTube that really honored him.
My mother would listen to
This is
it
a
for
lot of
hours, dude.
Listen
Mom
to
was
it for
like,
hours.
Please listen to me talk. I was like, luckily he wasn't doing this.
It's funny.
so this already looks like Carmack to me.
Yeah, it does. Have we seen any other rock?
Nope. I think we landed already on the carbonate, and
Okay.
I haven't seen anything that was loose and big enough to worth grabbing. Is that
Is that
Victor Gorgia coming up?
zoom in, it might
or
be.
Stoloniferen
Yeah, can you just take a quick zoom on it?
on the purple, please?
Sure. Alright. I'll just hold it here.
Okay.
You can zoom in.
Yeah, that looks like the stoloniferan. It's tough when it's that little though, because it could be young flavularia. I mean,
Victor Gorgia.
Victor Gorgia. But to me, that does look like the flavularia that we collected yesterday.
It's got that super distinctive run between the polyps.
Yes.
Is that all you need?
That's good.
All right.
There's a couple of cup corals on there too.
Very unusual shape these.
Yeah.
You've got a fish here. Probably a snapper branchid. Can't quite see right, but yeah. Yep, that's a snapper branchid. Cutthroatio. They're one of the most common fish we see. Definitely not good enough to tell the different species apart, but they're pretty much global. The genus is pretty much globally distributed. We see them pretty much everywhere. Potentially corallivorous jellyfish, sea star over here on the left. I really want to find the ones of Narcomedusa.
This giant screen of yours makes it tough to see the.
Yeah. I'll get you a phone book.
Oh, Dad, I feel like you just like went with the roll of the shoe to make it to that chair. Was that just me?
You gotta play with the momentum.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that was like a trained move right there.
When you spend 6 months a year at sea,
I know. It's like,
6. Is that all?
Is it all?
is that all?
supposed to spend six.
Absolutely.
6 to 9 months, excuse me.
Used to be 6. I miss the 6. She's never been 6. I don't think I've ever been 6. I like 7.
It's Cup Coral City down here.
What's that? Hermit crab?
Hermit crab, yeah.
Crab, yeah.
So cute. And sand. Rather really like rocky here.
While we're over the sediment, we can probably make a little more tracks if we want.
Yeah. Pick it up a little bit.
I wasn't sure if you wanted to count.
Nah,
the
we
corals
we
the way
can
through, you
we
know.
can do that video later and play it at half speed if we need to.
Yeah. So keep an eye on the sonar for you.
Yeah,
for any
perfect.
features.
Yeah.
There's some rocks
On,
here, right?
on the hunt for the rocks. The
So
reason we
they-
generally look for rocks in conditions like this is most of the corals, which we're primarily interested in, need hard grounds to settle, and so there's like that looks like
There's
our
a
first
coral.
primnode. Looks like the first primnode of the dive.
Let's see if I can touch down here.
Okay.
Give you a better view.
Look at the sediment like
Yeah, the scour.
scoured
Yep.
around that.
You can see the current getting pushed around and scouring out the sediment drape around this rock. We're not. Are you guys feeling a lot of current today?
It's not huge. There's
Okay.
a little bit there. Which is nice.
I think it's an aroma that I'm assuming that we've seen before, so I'll just
I got
image it but
reference
not
on that.
collect.
Touch it.
Yeah.
Yes. Moves.
Alright.
Can't give you a Steve answer where it's like, oh, last time we saw this we were in
Yeah, that was
752 meters.
0.3 meters. Alright, I think we're good.
First colonial coral. Oh no, you said you saw Plexarid.
And in a Lapsonia as well. So
Oh, you did.
Yep.
Okay.
There was one little wall with 3 hard corals and 4 plexaurids.
Oh. Sounds like a nice little scene. Got a little cave here. Nobody's home. It's like a perfect
hidden
little
treasures.
octopus grotto. Tim used the word grotto yesterday, and now that's all I can think of. Is those little
Yeah,
caves.
makes sense. Pretty fitting.
Nice bar.
Is that?
There's a nice bar called Decorator.
Oh, there's that one over here.
Looks like another primnoid here.
Yeah. So it has some damage to it. There's
Yeah.
2.
One associate up top, it looks like. You're stable. I can just take a quick look at the
Yeah,
damaged spot.
Very stable. I can
Okay.
free fly it, yeah.
Couple barnacles. So I'm
Mhm.
just gonna. What I'm doing here is looking
Pretty
for
neat technology right there. Just like
for
stuff gained on me.
any kind of predation events or whatnot. Any obvious signs of what the cause of the dieback is. So I've got 2 crinoids and an opiocanthid. Some hydroids at the base. Nothing obvious on the causing the dieback.
A couple asteroids up
Yeah.
there.
Alright, I think we're good with that. Comes another plexaurid.
Mhm.
Looks like same one we've been seeing for days now?
I don't know. You can't say that. You might think so.
That's true.
It's
Do you want to
probably
take a
some
look
other
at it?
genus. No, I'm just saying. The family is so messy that it's hard to say if they're the same or not from just video.
Yeah.
So that's why we only go to Plexar a lot of the time. It's easy in the Gulf of Mexico because like almost
It's all
everything's
Paramercia,
Paramercia.
yeah. I mean, that for the longest time I actually thought that was
Yeah.
that was just what the little yellow corals were called.
Right.
It's like another primnoid, most likely. What are kind of defining characteristics of Norella? Like what makes it look like a
It's
Norella?
the branching, that I don't think is Norella because the branching pattern. So see how it all,
Yeah.
you have the like long branch and they all come
Come off
off
that
of
one,
it.
right.
So that's either like Calyptophora or Paraclyptophora.
Okay.
But Norella has that like V shape, and then they all come off the V, and then they all the polyps point downwards. I'm not near as good as describing in a scientific way how they look as Steve is, but I have just come to be able to recognize it myself,
Yeah,
kind
yeah.
of thing.
No, I totally get that.
Same with like Anelopsamia and Madrepora. It can actually there are times where it can look really confusing, but it's just like after seeing a lot of different colonies.
Looks like
morphs.
it's a pelagic colothurian. It's a Pelagithuria.
Okay.
So these are actually sea cucumbers that live their entire life in the water column. So they're an echinoderm, actually a relatively close relative of starfish or sea stars, brittle stars, even though these are almost completely gelatinous and spend their entire life in the water column. They are just basically giant sediment traps, and they sit there and marine snow rains down on them, and then they eat it.
A couple dives ago, we saw at least like 3 or 4
They're
that
coming on it?
were stuck on corals, which is always kind of a strange observation to
Yeah,
me.
3 cup corals there as well. These are, I mean, I've seen them all over the Pacific, but I'm not used to seeing them quite this often or in such contact with the benthos, which is a little
Yeah.
different, which I think that's consistent with seeing them
Yeah.
stuck in the all the corals.
Tony, you can go ahead and you're in it with me now. Oh, yeah. Thank you.
My sister has my dog this weekend instead of my dad. Look, guys. This is my dog. Oh. Look how cute he is. That's my sister.
So given the direction of the scour here and the ripples, it looks like the predominant current is more or less left to right across our screen, which we're heading pretty much due west. So that should be south to north as the primary flow pattern here.
some serious sand scouring. So many cup corals.
So many cup corals.
I thought, like, when you said that, like, I'm like, oh, okay, we'll see them for, like, you know,
Yeah, no.
a patch of space. But this is also gives you an idea of really how shallow that sediment is.
Yeah. I mean, you can see rock in between, like, the trough of every ripple has some exposed rock in it. So the sediment drape is extremely thin. I just wonder when the larval stage can recruit kind of these moving sand patterns, if there's enough time to recruit, for one to recruit in the trough, grow up enough that it's not buried when the crest of the sand wave basically rolls over it. Or if there are events that allow it to all the sediment to get blown away.
Yeah, or if there was just like a point where they all settled, because this to me looks like maybe there was a time where a lot of them settled before there was actually lots of sediment.
Here's
No, not
another
there.
plexaurid
We saw-
coming by.
Oh, well, a Urid crab there with the Anemone backpack.
Okay, free to go. I'll try and come round as
That's
well.
fine. We won't be here long. Just want to get a decent shot of.
Annoying.
All right, that's probably all we need.
Thanks.
So if I remember which way to zoom out. There we go.
Take me a while. First,
It's a sea star. Alright, I'll be right back. Do you need anything from downstairs?
Nope, I'm good. Let's take a look at that one, please.
yes. I shall sit down.
Yeah, this is looks like a new genus for the morning, so let's get a good image of it. And I'm not sure what's sitting on it. Oh, it's just a crinoid. But yeah, and it's got some damage. So this is a branching bamboo.
Do you want to do a collection here?
Sorry?
You might want to do a collection.
I kind of doubt it, but Alexis may feel differently.
Okay.
Right.
So, Barry,
I think you got to sit. I'm all right.
yeah, lock is on.
Okay.
I've got a slight trim down. And it's just like rise up nice and easy. Use a sonar, look for the rock.
I'm glad you did. about that. I built it so you couldn't get it off.
Well, look at it. It's damaged.
It's a son of a bitch break proof.
Yeah, that's all. You get two. What's that?
Try to get the thing off the rack. The subject sample.
Last year, 1, 4, 3, same.
That's good.
The comfortable every day is the same thing.
Okay, sounds good.
If you need a focus, you can do it on there, or I can try autofocusing. See
I
if
got
it's
it back.
better for you.
I got it back.
What's the
See if it'll stay.
You just kind of dabble at that, just roll with it. Ben needs his hours.
100 hours.
So, just curious here to see how the tissue is behaving underneath the cirri of the crinoid, because it's right on this. It looks like there's a little gap in bamboo coral tissue here where the crinoid's holding on. So there might be some abrasion going on with the crinoid, which generally we think of not hurting the coral so much as just sitting on top of it. But here it looks like it might have been here long enough to do a little damage, or it could have settled there on because it was already damaged by another creature or some other reason. All right, Ben, good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome to the pilot chair.
We're good.
Saturday, isn't it?
Yes. It is Saturday.
You can tell that from the bottom of the ocean.
I can. I can feel it. I can feel the weekend vibes.
We call Saturdays and Sundays less email day on the ship.
What's the what days?
Less
Less
email
email
days.
days.
You know, it used to be every day is a Tuesday because you never get a day off, but now you can tell the days at sea because you get 5 Tuesdays and 2 less email days.
God forbid the internet goes down, you'd think it was Saturday.
Exactly. I don't know. I'm not going to comment about ever sabotaging a VSAT to have some peace and quiet.
Why do we have a sea log up there? What do we normally have there?
What do you think? I was trying to remember that earlier and I couldn't. Comes another little plexaurid colony coming up
Yeah.
with its obligatory smooth-armed brittle star. The Latin that I cannot pronounce this early in the morning.
Astroschema.
Right, that. What Alexa said.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, we can just fly by. We've taken a good look at the last couple.
So that little crab we collected off the sponge yesterday.
Yeah.
Remember that one? Tim, we think it might. It seemed once it was up the surface, it seemed like a homalid. Like it didn't have its little back legs. It was feisty. And the dino oafs look way less dino at the
Yeah,
surface.
I noticed that
Did
as
you
well.
notice
I
that?
did. They looked very much less. There's another plexor over there on the side. So we did see one other thing that'll be interesting to Tim, if you see him before I do, is we found a bottle brush chrysogorgid with 3 adults and 2 or 3 much smaller
Oh.
associates.
Early on, you
Yeah,
saw that?
early
Oh,
on.
wow. I don't know if I've ever seen that. That sounds like an actual little family.
Yeah, it was. I mean, they were. I could see the 2 chrysostomes when we landed, and then zoomed in. And at first, I thought they were amphipods.
Mm-hmm.
And the longer I looked at them, the more I realized they were little baby
Oh.
crabs.
Cute. Let's see, so if we have a at 4:30 or 4 on bottom by 5, we're doing 12 hours ish.
And if you even want to go a little bit faster over ground, we can eat up a little ground here while we're
Yeah.
not seeing as much, and buy us more time when we get shallower and it gets denser. Sword on the right.
Looks kind of like hazy, or is that just me?
I don't disagree with you, but
I don't know if it's just the lights.
yeah. We were having a little trouble white balancing when we first got on the bottom. It took 3 or 4 tries to get one that looked halfway decent.
If you were watching yesterday, we did a similar dive, but on the other side of the feature yesterday. Kind of similar depth, so we're going across a similar track today. Hopefully getting all the way up to that really shallow area around 2,000 or 200 meters again.
You really in your hundreds and thousands.
I
Here.
don't. Apparently that's what goes first for me. It's my ability to differentiate. Some pretty big colonies.
Yeah. Looks like that one has an anemone as well.
Yeah.
We had, the start of the encrusting sponges at the very beginning, and now they seem to have kind of disappeared again. It's like a cuskeel hanging out in the sand.
Something on the right too.
Yep, looks like another. This is the plexaurid or something else.
No, something else, but
Ben,
it's
can we?
okay.
Ben, can we take a look about off here to the right?
Back up a little bit.
That one?
No,
No,
not
there's
that
another
one.
one.
Way back a little bit.
Yep.
Got distracted.
It's okay. I didn't see it even.
Right there on the, or maybe
That?
on, yeah. Is that
Let me
rock?
just take a quick flyby on that corner of the rock and see if that's a small colony.
Maybe it's just my mind playing tricks on me. Oh, my dear crusting sponge.
That is my current thought.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
That's all yours.
Yep. Alright, take a quick look. No, it looks like it's cup coral. Your cup coral radar was going off.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it is. I think it was the cup coral on the close
With
to
the
the crusted
sponge.
sponge that
Yep.
tricked me.
While we're here, I'll take a quick look at this plexaurid. Yep, plexaurid, encrusting sponge, and cup coral. Alright, let's keep going on up.
I was gonna say we got these early shifts when the dives are starting and there's not so much abundance, but then yesterday we also got the glass octopus. So
We did. We can't complain.
Can't really complain.
We got the wall of awesomeness too
We
on
did,
Baker,
yeah.
so yeah, definitely.
What time did you see the octopus?
6, 5:30? 5:25.
It was after dinner.
Was it
that's all.
after dinner?
We've seen them.
No, it's before dinner.
It's not the first time we've seen a glass octopus though.
5:25. Local.
So precise.
Local.
Yeah, no, because it was, I took after, I really thought for dinner, it's 5:30, was right after.
Oh.
So it could have been actually 4:24 or 47 seconds, but I'm not sure.
I mean, we did stay with it for like at least 10 minutes.
Yeah, we did. Cody stayed
There's
with
a
it for
lot
a
of
long
footage
time.
of it, Deb, if you're looking to see it.
It's working today with data, so it's okay.
That makes me so excited.
Yeah, I mean, just like computers are so bogged down from the transfer to like 2 Synologies and the GTA and 60 now we died.
I'll do some adjustments. It's great.
I'm sure that glass octopus will make its way into numerous highlights.
Oh yeah. Unquestionably. He was a photogenic little bugger.
Yeah. But also transparent.
Yes, exactly. Very true.
I think Al came down into the lab last night with the
original
printout of
description.
The original
Yep.
description.
Yeah.
You know, you've got a ship committed to science when the captain is printing you out papers from the 1930s.
Slash found it. Found the ID faster than any of us. Another couple little corals and encrusting sponges on this rock. Looks like we got a sea star coming up here, and a shrimp. Looks like then I see a whip out in the distance. Can we check that out? This looks like a bamboo.
Take a closer, just a
Yeah.
close up on the polyps.
You want to go ahead and land, Ben? We might take a second to check this one out.
Ooh, the drama. Oh, almost feel like
Yep.
it's like
Okay.
stage lights.
Like some there you go. Try now.
Looks like an internodal brancher.
Yeah.
I don't see any associates, do you?
Nope. Can we just come out and do a full shot of it?
Yep.
There we go. Okie doke.
All right. Let's go.
Small rocks on the left.
There's a Christ origin.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at this Ben, please. This thin sediment drape's creeping me out. I keep finding corals in the sediment.
Yeah. But no
This
sea
This
pits.
one looks like it's got multiple associates again, like the one I saw earlier.
It's a crab house.
Okay, it's ready.
All right. Can we iris down a touch?
Come down.
Oh, yeah. Got definitely two more robust. Nice. I
So-
don't know if they're the same. Like, I don't know if that is a juvenile or not.
Yeah, I
That
don't
looks
know.
like what Tim calls red face, which is a different morph. Oh, there's one all the way up there
Yep.
too.
And there's another little one. Here's the little red face there. Like these
That-
are
I think-
chalks.
Oh, that's not shrimp.
No, that's what got me
Oh,
earlier. Look at
you're
those
right.
appendages. It's exactly what got me on the last one.
Is
Yeah,
it?
you see his little arms moving right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So tiny.
So tiny.
And then it looks like there's actually a solitary hydroid living
Yeah, I saw
inside.
that too. Now I'm curious if
Too far.
red face is just a juvenile form of the other ones.
Why did the focus just jump on me?
Yeah, it did. I don't know.
There's another one all the way down at the base. There's a lot here.
Are you in autofocus on?
No, I mean I had manual control of it a second ago. But then it just jumped to the sediment again. Adam, am I in manual or autofocus?
I haven't touched it.
So-
if you were adjusting it, right?
I was, and then it jumped into the sediment, and now I seem to
Try
have...
now.
There you go.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for some reason it kicks off. Just if you look above that knob, it should be a light.
So, the light the light does not seem to have any regard to whether or not, it seems to be whether I hit the button or not, it changes the light status, but if you hit the button or not, the light status doesn't seem to update. Which I could be wrong about that, but
If you're struggling, just let me know. I'll hit the master button.
okay,
And we'll just increment your account by $2 each time.
sounds good. That's fine, I'll bill it all to Randy.
Years,
I'll bill it all to Randy anyways.
Yeah.
Anything else?
No, that's good.
Alright, I think we're good.
Yeah, if for some reason they get out of sync, and I notice like sometimes when you're focusing, I can see it's not doing anything. So
Yeah.
I just power cycle this button, and then all of a
Okay.
sudden you focus. But
Got it.
You don't want to just watch us suffer over here while we-
sometimes I do.
I mean, I'm sure sometimes it does.
When the spinning gets excessive, I kind of giggle when I push the button.
Yeah.
Can you just take a flyby on this?
It's fine, yeah.
That's probably good. I don't think we need to get any closer than that.
Yeah. What's your average?
It usually, after streaking for a couple hours, we're somewhere in the 70s, 80s. Yeah, it's been pretty good. Beginning, it's usually.
You look at the metrics for where
But eventually, yeah. I think after that, I just don't remember where they are from.
Some more of a cliff than we've
Yeah. Good in it.
seen so far today.
Yeah.
Finally kind of moving up, it seems.
We've already come up over 100 meters. Shouldn't come up. I don't print the diaphragm, but we've come up, yeah, 150 meters.
We started at, we were at
Yeah,
12.
pretty much.
Okay. Oh man, look at that.
Good morning, Eric. How are you?
It's fun.
So,
I can tell you by dive, but I can't tell you by like cruise. You have to look at each dive. And then have that. Well, it's just because it's already.
ooh,
See all those-
10,000K?
Did you see all those sponges at the
dive
top of the
report.
feature yesterday?
I did. I saw, I'm actually, that's a lie, I'm not sure I saw exactly which one. I saw a bunch of sponges, but
There's all those ones with like the,
Search for.
I don't know what you call them.
Right now in the
I don't
database,
know.
I could search.
They all look the same.
says the coral biologist.
Well, they were all the same. I would say that
I
about
think he's using.
some corals.
One I was saying the other
That,
day.
Ben, can we take a look at one of these? I don't, this looks
Yeah, let's just.
potentially a little different. Yep,
Um,
probably just
but I think if we get to the top again tomorrow, we see those same sponges, we should,
grab
and our
one.
basket's not as
Yeah.
loaded, we should take one to, as a representative, because there was a lot of them, and we haven't been seeing those kinds at deeper depths.
So this is probably a pretty white coral if you want to try and white balance on this thing. Yeah, that's not right. That's much.
55, how's that?
That sounds much better. Except I can't see the coral now.
Yeah, where'd it go?
There it is.
Oh, there we go.
Am I good then?
Huh. This looks like a very raggedy, I would say a Nelipsomia, based on the polyp, like how they sit in the, how the calyx sit on the rest of the coral. But it doesn't really look like there's a whole lot of, there are a couple live branches, but looks pretty
Yeah.
beat up.
Looks pretty rough. The kind of planar growth form versus the more kind of brambly growth form. Is there a difference in species there, or is that just kind of how you see them?
We can keep
Okay.
going, but yeah. I think it's kind of how you see them. I know that like most of one of the species we see is an Elpsamia lustrata, and that's based on like a very particular little rostrum on the calyx. So it's not even really about the growth form of the coral. But I find that with an Elpsamia, sometimes you get that real brambliness at the beginning, and then if the colony gets bigger,
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Disco in the deep sea. Is that the shutter speed of the camera interacting with that, or is it you've got the LED strobing?
Boom, or it's one of our big lights, but
Okay.
if you have like shutter speed down and ISO up, you have to really adjust for it.
Got it. So
And
it
we
is.
don't use it because it's so much of a. It's hard for us to adjust really quickly on the fly for you guys. So.
Yeah. So that is a shutter speed thing. Two of them.
Two.
Right
Yeah,
there.
I know. I'm just
We're good, man. We can keep
being
going.
annoying. Still seeing solitary cup corals.
Yep. Not quite at the same density.
Yeah.
but the one on the right's got its polyps out. The one on the left is looks like it's mainly retracted. We're good. We can keep going.
It's nice to be able to dive on the same feature, one dive after the other, but it's also, you don't really have time to digest the previous dive. You're kind of just going off the little bits that you saw during your watches, or if you're able to watch more. So it'll be interesting for whoever ends up analyzing this video to actually go through and systematically characterize the different zones.
Can we go take a look there, just off where I think it's probably a sea star, but if it's a sea spider,
That big TV onto this.
oh, it's a,
So you have to choose the input
yep,
on the
Yeah.
that's a sea star. We don't need to settle down.
So
I
it's
just wanted to,
on,
thought that might have been a sea
it's
spider.
Like, it says like NR 108 or something. and
Yeah.
then there's like HDMI
Yeah.
or NR 108. And
Okay.
then on the tablet,
Yeah.
you have to choose that. So which I could have.
I don't want to wait.
It's like the input on the TV. Yeah. So there's a little black remote.
Yeah.
You have to change the input of the TV. And then on the tablet, you have to put this camera on there that you want. It's there now. So if you just change the input of the TV to that, and then on the, it should automatically work, but if it doesn't, on the little black Marantz in the lower corner underneath the telephone, there's like a big audio system. If that doesn't say wire, if that says, it should say, what does it say?
So we head over there.
Shoot. It's not
Yeah, take us
Wirecast
back.
audio, it's
Sorry.
not
Does it head
TV
that way?
audio, it's another one.
Just turn the knob until you
Wirecast is
start
like
to
the
hear.
local computer, TV is the TV, and I can't think of the thing off the top of my head. It's
Control room.
Candy!
candy. It's raining
Wow.
candy.
Yeah, but it's like old people candy.
Candy.
I mean, it literally is.
It literally
is a
is.
Werther's original.
It's a Werther's, but why is it old people
Ben was
candy?
What do you mean?
Because it is like the
I'm sorry.
stereotypical, like,
That is what your grandpa had.
yeah, I mean, it is the stereotypical old person candy.
I mean, I'm still gonna eat it, but
I've heard it all now.
Wrong.
I'm not wrong.
It's not right either.
Yeah.
they make it a little bit.
The worst ones were the little Halloween candies, the orange and black ones that look like tooths. Remember those ones?
Looks like tooths.
Like a tooth?
You
You
mean
mean
candy
candy
You
corn?
mean
corn?
candy
Yes.
corn? You mean it looks like corn?
Yeah, that's it.
Kernel of corn, like it came out without
Disgusting.
tooth.
Ooh, I can't eat candy corn. It grosses me out.
Yeah, that for me, like that was the you knew what cows keep that out in the neighborhood, you bypassed it. There was no.
Yeah, my mom used to pick like raisins.
That was also the
so
like
that
toothbrush
was
house. You
not
knew
a
who
good
gave
house.
out the toothbrushes at Halloween.
Raisins
little
and
red
like
boxes?
coupons from McDonald's.
Yeah.
Yeah, the little red boxes. Should give out healthy food for me for Halloween. It's not the point of Halloween.
You always had that one house too that gave out like full chocolate house. There was, like,
You had to go to
line
the
out.
special neighborhood.
The Rock.
Rich people neighborhoods get located by the.
I do actually like that this ship like rations the candy. Like it's not like some ships there's just like all of it's always available, but it's like fun to find out what's gonna be in the
But there's no ice cream freezer.
candy jar.
Yeah, you
There's
gotta
no
get
ice
there
cream
early.
freezer.
Yeah.
There is no
Yeah.
ice cream
Sour
freezer.
Patch
Get your
Kids
lawn chair
especially. I
out,
feel.
camp out, set up your cabinet before
We
it
can just
gets
do a
dark.
flyover on that little guy and then
There's definitely ice cream on board, but they're rationing it.
And they keep serving it at dinner, which means our shift misses it.
Oh.
Well, you gotta have connections, Debs.
I know. I just have to ask. I am
Just
trying
like
to lose
in-
weight, so I figured
No, that-
that's
and
good.
now,
That
Samia.
ice cream probably would look good.
that's good. We don't need to
You
get any
figured it out yet?
getting-
There you go, Jack.
It's an L salmon.
Yep.
It's just like not so
We
great.
can just head on up these rocks if you would, Ben. Found us a nice patch of
Let's
rocks.
see, Adam. Can we do it?
You know what were the best candies going up with those strawberry? It was wrapped. It looked like the wrapper looked like a strawberry.
Strawberry. I know what
Oh,
you're
those
talking
were
about.
so good.
Also something I think of my grandmother having.
Really?
Yep.
I think of like the I feel like did I get this from the dentist? That's probably not right, but
I would be surprised if you had a pretty cool dentist
or
if
maybe
your
it was like
dentist
the
handed out
doctor's
candy.
office. I don't know. It was definitely like an office where I would get those as a kid.
Got a sea star and a couple more encrusting sponges here on this rock.
So this is everything. So now if we go by vehicle. That wasn't on watch, which means no pilots.
Is that something we want to look at?
Maybe, yeah.
And can we take a closer look at that, please?
I shall see at least.
Can't tell what it is.
Yeah, if it looks like hydroids or if it looks like some of them black coral maybe.
Wow. Oh, now 99 pages. Let's see. No. Not a vehicle.
Looks like.
Looks like it used to be.
Yeah, some of it dead something. Or like tubes? It's hard to tell. Oh, sponge. It used to be. I think it used to be sponge.
Dough. I think the sponge is unrelated, but that's. I don't know what that is.
So there's 69 pages of watch.
Still looks like decaying sponge.
Yeah, I think you're probably right.
Between the time of the event from the last one. So he's doing all of that on a dive like that, he says.
Okay, we're good.
You have to then like write a little code that way. I mean, as you from time to time changed.
Right, because he's not actually.
I think I'm gonna have to actually go back to bed for like.
He's not, he's not.
Yeah, I think I'm skipping lunch today.
Yeah,
He
same.
actually,
That's what I mean.
like,
I need to
so if
stay
I
in
go to dive,
bed past lunch.
If I can. The 2 times I've tried to do that this cruise so far, I've still woken up at lunchtime. I don't know if there's noise or something, but I've like
Oh.
rolled over and been like, oh, it's noon.
Might
I'm
as
awake.
well.
I might as well go get lunch.
He's calculating hours here.
I find that I'm sleeping better in that morning
This is a little
time
script
than
you're doing inside
trying to
each
sleep
dive.
like in the at night.
Yeah.
Right.
He's basically saying pilot change happened here, pilot change happened here.
It's funny because Anna has that sound machine in our room.
Yeah.
it's like really nice.
Ah,
Moving
yeah.
with the waves, and then it sounds like waves.
It's a funny thing.
I have the most hours of
It's a strange thing to say, but the ship is almost too quiet for me.
Right? Yeah, I totally understand that.
Yeah,
From working.
I won't.
Well, at least in
I
maybe
miss
our
all-
cabin.
Yeah, I miss the white noise of the loud HVAC and the ocean sounds. Now it's quiet enough that like I hear every little creak and rattle in the room.
pilot time is
So this looks like another plexaurid with a couple encrusting sponges, which I feel like I just need a that was easy button to say that same statement over and over again on this dive. I don't think we need to take any closer look at those. We've gotten good images of them recently.
So
We should just have hot buttons.
you can do across the whole.
Just say the same thing.
Plexaurid, plexaurid, plexaurid.
But also
I mean, we're pretty close. We have them on Zulog, which needed to be auto.
Hard to see it
Have
to
an
speak.
auto feature.
Yeah.
by person or something.
You have entered plexaurid with crinoid.
Did you see the pretty fun pictures that we took last night in the wet lab?
No,
I mean, they're not pretty. They're fun. That's what I meant. Like pretty fun.
yeah, I was with you.
Let's tell everybody where we are.
Sure.
This one is pretty. This is Christmas
the
Earth.
Earth. Haven't seen it.
Promote.
That to me is like very Norella.
Okay,
You know, that
so
shape.
that kind
Yeah.
of, okay.
And there's different growths of it too.
Sure.
But
Pacific Ocean.
Is that streaming yet, Deb?
Yeah. it
Okay.
is.
So for those of you watching, we can do Where in the World is Falkor. So we're out in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, and pretty much in the center of that area where you barely can't see any land. There's Australia and Papua New Guinea and New Zealand, and that's North America. So more or less halfway between Oceania and North America. Right where Deb's cursor is where Falkor is. We departed Honolulu, so that line you see cutting from the Hawaiian Islands across was our track line over here. And so this inside this bubble is
I'll have to do it.
the U.S. exclusive economic zone around Howland and Baker, and this is where we're exploring. There's a 50 nautical mile box in here, or 50 nautical miles on the side of the islands. That is the Howland and Baker unit of the Pacific Remote Islands Marine National Monument. So we've been working both inside and outside of Priminim, and currently we are down right on the border between U.S. waters and Kiribati waters on this unnamed bank feature that is right near another bank feature called Winslow Reef, and we've been very much debating whether this is a nubbin on the side of the larger Winslow Reef, or if this is a standalone seamount on its own right that deserves a different name, which has led to some confusion in cruise planning on which of these features we're calling Winslow versus some derivation of Winslow. So we did a dive here yesterday, which those white circles with the black dots in the center is the track line of the dive we did yesterday, and now you can see where Falkor, that FK, is our current location, and we're going to more or less intersect the easternmost dot from yesterday's dive in today's dive. So now we'll switch over to Fledermaus, and you can see the dive track as planned, and it's pretty much just straight uphill. Given what we saw yesterday and what we saw up on Baker, we're probably going to stay in this kind of limestone, manganese encrusted limestone with a thin sediment drape for a while, and then we'll get steeper and get into some sheer paleo shoreline kind of areas where you've got a lot of erosion and what we call mass wasting, or large blocks falling off and leaving these vertical faces that then have been eroded, and you get some kind of cool CKV kind of thing. Oh, looks
Oh,
like our
look at
first
us.
Metallogorgia.
Already making our way through this track, almost on
Looks like
waypoint
we got our
3.
first
Yeah, I just
Potential
logged it.
Metallogorgia.
You wanna give it a zoomy
Yep.
zoom?
Take a quick zoom on this.
It's got that astroschema in there.
Try it now. Maybe just zoom out some of the lens.
Yep. Sounds good. Half zoom.
There you go.
Alright, try that.
This looks like one that we collected yesterday. We collected 3 different kind of morphs of Metallogorgia yesterday. All had this brittle star associate, as well as some had egg cases. We did open up the egg case that we got last night. That still had, it just had like an iridescent little egg inside, and then when you opened up the egg, it was pretty much like yolk and what's the other stuff that's not yolk inside of it?
Albumin.
What's it called?
Albumin, I think.
So nothing had been developed. There's no organism developed yet inside, but the idea is that that could be an octopus egg. That's what Tim has found in the past from dissecting those eggs. There's no tissue down onto the stalk.
No,
which
there's
is-
not. All right. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I saw that. Did you talk to Casey?
I got a new sonar. It's forward
Whoa, dang.
looking on the forward looking on the vehicle.
Cool. This phone is so tiny. I feel like I'm holding a toy. Is this really what it? This is.
Yeah, that's
This
what
is the
that's
full
what
screen.
iPhones used to be like.
Wow.
Not that long ago.
I know. I had one. I experienced this. Cool.
I don't know how you tote that giant thing around in your pocket.
I don't know. It's like I can actually see things on it. Look at how much space I have to communicate.
But it's a two-handed device. You can't.
No,
type
that's why I have a
with
pop
one hand.
socket. Boom. Then it becomes a one-handed device, even for small hands. It's actually a pretty funny joke. This is my sister's dog.
Well, actually, I don't know what that is.
Where?
Probably a larvacean or something.
that-
something
yeah.
gelatinous and fragile.
That's pretty cool.
We've done it where like with the three ships that follow each other, but not like we've done it with ocean three ship follow a couple years in a row, but not when we've like done it together. But it's fun. And then we it's like
So I would say this dive, with the exception of the cup corals, has been less diverse and abundant so far than it was yesterday on the other side of this feature.
I don't quite remember this depth yesterday.
That's true. I
don't
think
know
I
if
might
was
have
awake.
been napping during this depth yesterday.
But at shallower depths, that's true.
Yeah. And deeper depths, because we had the
Good
deeper
morning,
depth.
sir.
How's it going?
Great. The blurb yesterday about 1,200 to 1,000 I was watching because we haven't really hit those depths yet. And we were in it. Steve was on it.
There's a lot happening.
There was a great abundance of large corals.
Really?
Remember that? Around this time, I think.
No, I think I just don't remember what depth it was. It was right around my nap time, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, but I think we're at 1,000 now.
Yep,
So,
we're at
I
1,000
think
now.
Steve could have been on for that though, because
absolutely.
I think you were on for that.
It's the
No?
little jellyfish cutting through.
We're not seeing much.
Not too much. There was a lot of cup corals down below, like a lot. Like they're all
That's
like
pretty
kind of on.
There wasn't much of a current yesterday. Going to today, it looks like they're busy.
We see a
Yeah,
couple.
are we in the lead here?
I mean, the sand ripples are pretty decent, showing a north to south current. We're not. I don't think we're feeling much of it, but there
Right.
definitely is some current here. The scours are pretty deep, and the bed forms are pretty organized.
We did see Brian saw one before I got up, and then we just saw one together, like a decent sized bottle brush with like
Loaded.
4 to 6 different hydrostylates, but different sizes.
Ranging from very tiny to
Like
normal
real small,
sized.
and then with like a mushroom too.
There's some more of that
Like
weird
decent
tube
size.
spongy stuff.
I'm not
just
having
woke
fun
up
with
and you're
you.
like, listen.
We didn't collect because we didn't, but
Let's look at the sea spider here. These.
but it does look like this one's have little
This guy right here.
ceilings in them. I mean, we only got to the bottom at 5 a.m. We know that. We got on bottom at 5
On
a.m.
bottom of 5, yeah, right.
You see the
We're watching the X out.
they found
Yeah,
that,
maybe.
that how do you say that?
I'm not gonna pronounce that.
Some little ship. Found a ship.
It's a submarine, I believe.
I think they should
I think it's.
They did look. They just got their wind chimes on this morning.
Yeah, nice little crap tube worm as well.
Doesn't look like it's eating anything.
No, it doesn't. Was Randy's wish list? Was this on one of Randy's wish list at some point to get a
I have no idea.
non-associated thing?
Don't know.
Can I get lasers, please?
No, coming on.
Oh, we don't have Picrogonin on non-associated.
No, we don't.
What is this?
Medium size sea spider. Some more of this super strange tubey sponge thing.
Yeah, it's just like tubes. Tubey tubes.
Yeah.
Little snail.
We're close enough to get a look at the coral that was up here. Nope.
Oh, sorry.
That hurt the chair.
I guess I'm apologizing to myself.
Alright. I think we're good, Ben. Thanks.
Make some tracks. Track it.
We've already come up with 200
I know.
meters in 2 hours.
I'm just saying.
Doing pretty good.
We gotta save the time for the high abundance areas. Oh, that's a cool shot. Another plexard fish. Still really interested in those fish that were with the zoanthids yesterday.
Yeah, that was
seemed to be a
that was
very
different.
tight association.
Check out P2's new forward-looking sonar.
Come on. What?
Yeah.
Wow.
Ouch. Where is that? Where are they? Like,
They're going in somewhere, I don't know, off the coast of Virginia, I think. Somewhere in that mid-Atlantic region.
good old mid-Atlantic.
We lost the cup corals about
Yeah.
50, 60 meters in depth ago.
We had some cups.
Bunches.
Yeah.
Like, the seafloor was littered with them. I've never seen cup coral density like that.
What?
I mean, I have, but not here.
Did you
We
test
collected
that?
two.
We
Yeah.
got two. Can we just do a flyby over there? We don't need to zoom or settle. Just get a little better look at what that is. It's a pretty sturdy
Yeah.
base looking. I stepped out for about an hour after we got off wash. Did you guys ever figure out where all that rubble came from? No.
No.
It's more mysterious coral rubber with no source.
We collected a bit, so I
Mhm.
don't know if somebody with more shallow water knowledge will be able to. I mean, they're pretty big polyps.
Yeah, they were very big. That's good then.
Yeah, I don't. It's hard to tell with just a base like that. Sometimes it'll be the corallid or pronoid even depends. Little knoll. Looks like a knoll.
Deb, can you add yesterday's track to that
That looks good.
to the scene?
Oh yeah,
Do you,
really.
do you have the track as dove instead of the waypoints?
Stand by.
In no hurry, just I think later in the day when we're on the top, that'll be a useful reference to have.
Do we plan to run the top today?
I think that was what I kind of thought, right? We were gonna spend more time up top.
I didn't hear that.
Okay, then I might be wrong.
I don't. It doesn't mean anything. I'm gonna look to
Oh, there's a big crab.
Oh wow, that
Big
is a
Chasian?
substantially crab.
Let's take a look at it.
It's off the image to the left, and there's a rock in the sand, and he's sitting on top of it.
These little holdfast right?
Yeah, I mean that's some type of old
That one?
Yep.
stuff.
The big one.
We've seen one mating pair. I saw
Yeah, I
when
saw that
Steve was
yesterday.
on. Was that yesterday?
I don't know. No promises.
It's good, nice.
So this is a Chasian crab. Can I go in?
I like that. Jason in Michigan called it Cupville. With all the cup corals.
Go ahead.
Good.
It's very light colored.
Yeah, usually I think of these as being redder most
Does that
of the
look
time.
like a kind of fresh, more fresh
Mold.
carapace?
Yeah, I don't see any barnacles.
Yeah, there's no barnacles or anything on it. Probably just molted fairly recently. Might be soft shell crab.
Yeah.
Then
We saw this in the Chaseon are can be found in other oceans, and in the Atlantic we came across one that was sitting on a rock just like eating a pile of sculpin eggs. Just a big pile of fish eggs sitting there just munching down.
you landed, or
Guy's just holding on to that rock.
yeah. All right, we got a good size on him. So if you're gonna drop the lasers, we can do a beauty shot.
There you go.
Thank you.
Looks like a statue.
So can't see me if I don't move.
I think the lasers are still on.
Oh yeah. Yes, please.
Oh, look at his mouth.
Pounding his chest.
Does kind of look like that, doesn't it?
Looks a little bit like some of us in the morning. We're waking up.
You say with your hood up over your head.
Didn't say anybody's name.
Nice job. Yesterday's track.
All right, I think we're good with him. Thank you,
Yeah,
sir.
we're definitely gonna end up needing that.
Yeah. Thanks, Deb. That'll be useful.
Yeah, I think you might wanna get to the, you might wanna see if you can get to the top.
I think there's a third dive discussed still here. I still want to see that slump
Third one
feature.
I've heard is potentially gonna be this one.
I agree. I mean, that's what I want to do. Can we look at the chryso? See if it's got.
This one is weird, like the location that got picked here because
Oh yeah, Tim, let's see if this one, see if it has your little family in it.
Looks like it's got some barnacles.
Oh, there's definitely some wasting.
Oh yeah.
Oh, very bushy.
No,
I'll
looks
see
like
two.
two, maybe a little third.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I think that is a third, but
you guys answer this.
Red face in there?
so that was what on the other one. It's like you have these two bigger ones,
Yeah.
and then the little ones are like little red faces. Are red faces juveniles? No, it's different.
Yeah.
Damn it! I jumped to the sediment again.
There you go. Wow, it's like really, yeah.
Did Adam? Did you do that?
I didn't do anything, but I can do something if you like.
I
Did it drop down again?
yeah. It jumped into the sand and then it jumped back on the coral when I thought, but I swear I had manual control right before it decided to jump off and focus on the.
Sometimes, depending on the day.
Sometimes it's just
Try it out.
decides who it likes and it decides
It's-
who it doesn't.
Yeah, I'm gonna make.
Try it down. Try that.
I'm gonna make you drive the camera here in a second because it's
Yeah, that's
decided it's
fine.
hating it. Now I do, yeah. Come here, Tim. You want to see anything else? This is so bushy. We can't get a good look.
That's okay. That's,
Okay.
that's not unusual. That's normal. It's in. I can
Let's
see
see if you
that.
guys answer this. Or can you? I don't know. Just
All right.
read it first before
Thank you, Ben.
say anything.
I think-
Go ahead.
I'd just say we have not taken the time to go through the images and really work out the species or on the sponges and stuff in the imagery yet. We've been basically doing dives, processing samples, and sleeping. So that'll be a task to key those things out once we're back on shore and start analyzing the video.
Yeah, some of the samples that we bring up to the surface we're able to get more refined IDs on, but other than that, we just don't have the time or the manpower to be looking up other identifications right now.
I mean, we do on a couple, but not systematically like we will after the cruise is over.
Yeah.
We are sailing fairly light with only 6 official members of the science party, and then we were lucky enough for our artist and our Kiribati observer to both be good young scientists as well. So they've been pitching in and being a huge help with us. But normally we would have at least 2 more people, if not a few more than that. But the boat is sailing with less people as a COVID precaution. So we are sailing at full skeleton crew kind of status. Full skeleton crew. It's backwards. It's an oxymoron, isn't it? Looks like there's a little primnoid right there.
Oh yeah, did I?
You can just fly us over it. We don't need to zoom them, I don't think. There we go. Looks like another lookup coral in there too. Another cresting sponge. Great. Alright. Let's head on uphill.
Yeah, you can see we're still pretty. Not reached the real vertical
Yeah.
relief. Oh yeah, we did actually extract that polychaete worm out of the tube yesterday. I didn't. Did you get a look at it?
I did. So we were able to get it out in one piece this time, whereas last time it broke into 3 pieces on us. So we did get it, and there was actually a bonus polychaete in there. A separate species appeared, a separate second species appeared to be living in there with the parchment worm that made the tube. So we did get an intact specimen out of that one.
How did you preserve that?
It's ethanol,
Oh,
full worm and ethanol.
it's a big coral.
Yeah, it's a good size primrose. Let's see. We saw primnoids all the way up in the pretty much into the shallows. I was thinking about just getting something for Randy and making sure we had
I would take a
a
look
good
at
pump.
that.
Yeah, yeah, let's stop and look at this one.
Because I think that's a bamboo.
Yeah, you're right. definitely bamboo.
Lots of ophiocanthids on there.
Yep. This has been broken off from the top. Like, look, a lot of these have looks like an RV's already sampled it.
Yeah.
Frankly.
Then we have a
Homalid. With a kind of sad backpack.
You see what the mollusk is doing?
Looks like it's just got some hydroids on it.
Yesterday there was one with just like a stick. Yeah, looks like hydroids.
Adam, can you give me manual control?
Try now.
Thank you.
That's a pretty good one. I like the eyes, so there's no control.
Oh,
Yeah, it looks like a stick with hydroids.
Wow.
are we full zoo?
Yep.
Okay. I'm just
That's
curious what that little
that's
red
all I got.
thing is and that one polyp. Let's see.
Yep. So, guessing it's an amphipod or a worm that's just landed. See the. So it actually looks like the brittle star is sitting on primarily on dead tissue, or just skeleton. I don't see anything eating this coral, even though I see it looks a little rough.
Yeah. I mean, those ophiocanthed spines are not insignificant, so
Cycle it again.
it could just be.
Oh, I still got it. I think I was. Nope, I lost it.
I just don't push the button.
Well, that's the conclusion I'm coming to.
I have to press it for
Yep. I think that is the moral of the story is that,
You can see the sclerites poking out from the polyps that are retracted.
yeah. Alright, anything else you want?
Crown of thorns.
Anything else you want to see here?
Nope.
Alright. Let's go.
Are you gonna breakfast?
I think so.
Lots of ophiocanthids in there.
So that would be. That's.
I think that's in a row.
No, okay.
Yeah.
So everything kind of comes up from the central base.
Do you ever wake up like 2 minutes before your alarm?
All the time.
Do you like that or do you dislike that?
2 minutes, I'm happy with it.
Yeah. Adam doesn't like it. Ben,
What's that?
do you ever wake up just like 2 minutes before your alarm?
Yeah.
Are you happy when that happens or are you disappointed?
I'm actually happy because I usually wait 2 hours before my alarm.
Oh.
But he also wakes up 2 minutes after sometimes too.
What about you, Deb?
I think I'd rather wake up before the alarm as long as it was just a few minutes before, because I've been waking up like 45 minutes.
Yeah.
And then,
agree.
because it's like, it jolts you when you wake
Yes.
up to the alarm. So I'd rather just sort of then go, oh, I can turn off my alarm, and then try not to fall back asleep.
Right.
And
Or like,
completely
oh,
miss
let me
your
quickly
watch.
set another alarm.
The snooze button.
There's our
doesn't seem
first
to be
big
working
anemone.
on my phone, so.
Big
Adam, would you
anemone.
throw lasers on so we can just get a sense of how big that anemone is?
They're on.
Oh, they are.
No. That's good. When they were on.
Still can't. I still can't see them.
They're just to the left, to the right of it.
I know
Oh,
where
yeah,
they should
see?
be.
It's like 20 centimeters. There we go.
Yes.
There
Yep. Now I can see them. That's a big one. Yep.
boy.
they are.
Is there, what's on, is that?
I think it's
Oh no, it's just a
little
tentacle.
ball.
That's, yeah.
All right, I think that's all we're gonna get.
We'll go
Let's
look over there.
let's look at that coral up there. Picking up a few larger colonies here. This
You
looks
see
like,
the one on the right, the tall, skinny with the
Yeah, I see
black
it.
thing up?
at least I think I see what you're talking about.
It's like out of the screen now,
Yep.
but it had like a, what is that, the
It's-
one where there's like a stick with a coral head on the top.
Like a
Metallic ordua?
Metallic
Yeah.
ordua?
Ah. This is another bamboo.
Yeah, I think so. It looks like some of the colony on the left has
Yeah.
died off.
Do you want to zoom, or are we good with that?
Yeah, I do. I do.
Okay.
Quick, you don't have to sit down.
Let me know when I can just do a snap zoom.
Right.
Adam, you mind? Yep.
There you
Perfect.
go.
Were you gonna say Adam? You read my mind.
Yeah, I was.
That's probably pretty good.
Okay. Alright, and let's go over and check out the potential metallic gorgia off to the right.
I want to try something next time. Next time you go to focus, instead of me ISOing down, you just ISO take control. I'm wondering if it's when I'm hitting the ISO and shutter speed.
Okay.
And then
Maybe
you
as
go to
soon as-
focus, it's like kicking it out back to me, and then you can't focus again.
Okay.
I think once you do a control here,
What is it?
It's like
like
it's a
the
control
small
thing.
one, even though he has
Is
the
the-
light on it. I take
Deb, which one are you talking about? The
There
plex
it's
right
under
there?
you right now. If he backs up a little bit. There's one down.
Oh, there it is. I got it. Yep, the metallic gorgia is right there.
Oh, jeez.
All like, oh yeah, green. It's that
Yeah,
fuzzball
it's
there.
right there.
In the sea of green.
Buzzball, engage.
Just caught it at the corner of my eye as we lifted off from
It's
the
'cause you're a
sea urchin.
coral spotting expert now.
Oh yeah, that's
I
not
mean,
what we're calling
truly.
it. Can I put that on my CV?
Yes.
Really good
Coral
at finding.
spotting
Really.
expert, but I have no idea what they are.
I can find them, but
Can't tell you what it is.
This one may have an egg case.
Except for they're really
Something's in
gorgeous.
there.
Oh,
For some reason,
yeah,
that
looks like
second
it.
one.
Oh yeah, I just did it.
Just did it.
what?
It's like habit. I decrease the ice. I want to see if Steve tries it on his end and
That's
then
not
goes to
Steve.
focus. Sorry, Brian.
Whatever.
Sorry,
I
Brian.
answered any name. You there, yonder. Usually followed by profanities, though.
Sorry.
Nah, no worries. Yep, looks like potentially a Dumbo egg case there. All right, so what do you want me to do?
So upper left is iris.
Right.
So if you adjust it and then go to focus, let's just see if it doesn't kick back control to me.
All right.
Step
Oh,
one.
they're,
Step
they're
one.
empty egg cases.
Yep, looks like there are two
So as soon as you touch it, it takes.
potentially
I'm not sure. It's
Dumbo
like-
octopi, octopuses, egg cases here.
Whoa. That's cool. And a little shrimp.
This looks like one of those
Yep, it looks like that egg case is hatched already. There's a second one there next to these oafs.
Yeah.
I'm actually not sure if
Is this black coral?
No, this is a type of Chrysogorgian.
So it's the same family as the Iridogorgia
Wow.
and the like bottom brush Chrysogorgians.
I'm always amazed.
Tomorrow, but that's okay.
I'm amazed, like, how far in there the egg cases are for something
True.
that relatively big to get
Well,
that
so
far
that's
into the
also
coral.
an assumption that it's. I mean, there have been observations of Dumbos.
True, but
we,
even if it's not a Dumbo,
It's
that's
something.
a relatively large egg case to be
Yeah.
deposited that far inside
but
the
that
coral.
one might be more on the back.
That's true,
side.
but that one's definitely in the center.
Yeah.
Something that's just floating by that, like, do you think they literally, like, placed it there, or it just is something in the, like, it happens to catch on that coral, which means it happens to survive?
I think they're placed.
I'm guessing
yeah.
placed. All right, I think we're good with that. So we think most of the ophiuroids that you see in the corals are actually more or less eating things out of the water column and aren't eating the coral or really damaging the coral other than potentially some mechanical abrasion.
Can you, full wide?
Am I not?
Or no, the iris. I just want to
Oh.
try and
Oh.
let's see next time when you. So if you just light it up for bits, you can see, and then when we come back,
So light it up a bit more.
see the focus. I'm just trying to narrow down why it's taking control from it.
All right. Looks
now
like we're.
now I know that
you-
this means
okay.
more light, not full wide. Okay.
Well, that also is full wide. You just have to pick the context.
Cyanometric across the control.
Do you know what this one means?
Ooh, stand
Brace for
back.
impact.
Brace for impact.
Well, if we have to brace for impact from the ROV, we're in trouble.
Just want to make sure you're wearing your seatbelt there.
Curl hands and arms inside of the vehicle.
Her arms are tucked in.
They're mentioning on YouTube that there are not very many sponges here today, like there was yesterday.
That's very true. When we first landed, we saw a couple of the encrusting sponges of the same or similar type that we saw the other day, and I was expecting them to pick up in abundance very quickly, and the opposites happened. They dropped off, and we've seen a couple of those kind of weird brambly dead sponge tubes, and one or two encrustings, and one or two like Phorea types, but for the most part, there have been very few sponges. This has been definitely cupville for cup corals, though.
When we dropped in yesterday, what was the depth?
15, I think. 1490.
Yeah, 1490. Yeah, that's a interesting point from Angel is that it normally when we see Metallogorgia, they do often have one type. They just have one ophiuroid in the middle, and then other corals you could have numerous ophiuroids. There's also like a theory that it's one species of ophiuroid found within Metallogorgia all throughout the world, but some of the more recent work where we have more collections, we're finding that it's not always just that one species, so there probably is some
Let's
variability
go check that out.
in the type of ophiuroid that you find in Metallogorgia, depending on where you are in the world.
Corals are starting to pick up here a little bit.
Yeah.
We just passed another bottle brush. Couple sponges have showed up in just the last 30 seconds.
They heard us.
They heard us.
What was the one underneath us right now?
Well, I can't see it underneath us, Dad.
I saw it. It's right there in the skid cam.
Skid cam.
I can't tell. So this looks like a bamboo with a Solid.
You shock yourself over there?
Try not to touch the camera.
Oh yeah.
Alright, now if I take it out of autofocus.
Okay, so I have to confess, I did hit the auto while we were flying because it was out of focus.
Okay, well, I had the iris control, so I've got iris control still. So let me,
So try focus and maybe
On it.
reset.
That's not
but I didn't do that.
Yeah, but you hit the button.
I hit the button, but it was in auto.
No, that
Don't go by
light-
this button.
Don't go by
Yeah,
that
don't go
button.
by. Yeah.
It's like a light switch, right, in two sides of the room.
Okay.
Oh, that's a good analogy, Dev.
That's Adam's.
It's called a 3D
Good
light
job,
switch.
Adam.
So we were coming up with some names last night.
Oh yeah.
We're gonna have to give you guys some names.
Us as individuals.
We've got Speedy Stevie.
Stevie.
Take your time, Tim.
Wait for the rest of them.
Oh no.
Still working on Robert Alexis, but we'll get there.
Uh huh. I feel like
We call that.
I don't know if I want to know my nickname. Take your time, Tim. That's my favorite one.
Yeah.
TTT. Triple T.
Yeah.
Triple T.
T-cute.
So it looks like the only associate here is the Somala that I've
Yeah,
seen so
yeah.
far.
Let me know when you come up with Randy's.
Yeah.
I have to think about that.
Speedy Stevie. He was also known as Science Steve on the Nautilus
Yeah.
when he was an intern, because he just started, like, when you start out as an intern, you just do logging and stuff, and you don't really talk on audio that much, but he would just, like, have all these facts about all of the different invertebrates, so
Nice.
everybody just knew that Science Steve was on watch.
Science Stevie. I like it.
I don't like these as cute. Speedy Science
What
Steve.
his last name is Oscovich?
Oscovich.
So Dr. Stevo.
Dr. Steve, yeah. That's Acanthogorgia, that one over there. That is
Samia.
a Meloxamia.
Dark.
Easy, easy. Alright, so how do you know this is Acanthogorgia?
Just kind of the polyp density,
Okay.
how bushy it looks. You don't. So when you see the Plexaurids, they're much more. The branches are more spread out. The branching is also relatively different.
Too bright, too new. Okay, Goldilocks over here.
Can you go in one more time on that? So
On
I
the
can take a
Acantha?
photo? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, there we go. Little Immunida on there.
Got
That's
it?
good.
Yeah, right? Boot up. Quick. Wait.
Oh, I can hear Jimbo's enthusiastic
Oh, I-
voice. Enthusiastic morning Jimbo. Alright. Yeah, we did start seeing some more coral, so maybe we'll get even more.
No, look, there was specific narwhal.
Did you get the screen grabs?
Actually, Ben, can we look at whatever that whip is right there? It's this. You can see the shadow right here. I'm not even sure what I can't. I'm having trouble seeing the coral. I just see the shadow.
I said there was some
Crack on the side there.
there is a crack in it, but it's kind of more like
It's our first Oreo, maybe second.
Well, yeah, fish button. Got it.
No, I was hitting it before. The morning before. Sometime before.
Yeah, it looks like that decorator crab had a piece of plexarid, so not the zoanthids that colonize other corals, but just a yellow plexarid snip.
Oops, that's not me.
Can get him any closer? Is that full?
Nope, not quite yet.
Are you guys looking to save the quivers for the shallows?
Not necessarily. We just collected a lot yesterday, so
Take a break.
we might not need to collect as much
Yeah,
today.
we got a lot of what we've seen so far. We think we collected
This looks
yesterday.
like oh, there's a little crab in there.
Yep, but I'm not sure what this
I think it's a type of chrysogorgid.
Okay.
That might be worth the collection, actually, with the crab.
Okay.
Now that we're talking about collecting.
We'd like a piece.
Like ants. Can you go closer?
Yep. All right, coming full wide for you.
Can you put it on a porch?
Snippy snip.
Before charging, I'll just give it on that one.
Wow, we did that so
See, that's why I was thinking when you said that
Yeah, after we were sitting there like this.
yours, like you could almost have your lips sticking out so you could tuck your hose in your lip, right?
Do you want a close-up imaging?
Did you get an in situ?
No, can we go back
Yep.
in?
Let me take one quick look. Sorry,
It's
there?
got someone.
Oh, you're fine. I can zoom past it.
Well, they're still in production.
Make sure that we see where that crab is too, so we can. Okay.
All right.
Grab
So
it
we
from the
want,
bottom?
yeah, you can cut it, but we want the crab if
Show
it'll stay.
Adam.
So, Adam,
Yeah.
we want the crab, which is right there.
Okay.
So, anything further down than the crab, past the crab.
Just gonna open up like 13.
maybe it's a primnoid actually now that it's closing. Yeah, I think that's a primnoid.
Stay, little crab, stay.
So yeah, take it slow.
The end tip just doesn't look like a primnoid to me. The way the polyps kind of dissipate, and you've got that fleshy tip at the end.
That's gonna pop out
There you go. Nice. What was it?
23.
Over 14. It is funny how dark this screen grabs
I
on.
know. It's kind of concerning a little bit to me. I've been meaning to spot check that, and I haven't.
I mean, it's,
Okay.
All right.
Anything else?
Nope. Let's keep going.
Here we go.
what's that?
Plex. Do you want to
Oh,
look
yeah,
at
it
it?
is. You're right. I just looked.
I'm just gonna. So here, let's try this, Steve. Hit your focus button.
Okay.
Ah, Brian.
What?
Call you Steve again.
Oh. I answered to it. I didn't even notice.
You
All right.
weren't even going fast.
All right. Now you're in auto according to mine.
Okay, there. That looks better.
Yes.
Yeah, because it's a little blur there.
That's an
Okay.
acanthic origin.
And your light is off, right?
No, my light is on.
Your light is on now.
My light is on now.
My light is on.
They said something a while ago. Was it you or Code? Somebody said something about how.
Hey, flip flop.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I'm trying to get it so when he goes to focus, it's either it just works, or
Yeah.
we don't have to keep doing this
Yeah.
double tap here. And I think it's because as soon as I hit the ISO on mine, it's like even though the buttons don't change, it's like I take control.
Control of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're
and
right.
it switches it back to auto, or whatever it wasn't.
I just treated Brian, now my favorite cameraman.
They got to come up with a good name for Brian now because they keep calling him Steve.
I mean, just call me Steve. Make Steve.
You get Speedy Steve.
Speedy
Steve
Steve.
and
We just
Steve.
got
Yeah.
normal Steve.
It would be easier for me, but I feel bad about it.
I'll survive. So I can Lapsamia over here on the left.
Yeah.
And probably another Plex or Acanthogorgid. Now we're going to have to look at all of those to figure out what they are, though.
Well,
Is that right? Now that we're seeing
Kinda,
both.
yeah.
Fly high.
Yeah, these.
Doesn't
The
have-
yellow one is the one that we're
It's a little damaged.
more worried about
too. There's
having
quite
trouble.
a bit of damage on it.
Actually, is that a star?
I don't know. There's a snail on there.
That white thing looks like a little baby star. I
Well,
think
then-
we're probably going to want to sit down and look at that and potentially sample it.
Sample it.
Potentially, yep. And see what exactly is going on there.
Or chunk.
A little bit too.
Let's take a look. That's your flying. While you're up, can you rotate a little bit and give us a planar view? Full wide.
Which one?
The yellow one right there.
Which one to look at it
Yeah.
head on versus on the side?
You're pulling me.
No, it was because they're already stable. Solid enough.
Yeah. I mean, the more side view you can give us, the better, but that's should be enough for us to at least decide if we want to collect it or not. Oh, it's a white oaf, not a star.
Hmm. Yeah, if you can put too.
So we got 3 Astroschema, an Ophiocanthid, and a hermit crab.
I think 2 Astros.
2? Oh,
Yeah.
oh yeah, that's an
They've
arm.
got long arms.
Yep. Just look at that dead patches. You got that one live branch in between the 2 dead patches.
what that stuff is on there.
Yeah, I don't know either. That's full zoom. Now, what is this cute little purple thing back here?
Either a very little
What is
Victorgorgia
there,
or
a
a
stole-
Clavularia.
Clavularia? Alright, well, that's not what I thought that was gonna be, so. Alright, I think we can actually move on. That was not what I.
Collection.
Nope, no collection.
We were foiled. Foiled by the white Ophiocantid.
Yep.
Yes. Okay. Is that okay if I go?
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you want your water? Oh, yeah, you're.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Good morning, Anna. How are you?
I'm good, how are you? Been a lot of action?
A lot of action, no. A couple interesting observations of, we had this just like cup coral forest, and then we've seen a couple bottle brush chrysogorges that were just chock full of associates.
Like crabs?
Yeah,
Yeah.
but like different size classes, numerous. It was just loaded. Just like from NOAA just flew past. All right, then if we want to go a little faster, and we can make a little tracks, try and find some higher density communities here. Just like one plex way off on the side and
Is that
a
a
sponge.
sponge?
Yep. Oh, our first Iridogorgia. It always happens. I say let's go faster, and then there's something new that we should document. So let's take a relatively quick look at the Iridogorgia. Just make sure there's no little corallivorous jellies. But this is our first Iridogorgia of the morning.
What was the shallowest one you found yesterday?
I know I know I look like Steve, but I don't have Steve's memory for.
Come on, Steve.
All right.
It's crazy when you get when we got the corallivorous jelly up in the lab. It's literally the size of
Oh,
your,
it's so small.
maybe a little bigger than a pinky nail.
Yeah.
Not much.
All right. I don't see any associates or any predators. All right. That's probably all I need. But actually, while you're here, let me just take a quick look at this hydroid nest and make sure that's all that is.
It's like a hermit crab.
Yep. Hermit crab, a couple barnacles, bunch of hydroids. All right. Full wide.
Looks big.
And it looks like a plexaurid. Here comes a couple of encrusted sponges, but compared to yesterday, they are few and far between, whereas they were pretty much everywhere all day yesterday. What's something swimming? What is that? I think it's a holothurian?
I think it's walking across the bottom. Right. it's just tumbling.
Can I go in on a minute?
We had breakfast yet for you?
No.
Is it jelly?
I believe it is. Some kind of scyphozoan.
It's a shape-shifting scyphozoan.
Yeah. Right. Right, who's taking over?
Tim,
Yes.
take over for you.
Okay.
There you go.
Alright, so we collected one from Node with a cute little crab. Or whip. We're not sure if it's chrysopod or from
Saw
Node.
it.
Okay, we saw it. And then we still just got the 2 cup corals.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Discus?
We have not seen any kind of hybrids at all. So no, it's fired no water samples.
All right. Are you taking your laptop? Taking your laptop?
That's Anna's already.
Oh, okay.
Take your pick.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
All right. Watch change. Good morning. Hi Ben. Hi Adam.
Morning, Adam.
How are you guys?
Oh, it's a PC.
We're good.
Randy brightens up my,
Huh?
so Randy brightens up my days full of energy.
I am always, even when I'm low energy, it's fake it till you make it.
Unlike Jimbo.
Unlike Jimbo. Aww. Cool. So where are we? We're at 3 already. We're almost at 3 already. All right. Let's do it.
So we haven't seen a lot. So
No,
that's really good.
on the west side. Okay. Can I snap zoom on these flexarids that we're going to pass? I'm pretty sure they're the same ones we've been seeing, but. Yep.
You want to take those there?
Okay, that's good. Oh, and there's a solitary hydroid. And I'm going to take a quick look at that too.
What's that?
A solitary hydroid.
Thank you very
Right
much.
there, you
Those
see
are
it,
the
Tim?
Same level of
Yep.
success.
Yeah.
You see it.
Beautiful. I love those. All right.
Sorry, I just wanted to get Chris that situation.
No, go ahead.
Okay.
We'll hang for a little while. Yeah,
No, I'm up.
have you checked the experiment yesterday?
Yeah.
And?
Looks good.
Oh, good. Woo! Tim, come on up. Yeah, come on, the 3 of us. It'll be fun. All right, let's do this thing. So we've had a little bit of a watch shift So I'm Randy Virgin. I'm a faculty member at Boston University. We have Tim Schenk from the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution.
Nana Gothier from Boston University and Harvard University.
And we are here with Ben and Adam on the ROV controls. And Jimbo doing all the things on the other side of the room. Okay, let's see. It is sparse. Where are we? Let's see, I'm still waking up here. We are at the very southern edge of the US EEZ. There's a scale worm. See it? Crawling along the bottom. And we are on the same feature we were on yesterday, but on the other side of it. And what we are doing is looking to see differences in communities on different sides of the seamount. And so far, some of the same players, but very different density.
Yep. Some of the same players, but very few of them. I just saw Narita Gorgia. I don't know if that's the first time or not, but that was
It was.
a single individual, right? Just really surprised at the lack of density, the lack of diversity on this side so far. we hit a lot, about 800 meters yesterday, and so there could be a lot more to come. But it makes a really interesting comparison for the two sides of the seamount.
We are at 906.9 meters right now and climbing. So we will see what we see, but it just goes to show you, if you dove this side of the seamount first, you might conclude that there's nothing here. But that's not at all true.
There's so much sediment.
Can we take a look at this coral in the back over here? Pretty please. Yep. See it? Thank you. Have you guys been seeing these bamboos?
Yes. Very early on, they were seeing I think they were seeing the holdfasts or stumps of these with the old dead ones. I think they have seen.
Okay, it looks
there's
half damaged,
Yeah.
so I'm gonna go take a quick look at this. Another solitary hydroid.
It's just Ophiacanthus on here, looks like. Let's see. There's something else.
You good? You're allowed. Yeah, my
Hmm.
Reef.
Well, I just see those. I don't see
I see a hermit crab.
any
It's
corallivores. What is that? That is a barnacle.
Is that regrowth? Or is that just...
That does look like regrowth, doesn't it?
Yeah.
What, Tim?
No, I was just calling out the barnacle.
Yeah.
I don't,
I
where's
see-
the regrowth?
Right
Sorry.
underneath your,
I don't know, but...
right here.
Ah. Yeah.
And there's another barnacle, and see to the left, and hanging out.
If you just took this dive alone, you would say that these brittle stars are abrading the corals, taking tissue away. It's really interesting. I keep talking about that every time I'm talking, and you just see more and more here.
Yeah,
Examples. Yep, there's a solitary hydroid.
there's a lot of them, so they're usually pretty rare, and another scale worm in the bottom too. So I think that we saw this on one of the other dives too. That when we went on the other side, where things were sparse coral-wise, there were a lot more things like solitary hydroids and predatory tunicates and some of the other fauna that we don't often stop to look at that are right there. Look, there's a path. Let's follow it. Let's go back up on our trail.
See, now I'm kind of curious to tell the path.
Well, you can go either way. You can, I don't really know how the landscapes might rejoin, so follow your nose, Ben. Oh, not Ben. Chris, you switched.
Yes.
Hi, Chris. I just didn't look. I didn't turn and look. I just heard the voice.
We're often mistaken.
I'm still waking up. I'm at only a half a cup of coffee into my day. Sorry, I apologize.
Okay, I was calling Brian and Steve all morning.
You were not.
I was. Yeah.
Really?
Well, we were coming up with nicknames. So
Oh.
we got Speedy Steve, or Speedy Stevie. But then, as I kept calling Brian Steve, and now Steve is Speedy Stevie. We're just gonna call Brian Steve.
Okay, good.
Then we got Take Your Time Tim, because he likes to like, look at everything on the corals, like really in depth.
That's a
I like
compliment. I like it.
it. Really cool Brandy. I don't know, still working on yours. Because everything is like really cool, so we're like, oh, it's really cool, it's not too bad. I don't know.
I'm just over enthusiastic.
Yeah.
It is. Yeah, really cool Randy works. Or something like that.
And I won't get one for you yet, not quite sure.
That's okay, I don't mind
I do believe I heard her
going
reference
by
as
my
banana
real name.
yesterday
I
by
call,
somebody.
I call her Anna Banana all the time.
Yes,
I really
overheard
think
that
we
one.
need team name shirts with like our nicknames in the back at the end. You know, like sports teams.
Do you like Anna? Do you like that one?
Anna
What?
Banana?
She has to say yes.
I mean-
Boston.
It's fine. I've been called it my whole life, so I'm used to it. I'm just glad I'm not little Anna. That's nice.
You want to call Big?
There's a big crab. Let's go check
That's
that out.
often why I'm called that, which is
So, I'll learn something this morning. When
ooh.
Yeah, another Chasion crab that we imaged earlier today.
Is that what we ended our shift on?
Look at it.
See,
It's got some strange coloration going on.
It immediately goes into a defensive posture. It's got barnacles on it. The other one did not. It's got something else. It's a dark
Wow, it's very.
Zorro.
What's going on?
Could
Is
be
it?
parasites on the side here. Just
Is he high stepping for?
Yes, he is.
he fills the pressure wave of the vehicle. As we move, we push water out.
But look, he's got a damaged claw. Both of them are the chelipeds.
Can't tell if his carapace is damaged too.
And he's missing a piece here.
You have to zoom. Yeah,
I'm gonna
yeah,
zoom.
Get into battle.
That's probably why he's so.
Defensive.
Yeah.
What do you
Lost
think
a
about that?
claw. No, it's got its claw there.
It looks like it from this angle, but yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't blame him for being on the defense after looks like he's been through it.
Tough life, yes. Scars all over the place.
Wow. I wish I could see the back of his carapace, but he's not going to move for us, I don't think. Well, I don't know. Oh, actually, his chelipeds look fine. It just
Yeah.
was when they were up.
Yeah, they were
They looked damaged.
into the page.
So it's just his leg then.
What's the discoloration on the right hand side?
I'm thinking about it. I don't know.
that
Tim
the
thinks it
base?
might be a parasite. I think it might be damage
Yeah.
and wound healing. Well, not really. I don't know. It might just be a parasite. What do you think? You think parasite?
Yeah, I don't see damage. It seems like it's a discoloration.
Well, but look at this over here. This is what makes me thinking. It's making me think of it. Ugh. Sorry, don't let me drive. See the back, of his leg over there?
Yep.
How it was black.
Yep.
And then this piece over here, where you get some
Yep.
pigmentation around
Yep.
That's the only thing I'm.
These things can be loaded with parasites too.
Oh, look at
What
what's
is that?
walking behind him.
Oh, that's a different kind of crab, Tim, and it's very cryptic. Wait,
Crawling in for you, so.
hang on. There it goes. See it?
Is that a homolid with a sponge?
I don't know.
It's like a homalid, a small homalid coral, a
Yeah.
homalid crab with it.
Come off the rock.
That's true camouflage. That's
Yeah.
much better.
That's a good
What is
one.
that? All right, should we follow the big one or the little one?
Deep.
Let's follow the little one. It's very cryptic. I'm worried we'll never see it again.
Tickled.
See it? It's still moving.
Yeah, that's funky up there. I don't know what that deal is there. Sometimes those bigger Chasion crabs go into the sediment and they get discolored from the sediment
Yeah,
line.
that's a
But
good
that's
call.
a really funky line on the back of its carapace. I don't
Yeah.
know.
So have you ever seen this before, Tim? You see
That little
this?
guy there?
It's
No.
very cryptic. And what's funny to me is that I don't know if it's a homalid that's holding something up or if it's a crab
What
that's
does it look
actually
like?
cryptic, but it's visual crypsis, right? It matches its environment that way, and that's
Yep.
strange. Oh, it might just be a homalid holding something.
Or it may just be
Is it a hermit
It's
crab?
a begurred crab, yeah.
Oh, it's a hermit crab holding a piece of sponge.
That's what
Well,
it
it
looks like.
fooled me. It did a good
Did
job.
too, yeah, it's very good.
Very little camouflage.
Yeah.
And then here's a little
It-
purple coral. What do we
we're-
have here?
900 meters depth.
Maybe the
See
coral
this?
now, or you want to do the
Coral, please.
Alright.
Have you guys seen this coral yet? Do you know?
Is it Victigorgia or is it a...
I don't know.
Could be stoloniferous if it's a ribbon, so we can take a look at it.
Mm-hmm.
We did see a purple stoloniferous coral.
Come around a little bit so we get a better angle on it.
Thank
Been
you.
sampled
That's
it around this depth too yesterday.
Do we get to give you guys nicknames too?
Yeah, of course. It's two-way street.
Awesome, Adam. Careful, Chris.
It's a mysid shrimp.
That's not an accurate thing, yeah?
No? Oh, I think we're always so careful when you fly.
I'm talking about my personal behavior, cut myself in things.
Oh, well, then I'll come up with something better.
Very common with that.
Carefree, Chris?
Careless.
No.
Yeah. So
So you don't have whatever.
this could be all one coral here, or I don't know what it
I
is.
don't know what it is. All right, can I
It
zoom
looks
in?
like
Am I good?
2023.
I don't wanna talk about it, Adam.
I already asked you to come as far as just go for it.
I'll let you read the email.
Tim, there's two tiny
Yep.
oaks on it.
Yeah. Are you all
God,
the
they
way,
find
are
each
you,
other little.
Are you all the way in?
I'm all the way in. I
Oh,
can't tell if
okay.
it's still in it for us or not. Can you?
No, I think it's not.
I think it's probably a Victor
I
Gordia.
do too.
Okay.
I do
Victor
too.
Gordia with two little oaks.
2018.
Oh wow.
What is-
Where? Do you know?
Somewhere between Mexico and Costa Rica, because I don't
nice.
remember exactly. December 18th.
Okay, and this crab really
2018.
wants us to image the
Oh
damage.
yeah, here's a good angle now.
Exactly. So while
Yeah.
we're here, let's finish the job.
No,
You
just
did
no.
our top, right?
There's a good way down the back. Is there
Oh,
something
yeah,
on?
our top of the video.
It's a little too close to the fire. No, it's just, yeah, it's the
It
blemish
looks
on the
singed,
carapace.
I agree.
Yeah, it's just,
Is that
but you know,
No, it's just the way it's formed. That's all I got.
I mean, they so frequently have barnacles on them when they get older. I'm just surprised it doesn't have more things attached, even hydroids and things. Yeah, I don't know.
Okay. It's big.
Yeah.
Let's keep going. I can't believe those teeny tiny little oaks that find the coral so quickly.
Yeah.
Do you have
a working hypothesis?
yeah.
Yeah, I think that the corals are shedding chemicals that are just calling cards. I think it's a strong chemical environment down here now. That's what I think.
I got contacted my dealership and I was like,
Can I
so,
I'm gonna quick snap zoom on the star too.
I contacted my dealer and I was like, so, what's the update? You know, we don't have an update for you.
I think it's eating something.
It's on something for sure. An old piece of rubble.
Yeah, I don't think that's a live species.
From Black Fork. There it is.
Okay. All right.
But I love the Bronco. You know, I
You get
like
even too.
the classic, not the OJ.
We're ready to flag. Okay.
Yeah, see, that's what I do this summer.
Oh no.
They have, I rip my finger off with the extreme common this one.
Oh, Shaggy, you good?
The worker, the turn, the plugging it in.
So maybe I should be careful, Chris. Careful.
Be more careful, Chris.
Yeah, be more careful, Chris. Sorry.
Guess you get paid by the cut, not by the thing.
I've seen some of these cuts.
You call us one of them, the worst one. Maybe one on the left or the right.
What up, people?
Okay. So let's see. So there's a star moving, Tim. Do you want to see that override? Or no?
Where? On the
Here.
coral? Or what do you say?
It's moving across the seafloor. It's actively moving. Do you want to see it?
Yeah, sure. See what it is.
And it looks like there's another Victor Gordia too.
That white,
Oh,
White
the
sea
white
star
sea
and a
star,
little
yeah.
purple nubbin. I think it's the same white sea star that's everywhere. They're just starting to move from the pressure waves.
If we set up for a second, maybe a good collection to have to as a background for isotopes.
Oh, okay.
which one do you want?
I think we're gonna set up and collect one of those white sea stars, one of those white birds in the
Right.
bottom. Thank you.
We need some middle stars that are not on the corals.
Program invoices will be ready for the
Got it from the Slack team. Hi, Russ. bunch of them.
Can we get a
so-
zoom before we sample?
Yeah, we're gonna zoom on it before we sample it, if that's okay.
We'll need to mark that so I can
Problem.
Little Hawthorne.
Alright, it's all yours. Will might be trapped.
Wow, that's so unusual.
Really?
Yeah.
Since you have to have.
I mean, it's got a perfectly round, flat disc.
Yeah, I have not seen it.
Alright, Anna, could you, set up for a sample? We're gonna sample this. Please. Okay?
Yeah, lasers on it. It's not very big, is it?
No, I had lasers on it before.
Kind of
It
tiny.
looks-
Yeah. Tiny. Yeah. Well. It's not nothing. That'd be good.
Alright.
Not here without any corals. What's our next number?
Okay. It's gonna be 524.
524 I.
1905. Okay, and after this sample, I am going to leave you and Anna for a little bit while I go check on a couple things, and I'll be back.
One open.
one has open.
Up and I will be back.
Alright. Should be able to reach
What is this? What is this? What do you want to call this? An ophio.
I can
I would just call it ophiuroid
Hey, you
for
bring
now.
it up.
Yeah.
It's white ophiuroid or big round disc. I don't know what
Go
it
ahead,
is.
Rich.
What jars are going into?
I don't know.
You guys actually stand by right where you are for a minute, and as soon as we get done with this collection, I will let you know what our next one will be.
I have a feeling we're gonna get corals pretty soon.
Oh yeah.
We'll be moving a little bit more. Alright, when you're ready.
There you go.
Beautiful. It's going into 2 or 1.
There it is.
Beautiful.
Well,
I see something going on.
no, he's there.
It's just there.
Alright. I'm going to very. I'll be
Coming
back.
back, keep going.
I'm coming back. I just need to get another cup of coffee and take care of something that just came up. That's what you don't mind.
Sure.
Would you like me to bring you a cup of coffee?
No, thank you.
Anna, would you like some?
Okay.
Okay. Do you want me to break down the experiment too at some point, or no? Is it still running? I just
no,
haven't checked
it's
it.
done.
We should just get the Madripoor in before they aren't.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
you can break it down. It looks like that.
I will be
Or
back.
I can do it too if you
No,
want to
no,
come
I'll be
back.
back as soon as possible.
Great, Darlene. If you want to continue on the last CA, finish heading towards that waypoint.
Okay. What is this?
Thank you.
Yeah, Brian. Or Alexis.
Yeah. Okay.
I come up.
Go. Good morning, all. Got it.
There you go. So far.
Thank you. Okay, we're ready. All right. You ready to go?
Ready to go.
Let's go. Okay. All right. Let's go up the mountain. See what happens.
Roger that. Take your time.
Yeah.
Ready for a new
You like
landscape.
that one?
Seeing that? No thanks.
You don't like it?
No.
Take your time,
I
Tim.
really don't like it.
That's okay.
I'm not.
It's gonna.
I'm gonna go whole wash without zooming at all. You watch.
I think he meant it as a term of endearment.
I think so too. That's how I take it. But I'm not gonna zoom in on that one.
You do whatever you want to do.
That's awesome. A what? No, I do. I like it. I like it a lot. I've been watching this morning, and I feel like there's some things we've already imaged and looked at. So I want to, given what we saw here around this depth yesterday, I feel like there may be more coming. If not, that'd be really interesting, really awesome in its own right. But here at 889 meters, we were deep into corals along the margins of ledges and.
Yeah, we had some of this at the end of our shift yesterday, but we were significantly deeper. I mean, 1,400 meters maybe.
Yeah, exactly.
So, yeah, I mean, I think we were in coral forests, you would call them, at this point.
Yeah. You have your top light on. Usually sometimes you have a light when you get a little more distance. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's just the way the camera's.
Could be your.
It probably is. We're trying to keep the ISO down, right? Yeah, you don't need to. This is something you touch very rarely. If you're set up right, you just touch this. Is the
Yeah.
iris?
What's happening?
Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, so.
Just, I don't know if it's giving me.
Weird feedback.
Trying to figure out which way's which.
There we go.
Got the outer cat, so that does.
Alright.
That's the worst.
That looks bad. Whoa.
It's just too hot in the center.
That's not bad.
There you go. If that holds.
That's not too bad yet.
Yeah.
Well, on your side, on this monitor,
Super green.
yeah, let's come down on the ISO and go up on the iris. Go up on the iris, Tim.
I think that's another bamboo up to the left.
It's it. Yeah, we'll swing over there and look at it. Get this flickering that's going on. I don't know if that's a.
It's a light.
It's a 1 hertz or is it a?
The big one, Anna?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Certainly got a pile of associates.
Sorry.
Yeah, I got it.
I saw Brian driving this morning. He was really good. He said definitely a natural.
That's better.
Take a close look at it.
Sure, we'll take a quick look.
Alright.
This is a lot of skeleton on the floor there. It's definitely a bamboo with a lot of ophiacanthids on it. And this morning I think they saw that, and these ophiacanthids were all aligned. They're really large here. They were lined at the top only,
Yeah.
getting their perch. And I noticed that the tips of these bamboo corals were devoid of any skeleton. So we'll see if this is the case here too. Didn't see any culprit other than these brittle stars.
Hermit crabs, are they just associates as well on the left there?
What are you seeing?
Left
Oh, yeah.
bottom.
Yeah. All right, let's start up here and quickly and look up here. Lasers are on the base. You get a sense of size. And I'm gonna zoom in up here. And I will focus. Going up. Maybe I don't have focus.
Can we get auto? Good focus. I'm gonna try that.
There it goes.
There we go.
Perfect. That's a nice
See the
shot.
polyps are all pulled in. You see a barnacle up here. Again, you see the tops of these branches are denuded. And right now, I don't know if this is a lot of abrasion from these spiny arms of these ophiacanthids. That's a great shot of the disc there. I'll go into the base here and not much left of this bamboo, just the upper regions.
To me, it's cool, but it's surprised it's made already done.
You see these arms waving constantly, just abrading the tissue, the skeleton. But in many cases, we see these ophroids on corals, and we don't see this kind of problem. So here we go. Here's the hermit crab. That we've seen several times on this cruise. It's the same shell. Do a few seconds of video of that. Looks like it's actually on some hydroids. Yeah. Okay. All right. That's great.
Good.
Yep, thank you. They've seen some analysis already today. I think that's what it is on the left.
Interested in the one on the left over there?
Okay, thank
Oh,
you.
no, let's keep going. I have a feeling, we're gonna.
We'll report that though.
Yeah, please. And then let me come up with ours again. The thing too that's difficult is that for this to go up,
Think? I'm gonna go, yeah.
to raise this up, you gotta go that way. To get this to go up, you gotta go that way. It's just really different.
So if you, yeah, that'd take a while to get the hands used to that.
I guess it's okay for exploring, Russ, if you wanna leave that on. I'll come up a little bit.
Oops, bamboo
It's a
skeleton.
bamboo skeleton, yeah. Just seems a little bit darker than normal.
Whenever I was co-piloting earlier, I had to have the ISO a lot higher than normal.
Than what I've got.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just
it was weird. Yeah,
it
it's
makes it
for whatever reason, it was darker.
It's not a bad idea.
This is a nice patch right there.
You wanna go down here? Just get a quick coming down. Too far?
Alright.
You got it. Oh, that's
That's way too high,
do it here without the rock in the field of view. Oh gosh, too close. All right. There's that same ophiuroids.
Much better.
There's another little hermit crab there. Okay, so I think I'm in full manual. That's fine. We've seen those. All right. Let's look up and see if that makes it any better here.
Yeah, go to
All right.
Always peering
So
over the
monitor
horizon
better.
here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, I was just saying, you're always peering over the horizon here, hoping you might see an outcropping. It must be even more intense when you're actually in a vehicle underwater or stuff like that.
See it, it's more of these. It's got different color texture or something.
It does.
It's different view.
It does. I like your monitor a lot more. No, it's just a bit. It's hot in here, and then it's dark out here. It's weird.
Maybe I can get these extra bits. See if I can adjust it. There's a menu in there.
Thanks, Russ.
Oh no.
No?
Yeah, yeah. It's a touch.
Oh no. need a
I think
light.
it's only the one in the back right side.
All right, yeah.
I can't get in.
All right, that's fine. I can't get mechanics. All right.
This one is completely out of the car. The contents are wrong. It's changed. It's too bright.
We have an ophidiid fish here. Maybe two of them?
There's not right.
I changed ours yesterday, it was in gaming.
All right.
Which made everything look blue.
Let's roll on, Chris. Let's just keep going. Good. You can deal with it when we get close up into things.
Change others.
That's all right. I just need to get to that. I'm good.
So on our way to waypoint 3, we've got
We have which one?
4. Sorry, excuse me.
Do you know
Ship's
any
backing up.
fun history about this seamount?
And it's funny because normally I come in with some little
Yeah.
factoid or some historical thing about some seamount somewhere, and this one I do not.
Oh.
I know. We were.
It's a different seamount
Yeah.
than the Winslow we visited in Pippa, correct? There's
yes.
multiple Winslows.
Yeah, this is our second dive on this feature, and only dive on this feature. We just mapped the top of it 2 days ago. Comes to about 200 meters depth. It's pretty shallow. And we were up there just yesterday on our last dive, or last night. It's
We had a
really-
full
really-
basket.
It's really neat up top. We saw a couple of sharks, and we could see the influence of the photic zone even at 300 meters depth. It's fantastic.
Yeah, we saw a reef shark there at the end. Is that a... You know what?
Yeah, we could take a look at this, Chris, while we're here. Yeah, I think it's just an Alp Samia. We'll take a quick view. That there's a really dark purple puddle star that lives in this thing, but if that's might be Magipora, that we haven't seen yet. Deep purple. I'll let you just drive it in and I'll wait. You need a light, Jimbo. Oh, he's got it.
It's start maybe zigzag, yes.
I don't know.
It's hard to
It looks like
tell, to be honest.
Okay.
So Magipora has, that's what I'm learning, has a distinct zigzag pattern to its branches.
And now I'm jamming.
And it's an analepsia,
For sure.
yeah. Great. And it does have an associate, too.
It does. You see the outstretched palms of any of these here, because they're translucent, down the bottom right. A lot of them pulled in, so two ophicanthid ophioids.
No. No, it's not, I don't know where it's at.
Good. I'm not surprised to see it here at this depth, 862 meters. It makes sense. Just not seeing very many of them. Should we white balance on that coral again?
Sure.
Just to see if that'll make a difference. Doesn't really fill the screen. But
Much better.
yeah.
Can we get some more pictures of that with better coloring?
Yeah, let me do some frame grabs.
Okay.
Good to go.
All right. Roll on. Yeah, I think I'm square.
Yeah.
What do you think of the geology of this area? Some of the pilots last night were saying that they thought even the pits in the rocks look different than like the magma flows we've been seeing.
Yeah, we're seeing more of a carbonates here rather than the fresh basalt rock, which is
Okay.
typically smooth. But even fresh basalt rock will have little nooks and crannies, like on mid-ocean ridges where animals really like to settle. But here, it's a different type of rock, a different type of weathering that it undergoes. It's funny because the previous seamounts we've dived on have had these long ridges that have come off, extended from the top of the seamount, and those are indicative of the volcanic origin of the seamounts.
Yeah.
And
When
nice
on the left?
bamboo in the left
Yeah,
corner.
sure, we can look at it. Yes.
I had to run it really hard this morning. It was super dark.
We just don't have those characteristics here on this seamount. It's more like a pistachio shell, half of it. I mean, it's just a round. It's
That's
very
what its
interesting. It's like half
profile
an
looks
egg.
like,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's right.
That's neat.
Thanks.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I feel like we just have a flashlight today. I don't know what's happening. Okay. It's an icidid bamboo coral. Not seeing any really bare skeleton except for the base. Okay. Just setting up here to take a couple pictures. I think we're gonna.
We just down a little bit so it's gonna clear up.
Yeah, they're much hotter over there now.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to come down this tip so we get some of the light, like harsh light up.
Yeah. Too much still?
Well, I mean, just for you.
For what you could see. I mean, I'm dark over here.
Yeah. I was just trying to, that's like really bright on top.
It doesn't change.
Shadow at the bottom.
I can't change the pilot camera, so. Anyway, I don't see any aplicopherans, crabs. I'm gonna go in, okay? There's a crinoid there with a prophylacantid.
I wonder what
Yeah.
that last bamboo we saw was filled, and this one has 2 associates.
I don't know. There could be some very specific associations, but there's none with this coral. I'm not sure what this coral is actually. I mean, it's a bamboo, but I don't know whether it's a Jason Isis morph. But we'll get some video here that'll be able to. I'll go on with polyps. We've already seen the branching patterns, really small polyps.
I don't know if I can always see those red dots in the center of them, or if it's just this particular angle is very good.
Yeah. Reminds me of Jason Isis for some reason, but I think it's more of a. It's not really that branching. So it doesn't branch much on the right side there, but it does on the left side. Anyway, all right. Got it. Thank you. That's all we need. I mean, actually, there are sweeping branches that go up. Oh, okay, sure.
just while we were just fixing our screen, so we had to go out for a minute, but we are back live. Yeah, it's up. It's in volume. Reminds me of Cousin It or something.
Cool.
Sorry, I'm
Green.
trying to-
Oh, that's fine. I just
What's that?
you just changed it and turned my screen blue to green. Like,
Take
whoa.
the plate off here.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's fine. It's fine. I just
That's a lot of glare.
Oh, it just surprised me.
Is that a black coral or is that a chrysogorgia?
I think it's a chrysogorgia, but it's really shaggy.
Yeah. There's another like knob semi up in the corner. Little one.
Alright. Let's take a look at this. See these polyps. Oh, I think focus is an issue too.
I mean, definitely looks like a chrysogorgia.
Yeah.
But what
Very
is?
shaggy.
Is that just a bottle brush that's super long?
I don't know. It's just a weeping willow of laurel branches. Just trying to get in on some of the. I'm gonna go up here and get it. Oops, sorry.
There is one associate in there.
Yeah, there
It looks
is.
like a shrimp.
I'm gonna try to get in on some of these polyps here. It's hard to see the branching exactly, but yeah. I think we're gonna sample this.
Too bad, things good to me.
Yeah, let's do that.
Something with it with red.
Yeah. I can't see the base very well, but yeah, okay, go ahead, sir.
And it's use number 16.
Send it to.
It may be a little light, it may be a little sticky, but mostly light, but maybe something like that.
Okay.
I don't think it's too big for a quiver.
No, I mean, in fact,
Yep. Come across a real shaggy chrysogorgia here. $855 meters.
It's just close.
Is that a shrimp or a crab?
I think it's a shrimp.
Okay.
But I'll keep watching too.
I thought these are loose and or something. What do you do?
Okay.
Yeah, it's a shrimp. You see that?
Something right there?
Yeah, nice. Yep. It's got that gorgia type.
It was, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. Yeah, the whirls. They're just not as pronounced.
Yeah, that'd be extra.
Is it all on the cut? There we go. Nice. Yeah. 525.
Yeah. Because the last one was 5 to 4.
Hey, hey, hey. It's like Adam's dog house.
Maybe a little floaty, but it's quite a bit there, so.
Yeah, I'm trying.
Alright, we'll watch this. See the cameras close to your arm.
Sample into two.
We did that when it was open quiver, but that's funny. I didn't realize you were kind of joking at first. Still early.
Look at the little shedding branches.
I had to give Alexis and
Good catch,
Brian
good
a lot of
catch.
credit. They looked pretty good for only getting whatever it was, 3 hours of sleep.
Yeah. Nice.
It was impressive.
Nice.
It was not an easy one to get into a quiver,
There you go.
Nope.
and Russ made it look pretty easy. So, alright, quiver 13, 525, Crazy Gorgia, very shaggy, possible Gorgia.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think it's Gorgia, but it's a weeping willow. I think I've seen it before. I just can't.
Okay. I was gonna say cousinette, but
That'd be good.
I
too.
think I like
That'd be good,
weeping
too.
willow. It's more majestic.
You know, these species names are things we use. Yeah. Useful tools for us.
Figure that one out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I texted Steve a picture, or on Slack, so we'll see if he gets back to us, but I'm guessing he's sleeping. These back-to-back dives, we're gonna take our sleep where we can get it.
36.
There you
I was
go.
there that days.
Hi, John.
Alright.
Thanks for tuning
We'll
in.
leave it there. What's the worst gonna happen?
It's just actually works really silly.
I remind you. But I force out. Actually.
Yeah.
Or not.
Yeah, see.
Oh, there it goes.
Okay.
Tell you.
So you can see data coming in from the manifold through the tubes. But it's still a place on battery rather than it's terrible.
So if you got any good photos from your camera?
What's that? Yeah. I couldn't check last night's or yesterday's data, but yeah. We have a what? I have a Woods Oceanographic GoPro camera attached to the front of the vehicle, so every dive, to take the camera off and download the images. And it's just a still picture taking an image every 5 seconds. And so we're getting a good documented run of a GoPro type camera. It's 12 megapixels, so it's just keeps a good record of it. But when we're on walls and things, it gives another wide angle perspective. That's really nice to have.
I could, much better. Yeah, I could just line it there. Yeah. I just put my iris down on that one. This one's the 1250 usually that would be super fresh.
Yeah.
Like, can't look at it right.
Yeah, just see you got a lot of sediment drained over these outcrops. Not much of the way it sets off fauna here. This just seems hot and blue, and yes, even focus is difficult. That's what's going today. I felt like it was really in tune yesterday. Let's take a look at this, Chris, for a second. I'm not sure if just a fish, but I can't. Or if it's a floaty. I'm going to go halfway in. It is. It's just a fish.
What is? Wow, that's a really interesting looking fish. What do you call a fin protruding from like underneath versus like the dorsal? I guess those are not really, they're just wide side fins, pectoral, yeah. Very attractive fish.
Interesting. All right. I have no.
That's a bright yellow right here.
I'm just.
I mean,
This is what we saw yesterday too. Yeah, so take a quick image of this. I can where the lasers are now, it's fine. No.
oh,
We'll hit both of them.
okay.
Whichever one you want to line up on, I'll go to.
Oh, is that like a little analopsamia, a little yellow one?
Looks like it. This is about where we picked it up yesterday too. We're at 850 meters. Get a good sense of the slope of it coming up. Okay.
Alright.
It's gonna be super hot. Here we go. So this is a Ficantid on a little stick.
That's something, if Jason says that's a new fish for him, I mean, he watches a lot of ROV dives. It's
Yeah,
cool.
Ficanthids. Let me just see something.
Oh, yeah, is that a
Look at some of the
flexor?
morphology here. I want to see. Wow. There we go. So we collected yesterday. Sorry, I just hit that. All right. Okay.
So the kinds that are on the sand that are little and white, and
Yeah.
I mean, I know we have astrostema as well, like on corals, but like, are they a different species?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. Could do it here if you wanted to, that's for sure.
That little squatty in the corner.
There's an Alp Sam, yeah.
Are those? Yeah. What is floating? Like, is that just?
Anemone? No, that's a,
What is that called?
it's a serpulid worm.
Okay.
That's a, we've seen those on each down, I think, and these are kind of rocks.
Yeah. I'm just gonna remember.
Yeah. Wow.
Okay, I'm
Nice
go.
moment in the sun, right?
I know. That's
Little beauty
crazy.
shot.
There we go. Okay. So we got the white morph, we got the yellow morph here. Bunch of crazy ophiroids. Alright, let's go. Yep. 850.
There's your GoPro.
Yeah.
I meant to ask you, did you do any, how did you end up preserving that egg sac that was on the metallic Gorgia last night?
I went into ethanol.
Okay.
So I don't know who was on watch when we sampled a metallic gorge early on yesterday, but we had a olive colored golf ball size
That's right. Yeah.
thing, right? So in the past we've figured out that octopus, number octopus laid their eggs. That's what octopus egg. So got it up yesterday and took it out of the sheath that it's normally in, that olive covered covering. Got a nice little white egg out and delicately cut it open, and it was just goo, with maybe a little bit of an embryo in there. So, confirming it over here in this part of the world, we found it in the North Atlantic first. That's really the only place we've ever confirmed that it exists, off New England. But so anyway, I think it is a Dumbo egg here. So, and we saw another metallic gorgia this morning early that also had that kind of a thing on it. So yeah, it went into ethanol eventually.
Cool.
I'd like to get another one. We can get one for DNA work. Anyway. You seen anything?
No.
Another rock you see.
Other than
Yellow?
that demo
Or the
sponge.
red? That's a sponge, yeah.
Okay.
We're good. Seeing the shrimp too. Then. Yeah, I'm so hot. I can't. Yeah, underneath the rock there. Did they sample a rock yet?
No, we've not. Do you have more?
Yeah, if you see a loose piece, or maybe one here, like even that one
You
there.
can probably grab some.
And then we got white balance too next to it. There's a lot of little rocks in here we want to sample.
Which one you wanna go for?
Any of these over here. I mean, I saw this one first, but there are all these here. Right up in here.
Just get back.
There's some up in-
These have a manganese coating on them too. They're black. This depth here, we should be seeing mostly carbonates. Okay.
Try to save those blades down here. They're bringing it closer to us.
Yeah, bring it everywhere. Just see what it's trying.
You think these are all in place? I mean, I was looking at that one.
We're gonna look at this one here.
Okay. Okay.
I know.
Let's get a good image of it here before we put it in the basket. You can see where the end of the fingers are where it was in the sediment.
Well, it's just remember what I'm saying.
That's all just crust. I don't think there's any rock in there.
No, there's not.
Didn't they say they want a crust now though?
They want what?
That's pretty crumbly.
They want to crust with the rock.
I think we'll try
Are
it
you?
on.
Yep, I agree. You got the camera. Sorry.
You want to go, Russ? Blue, you think better?
Yes, you did.
Let's get a close up before he grabs it. Maybe we can.
Just try to look and see which one's the loose parts before we.
Yeah.
So bright now.
No.
Let's go somewhere else. Let's
Yeah, it's fine. Yep.
It's not optimal.
I just thought I saw some loose ones, and I agree. Let's try it somewhere else. Got it? I'll come out to where
Morning, Sodor. Afternoon. Yeah, morning still. What's that?
What's what? The shiny thing? Let's take a look.
Ooh, shiny.
Shiny.
Easily distracted here.
I know.
This is what's shiny for you. Giant pearl shard.
It's a giant pearl shard. I can claim it.
Like, name it. Looks like the inside of a mussel shell.
It does look like it. You can't think right. You don't have one of them.
No.
Great necklace.
I know. It's my Christmas gift for someone.
You
It's,
ready?
just
Okay.
kidding.
You drive.
Oh, yeah.
I'd rather. I like it when you drive. No, you guys are much faster. Okay. Yeah, this focusing thing is really. I don't think I have control.
No.
It's like an abalone shell. I missing something? Brachiopod shell. That's they don't look like that. This is maybe I'm totally missing it. It looks like a bivalve or a limpet shell. And it's a foretelling of things to come. Up slow. Let's go. Wow. One shiny valve. Bizarre.
Yeah, I saw something blue, but I don't know what it was.
I see a couple corals on this rock, which is more than I can say for where we have been.
Another plexar, I think they saw earlier today.
So hard. Bamboo
Let's take a look at this one. This is
or acantha.
Acanthogorgia, which I think they saw earlier. It could just be a flying zoom is enough. I think we've seen this one actually.
Can't find it closer. It looks like a fire.
That's good. That's good. I'm sure.
Yeah.
All right. Come up. Yeah, that's what that is. Okay.
Anthogen.
Yeah. To the darkness of the deep sea.
It's a big fish.
Enough, whatever.
Oh wow.
That was.
I had no focus. I got.
What was it? Didn't see it.
Fish probably.
Just a big. I'm gonna
My,
open
my
up a
fish
little bit.
identifying skills are very,
A
very
little limited.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fish big.
Yeah.
Imagine they like one in the bed.
Yeah. This is just so grainy.
You try to look at the shutter speed, see if that's yes, it shows grainy.
60's been on the ground, right?
Yeah, it's 50 or 60 depending on the light. But
But the problem is just the way the ISO is real high, so we ground there and open up this.
Kind of. Is
I'm
that
gonna
a
go ahead
sea
and just look
star?
out while he's driving.
Or no, it's an urchin. Oh no, it's a star.
It's a star. What happened there? We saw that yesterday.
that's
What's that?
auto.
That Batman with the cape.
What did
I don't know that one. I'd have to.
That's all.
I didn't have time to look some of these up yesterday like I wanted
do you
to.
want to look at that?
No, we're okay.
Okay.
It's super grainy.
I do think this like constantly searching for things gives me the weird dreams in addition to being on the boat. My dreams are always about like missions and searching for things now. It's so weird. They're so vivid.
We could do some dream analysis up here on the front row.
Yeah, I know.
Analyze your dreams.
Tim
You gotta
Shane,
be
dream
careful.
analysis.
Hold
Professional.
on, I'm just saying something.
Yeah, Rod, go for it. If you could.
Okay, that's better. Can you hold up the house? That's it, Max. Yeah, ISO away.
Yeah, we're just trying to adjust cameras here, and because we're having different screens have different intensities, and it's you get a feel for how tough it is that we're
Another
hot in some
Alexandria.
places, so we're troubleshooting that right now.
Slightly better.
Yeah, I agree.
It's better.
You're still blown out. What's the ISO on? Curiosity. Is it
ISO
different?
is 500.
What is
It's a big fish.
what does ISO 800 look like?
Those 500.
I usually don't go above 800 because it gets really grainy.
That's 640.
Yeah.
That's 1,000.
Yeah. Wow. It's also my depth of field is really low. I have my ability to focus in is really shallow.
Depth of field just means that you have to close the iris a little bit.
Yeah. Well,
But then it will be
it'd be really dark as we're trying to look out. It's, strange.
maybe just be closer.
829 meters deep going. Nice fish has been following us around a little bit. Not influenced at all by the pressure wave that we're putting on the front. Seeing some stalks with astroschemic like ophioids on them. Little scaphalopod shells. Or perhaps it becomes a Ridogorgia, I think. No, that's the Shaggy Chrysa that we sampled earlier. We saw we had a shrimp in it last time. Yeah, just the drive-by is good here. I'm okay with that. Yeah, shrimp at the bottom. Two shrimp in there with the Kairos salad. That's good. I've seen that a few times too. So if the acanthids are dominating here, we're going to lose those probably in about 200 more meters, 300 meters. As we'll shift into a different transition or zone of other corals. Okay. I'm not going to touch the camera unless I absolutely have to. So lots of little pits and holes here. Crabs love. You may see crab faces peering back at you.
No, this is the best we've had it. It's about to go really good.
For what?
I said this is the best it's been in like a hot second.
Yeah.
Yeah, this camera's from the top.
Coming up on a boulder here, super outcrop. A promontory rather. So let's see what that is. Yeah, let's look at that.
Large prinoid.
Although we've seen this one too.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got that one.
You want to sit down and look at this? Or just
No, we're gonna fly. If I can zoom now,
yeah, of course.
I'll get what I need.
Couple different
Yeah, so they imaged this, and I think they sampled this morning already. Some of those oaths, and they're still, the oaths on the floor are the same. Yep, that looks good. Yeah, I'm happy. That's a good snap too.
Is another Alpsemia or
Where, up here?
no? Right in front of us.
Yeah, absolutely. The large one right in front of us.
Yes.
Yes.
That
I'm,
one.
As I'm squinting to look off in the distance. That's Metallogorgia.
Nice.
So we'd like to do a little bit of a zoom on this. We got
Yep.
that one in.
Yep,
This
alright.
one here. Yeah. This is where those eggs were in yesterday.
A lot of fish, but more fish than I've seen.
Picking up a little bit. A few more mysids and shrimp here. Oh, there's a pair here. Both have an Astroschema ophiuroid in them. We might actually have two kinds here. This may be a different Metallogorgia than this one. We sampled 3 yesterday that are 3 putative species. I should say. I was talking yesterday about how planar some of these Metallogorgias were in there. The one on the right is more planar than this one. It's more of a round bush.
Mhm.
It has something to do with the way the shape of the branching V's up into the base. So we have to look at the base to see which ones these are. Yeah, you good?
Okay.
Okay.
Looks like we could have.
So there's that.
Oh, and there's a
Metallogorgia.
shrimp as well.
There is a shrimp in there. Let's make sure we document that. It's important. Coming off?
Interesting. Yeah, I'll go back after this. Tentacle.
Coming out.
I'll go back after this.
So that might have been Methanotrichus here in front of us. And then the other one's a different species. So we're going to go in. I don't think I have focus. Everybody.
Do we have any idea about the lifespan of echinoderms in the deep sea like these?
No.
Okay. I know we talked a little bit about that yesterday, but I was just thinking a little more about the.
There we go. There we go.
Beautiful.
Super
huh?
hot. Super hot. Super hot.
Decrease size, so that's okay, Jamie, but I
I can't change that either. There, thank you. So that's
What are these little brown things?
where.
These just polyps.
Yeah, I think this is
Set
the
of
back
eyes.
side of it.
Yeah.
Can I go to the back? I wonder. Where's the shrimp?
Yellow.
Yellow.
Got everything cleaned, the madrepore experiments running.
Oh.
BCR films
Okay.
are just
so-
as bad as.
Yeah, so we also found fish eggs.
Are they worse?
In this?
Metallogorgia.
No, that's where we did it
So
yesterday.
we have a theory here too about how Metallogorgia grows. We have a series
Take your
that,
offer to get a coffee.
that those little
Take your
clusters
offer to get a
of
coffee.
polyps just below the main group of polyps or branches up there is actually part of the juvenile stage, and they drop those branches and just end up with this top. I call them poodles, but it's whorls of branches here. So,
Hello.
Hello.
Sorry about that.
Oh, it's okay.
I saw
How are
some
you?
crazy, wispy, very plumy Chrysogorgia earlier. Did that really happen?
The weeping willow. So I'm just gonna sit here and
You
drink
don't-
some until I don't have. Do I have control?
Did you find any more eggs?
I don't feel like I have
On this
control.
thing?
That's not, what?
Did you find any more eggs?
I'm looking. I mean, I feel like I'm. What?
A little
You want me
better.
to keep going? It is?
It gets a little better. Yeah. Alright, I'll try it mine.
I got it. So,
There goes, there goes.
is that me or you?
It's
You.
gonna keep spinning.
It's like a
mouse on a treadmill.
treadmill.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
You know, you guys just in the background laughing.
Gotta power this shit somehow.
Sorry. All right. So I think this is actually maybe a different type of metallic gorgia. We'll sit here for a few minutes or a few
How do you know?
10 seconds. The shape of the central branching group here, right?
I just was wondering if it was younger and
it's
so
more
it's
flat.
growing. Maybe, I don't know.
That too.
It's such a weird. Don't you just want to watch them for like 20 years? Like it's with the time lapse video.
It wouldn't be bad.
What?
It'd be relaxing.
No, I just mean a time lapse. So you know, you get a
Agree.
shot once
No, I
every
know.
6 months.
I'd love to. We'd see fish lay eggs in here. We'd see octopus lay eggs in here.
What was the egg last night? I missed it.
What's that?
What was the egg last night?
I don't know. It was not developed,
Oh,
whatever it was, but there was certainly yolk in there.
wow.
Very proteinaceous. All right. Okay. Thank you very much. Let's keep going. 24.
You're reading the proposal, coming out of the same spot every 6 months. Like,
You want me to do that?
hey,
I don't see a problem with that.
yeah, cool to me.
I like hanging out with you guys too. It's the problem is batteries, right? Like if you had a camera that could just, with a flash, that could do that, you could just leave it down and come get it.
We've actually had to go recover things that have been down for a while.
Yeah, but they haven't been continuously recording for
Right.
that long, right?
They're thinking like native motion. I don't know. It's pretty cool stuff.
It's the future. Another one of these plexurids.
Yep.
But yeah, I'm happy to switch.
Where'd she go?
She went to go grab a cup of coffee and she's coming right back.
Right. I think I need something like that.
Oh, you haven't eaten yet.
No, I'm fine. I'm fine.
Okay.
I'm fine.
Tim, your machine.
Just, no,
Look at all these shrimp. There are so many. Have you noticed the high abundance?
No, we're good. Oh, I'm sorry. Good. What, the shrimp?
Yeah.
We had an uptick in fish for a second. I mean, it's just not like it was yesterday, but. it's really
Where are we?
good.
818 meters. Well, things are going to pick up, right?
Yeah, that's
700
what I keep-
meters?
That's what I keep saying.
Now that I'm here.
Or even here, now that you're here. That's right.
We got the Tim and Randy
Cue
show.
the coral.
Cue the corals.
You see this dark range here?
I do.
I was trying to get rid of that. But if you get rid of that, you just
Can't.
this gets so hot you can't see what's there.
You can ask them to turn more lights on.
No, I think
yeah.
we did that. So we got.
What do I got? Dead coral. Could be an Alpsamia.
Yeah, we've seen the yellow morph and the white morph now.
Okay, you have?
Yeah,
Alright.
not in any abundance, just a few colonies.
Fish. Is this one of these
I haven't really
tunicates again?
sampled either.
That's okay. I mean, you'll be grateful for it tonight
Yeah,
when
no,
you're in the
I-
lab late. I mean, every sample is precious, but so is every minute of sleep out here. So it's always a toss up. Are these all hermit crabs with these little long scapopod
scapopod
shells?
shells, yeah.
Yeah.
We had a point where they were really abundant.
The scapopod shells or the hermit crabs?
Both. No, I guess I should say the shells.
What is that?
Take a look or not?
Coral.
Yeah, let's take a look at this. For a second. Yes, please. Left.
Around each of their view of it.
Yeah.
So I just set up a little experiment in the respirometer.
Who's in there today?
Madrepora.
Madrepora.
Madrepora. So we'll figure out the basal basal breathing rate of Madrepora. I just did straight up replicates. Nothing fancy.
What is this?
I do not know. Do you? It's
Need some
fuzzy
more
all the
branches
way
on
down
it.
to the
Need
bottom.
some more branches.
No, but look, it's got
Yeah.
polyps all the way down to the base, which is
Oh, I
what's
know.
giving me.
Well,
It could be. It could be a bubblegum coral, but I don't know.
it's a bubble. I was thinking Swiftia.
It's delicate. I think bubblegum.
You do?
I do, but I don't know. For sure. Look, there's a hermit crab on it. Can you tell by the associate?
Not quite, because
Yeah, I
this,
think it's a
this,
paragraph.
this is, you do?
Yeah. You really don't?
You want to sample it?
Let's see if anyone on Slack has an opinion. There may not be anybody on Slack right now. Everyone's probably sleeping. Sure.
What's that? Somebody said sure?
No, I'm just checking to make sure anybody has a comment. I think it's paragraded because look at the edges, look at the tops.
No, I agree with you at the tops. It
And
just,
it's definitely flexible. And it's got that knob. It's got that
all right,
bubblegum
you're
look.
right. It goes
I
down.
don't know.
Yeah, I
but
know.
Is this an Ophiocanthid?
Yeah, but it's a white morph, the type of yeah. It's not quite. Yes. It's not just.
Yes, got it.
I don't know.
It's also.
All right. Let's get a little sample. Can we?
Yeah,
May we? We
Yeah.
okay?
If we had the Coral Pop Push Popinator 3000, I would try it on this thing.
These are some good polyps. to
There are
try
some
it
good
on.
polyps, but I now know where the goods are kept, where the chefs, where the seafood. It was in the refrigerator, not the freezer, Russ. It was in the refrigerator in one of the refrigerated drawers, which is why we couldn't find it last night. I spoke to the chefs. Well, it's one of the drawers too. I thought they froze it. So, sorry. Next time.
Is it bad enough to sit if I do my plates?
I think Tim needs a little break. Sure.
What are you doing? You got some stuff to do?
I was just gonna do my plates that you
Oh, she's.
Do you want to take a break and get something to eat first and then come back up?
can do it anytime. It's not a big deal.
Just gonna get a couple.
just because you left
Quickly.
doesn't mean
Go get a cup.
It's all right.
Come back up.
corals will look.
Yeah.
Tim and Randy show. It'll be fun. I love playing with you.
Coral.
So, yeah. 'Cause this is just
Yeah, yeah.
driving.
ready.
526.
You're gonna take a sample here, Russ. Kind of curious what's gonna happen when I forge out. We don't really need to forge out. You get it right there. Easy. I'll forge out.
That shell is good.
Not get the shell. Almost they want to get the shell.
Be nice to have the fluid on there, the brittle star.
Right, okay. So
Right, just below that.
approximately half.
Yeah, come in. I would think come in from the side. Yeah, and just do that.
There we go.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
That's a little crab, a little hard crab.
Alright.
You know,
What?
Wrong arm. Wrong arm.
I would explain why it's not working.
I just didn't see this yesterday.
Nope.
Maybe somebody else did, but I didn't see it.
I didn't see it either. I
So-
think we should calculate the slopes in these tracks sooner rather than later and get them done, right? Isn't that easy to do while we're here with later maps?
Easy to do. It's very easy to do, I think.
I think so too.
So, I think, yeah.
When you do slope calculation. rocking Russ. Okay, we've had a little bit of a watch change. Now you have me. Sorry about that. Randy Rogen, Boston University, and
Anna Gauthier, co-mentored between Boston University and Harvard University.
and we are flying with Chris and Russ. And we've got Jimbo in the control room doing all the dive management, meaning data management, live stream management, sensor management. We're doing a great job. We are flying up the hill here. We're ready to like move whenever you're ready. And it looks very different from yesterday, which is very interesting.
Yeah, like totally different.
We are on the same feature that we were on yesterday, which is a small little seamount in the Winslow reef complex at the southern, very southern tip of the US EEZ on the Kiribati border. And we are, it's a shallow Giot feature that tops out at whatever, let's see, 190 some odd meters. We made it to the top yesterday. We're going to make it to the top again today. We started at around 1,200 meters, and we're currently at 809.6. Yep, let's take a look at that when it comes up, the white one.
Oh, no,
That's a
it's
little
just
sponge.
encroachment.
Yeah. Oh, beautiful. There's an Anthomastus to the right, a Plexurid to the left, and I think an Analopsamia straight ahead. And a little cup coral on the top. So while you're logging, you've got all the things. Oh, is that I don't know if that's, no, I just want to look, please. I don't want to collect right now. Oh, it's,
Attached, really.
I don't think there's anything left alive on this.
No, looks like it's just been fallen down, I think.
Yep. So I think this is a dead coral, and I actually think it's Madrepora, because there's polyps on all sides. And then I'm going to take a quick look at this pink one over here. It's not an Anthomastus, that's an Anemone. I was too quick. So could you amend that, please, if you wrote it? I apologize. But that was a Plexurid, so we have a dead Analopsamia, a live anemone, a little cup coral, and a Plexurid. And they have all of these scaphopod shells. Can I zoom in on one of these too? Sorry, Chris. Any one of them, any one of these white long shells. Just want to see if there's anyone living in it. And then we have a primnoid coming up on the top, which we'll take a look at. So quick zoom here, and then we'll go back up to the primnoid. So I've been seeing hermit crabs in these shells, and I'm just trying to figure out if every single one of these is inhabited. And right away, you can see there's a small hermit crab in this one too. Every single one of these is inhabited. That's crazy. All right, I'm ready to go look at the primnoid up to the left. Sorry, it was so fast. I just zoomed in, zoomed out. Got it done. Did you type hermit crab, please? Excellent. I left the Balteria and Zfix labeled and sealed, but on our bench because I don't know where you're storing them all.
Oh yeah.
Sorry, I just want to let you know it's there waiting for you.
I moved them yesterday to containers.
We've got a Plexurid and some kind of primnoid. This looks like Narella to me. And maybe a demo sponge tucked in the corner in that little crevice.
Come down and look up and do the best view of that.
Okay, that's perfect. Just tell me when.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. That is a little demo sponge, so let's just take a little look at that. Always interested in characterizing the sponge community and spongivory. Oop. Let's see. We have some waviness, but we're good. Oh, great job. We've got lots of little inverts tucked into these cracks here, right? You can see the squat lobster, chirostylid crab, a lot of little oafs, a bunch of little hermit crabs zooming around. And then on here we have a ton of these spiniophoroids on this Narella primnoid, which is really classic. We've seen a lot of this, but there's a lot of these. You can see these have their polyps sticking straight out, and they're opposite, unlike the polyp down one we saw earlier. Okay, I think that's really great. Thank you. Yep. I'm gonna zoom out. And let's keep flying. So let me just make a note of that. 2034. Fish. Okay, we've got a bunch of little cup corals in here too. Let's take a quick look at them. Make sure they're the same. That's what I heard. I missed it, but I'm excited to go back and check that out later. Like it sounded like it was a carpet of cup corals.
It's mostly
Like really wall-to-wall carpeting? I like how much space in between.
It was like 1970s fragments.
I love those.
Yeah, exactly what you got there.
Might. Okay, I'd like to take a little look at this up here. Yep, so we've got, and that's another bubblegum coral, so another paragorgid, a pink one in the middle. I'm going to take a quick snap zoom and all 1, 2, 3
Was
in
the
any
one
order
you
you
saw?
want.
Was the one you collected a bubble gum and not a
I'm
Swifty
pretty
yet?
sure. Yep,
Oh, okay.
but we collected it just to make sure. So paragorgia. Flexurid. And let's just take a quick look at what this is so that we're sure. Can I zoom in? Okay. Ooh. I think it's another primnoid. Yes, it is. With one ophoroid, 2 ophoroids. One's tucked underneath it, you see?
Mm-hmm.
It's very small. Let's see if I can get some focus here. All right, that's great. Thank you.
Alright, and then there's two more to the right.
Just want to look at the pink one, please. See, there's another dead base over there. Ooh. Oh, I keep going the wrong way on that. Sorry. It's right here in the middle. It's just really dark right now. Perfect.
Come down low, I can better angle on it.
Great. It just has such a strange growth form to me for a paragorgid. And the other one did too. So maybe it's a Swiftia, but it looked so paragorgid-like.
Yeah, the polyps look too close together. Then again, I'm no expert, but
Alright, I'll stay low so that you can get a better view.
Can I move up?
Yep.
Okay. So we'll take a look at both since they're so close together, and they're right here. I'm not Tim when it comes to this, but I will try and. I still think it's a paragorgid. It just has a very. See how one side is highly branched and one side is really not? It's just young, I think. But really cool. So can you mark that?
I did.
Oh, good. And then let's take a look
I wonder
at.
though if this isn't a Canthagorgia.
I was just looking at that. That's why I want to take a look at it. It is very hard to tell unless you can get a close-up on the polyps and see if they are spiky. If they have spiky polyps when they're closed, it's diagnostic of an Acanthogorgia. So we are looking for spikes, for closed polyps with visible spikes. And this is a really hard view because it's so lateral, but we might have our chance. Yep, I see them. Oh, here we go. Here's our chance. Other way. I think you might be right.
Yeah.
So let's call that an Acanthogorgia.
Yeah.
And there's those like little you see those ophoroids, those little almost translucent
I
ophoroids?
thought it was a sponge for a second.
No,
Like
I'm
growing on
not
the
sure if they're
coral,
still
but you're right.
alive. They could just be dead and decaying. You see that? But
We
they're
should get a good image
translucent.
of that because we don't know how they die.
I'm trying. This is about as good of an. Let me see if I can get. It's hard to get focused because they keep swaying.
What's that?
You see the dead brittle star, right here?
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to focus on.
Yeah, a little bit easier.
Yeah.
I can-
Zoom in. I can't. I'm
I can
at
bring you-
max
I can
zoom.
bring you in.
Okay, that'd be great.
Alright. Well, I got.
Okay, can I zoom in? Okay. So let's check this out. Oof. Oof, oof. Oh, hello. Let's see. Let's see if I can get, maybe this will be better.
Tim often presses like autofocus and then he'll spin the wheel.
Is that what he does?
Yeah.
He seems to have this down. Auto. It's just, it's so wispy. It's really hard to get a good focus on. Do I have manual? I do.
Yeah.
Because I'm getting on the back. I just can't get on the. I know this sounds crazy, but I'm wondering if that coral is actually able to slowly digest these dead ophorides. Or,
That's an interesting.
I mean, look
idea.
at them, right? They're attached. It's one hell of a meal. I mean, it's a completely crazy idea, but I don't
There's
know.
another arm kind of hanging off the left side of the collar.
I'm really trying to get a good look at this.
I could try to reposition you more side on,
I think this is the right side to be on. It's just so wavy. Oh, maybe I think maybe. So there's one over here too, Chris. And there's one over here. Let me try this way. I just really want to get a good look at this. I'm sorry to take so much time.
Maybe open up the iris a little bit, or reduce the light level.
I'm what?
If you open up the iris.
Open it up?
Yeah,
Okay, I was
reduce
going the
light
other way
level.
around.
There you go. See if I can reduce the light a bit. You zoomed in all the way?
I'm zoomed in all. Nope, I'm not. Now I am. You guys think you can do this faster? Better? You want to give it a shot?
Okay.
I give you control.
Focus. Try to focus out.
yeah. We're gonna do it in front, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Try again.
Hold on. Focus in the very back. I'm just trying to.
So those are flip flopping on just RxTX. There's no ground on it.
You're going over to
The actual power ground.
yeah. Just double check things.
Can I try to focus?
I got the meter on.
So I've seen this a couple of times, and after I've been really interested in thinking about coral food, what their energy budgets and what major food sources can be. And if you have something like this that just kind of, like there's two of them that just kind of stick on, you could keep you busy for a while. Or it could just be stuck because it's mucusy and sticky. I don't know.
There you go.
There we go. I'm almost there. Okay. Come on.
There you go, that's good.
Almost. Oh, this is so frustrating. Corals just stay still. But you see how there's one here in the middle, and there's one here to the left. And I'm pretty sure that's not alive. I'm pretty sure that's just a... No, it's not just there's no coloring. There's no... Like, it just doesn't look... Like, it looks half gone. So I don't know if it's just slowly decaying and sticking onto the coral, or if it's actually slowly being ingested. So I'm kind of hoping to get a little glimpse of what the polyps are doing, but it's not behaving for us. So the only other thing I can think of, there's no way we can get up here and look at it from this view, is there? Sorry to do this, but it's a really interesting look. Thank you. Fish. So in my lab, one of the things that we studied are energy budgets of corals, dynamic energy budgets, and trying to think about all of the energetic resources a coral has in terms of ingestion and what it can take in and what it can produce, and then all of its energetic and metabolic exports. What does it need to spend energy on? And I don't know at all what an energy budget for these deep sea corals looks like. We work on this in shallow water corals. And I don't know that this is going to tell us either, but I'm just trying to get a sense of whether or not we can get a look at what these corals are doing. I'm really interested in behavior. Corals are animals in the class Anthozoa, flower animals, and they do have behavior. And so, but it's very slow in the deep sea. And if it's that slow, then holding on to something big and working on it slowly might actually be a strategy that makes sense. So I don't know what we're going to be able to see here, but I think it's worth trying to see if we can see a polyp closed over it or what's going on. So that's really what I'm looking for.
Yeah.
If that makes any sense.
Mm-hmm.
Great.
It's kind of like the places like a little bit down touch.
Yeah.
Fishes.
Yeah. I can't come on that side.
Just with the angle because it's the back of the RV's hitting, so it can't get
Yeah.
But I can
If
try.
it can, so let's let it go. It's fine.
If this angle, I'm doing the
I'm sure we'll see another one. We've seen them before. I just haven't had the time to stop and look. So we can try some other time.
one shot from below and
Just
then
do the lower and look further up just to see if we can get that snap.
Okay, if it doesn't work, then we will let it go.
Yeah.
Tell me when. Until I got a little sleep. The sleep deprivation is extreme, but it's because everything's so interesting. It's hard to go to bed when stuff like this is going on.
Just want that. Yeah.
that might work.
Just make some notes. Oh, that might be perfect. Let's give it a shot. Alright, first let's get focus here. Oh, maybe. Am I going the right direction?
And you should be, you might be able to go in a little bit more soon as well.
Okay, I will. I'm trying to start in focus. Goals. Yep. Let's see. It's so clear. Alright, let's try bringing this down. Alright. We got it. So now let's see. Can anybody see if the polyp is closed on top of it? How is this attached? All I can tell is that there's two of them. This is literally like trying to image a ghost. In the wind.
What's that?
It's like trying to image a ghost in the wind.
It's like as soon as you get such a bit of a,
What?
as soon as you get it nice and focused,
It moves, exactly. Alright, well I think I'm getting all that I can given the angle of this thing, but let's keep a look at for this sort of phenomenon again if you happen to see it whenever we're zooming in. I think they're so ghost-like, and because they're dead I think we ignore them, but I think it's worth thinking about. So I will made a note. Alright, I have made a note, and let's move on. Thank you very much. That was a really hard setup. I appreciate it. You know, our pilots are amazing. We say it's really impossible. We say, hey, at 804 meters below the surface of the sea, can you get us to look at a tiny invisible thing that's waving in the current, perched on a vertical cliff in between a crack and a crevice? And can you give me microscope level zoom? And somehow they often manage to do this. It's really all kudos to you guys.
So Steve Alskovich, our resident coral taxonomist, has confirmed that the willow tree-like Rhodanicordia we just collected maybe an hour ago is, Rhodin Iridogorgia. So there you go.
that's what I thought it was.
Well, Chris, you were right. Careful, Chris. Let's take a look at up here.
Is that another? Did we see that neural already?
Yeah, we
Is that
have,
the
but
one we
we'll
saw?
still take a
Okay.
quick look at it.
Let me just do a flyby. Both.
I'm just gonna take a snap zoom. We don't need to do a full setup, but I just want to make sure I know what this is. Both of these. Yep, good enough.
It's definitely a plexus.
They're both Narella. Let me turn the iris up. Okay, that's great. There's the other one up here. Yep. I'm just gonna zoom, snap.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
What is that?
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Big ray.
Yeah, whoa,
You
okay.
go, Chase. If I don't, Jimbo will never forgive me.
Can we follow it?
Yes, Jimbo will never forgive me if I don't. Whoa.
Sorry, I was just trying to figure out language.
You see that? See that tail, which could look like a nose, which could look like a... beautiful. So what we're looking at here is big stingray. They often actually like these sandy habitats because what they'll do is kind of feed in the sand. They'll make these big, they'll use their, they look like wings, right? They'll use the side of their bodies to kind of excavate big pieces of sand, which will often bring up myofauna, crabs, things like that, and allow them to they sort of nestle in one place and eat for a while. So this seems like their kind of habitat. This is a ray, I believe. I don't know whether it's a skate or a ray, actually. I'm not an elasmobranch person, but I think it's ray. And it is going down, down, down the slope. And so are we.
Oh,
I can stop on
it
this.
came in so quietly.
See, it's got this counter shading adaptation. You can sort of tell that when these are here, we're shallower, how it looks dark when you look on the top down, but it's white from the bottom up. So if it was flying in the water column and you looked up and it was daylight and you were in the shallows, it would look like the sky and you wouldn't be able to see it. And when you look down from the top and you see it against the black abyss, it's hard to see. And that's called counter shading. And a lot of elasmobranchs, like shark skates and rays, have that adaptation, and it's to enable them to maneuver and be cryptic in from the top down or the bottom up.
It's so awesome to watch the waves there.
Beautiful.
Alright.
I think we should go back to the corals, but this was a really nice shot. I'm really glad that we got these beautiful images. Oops, let me just turn the ISO down, get a better image. We'll let it swim off screen. It's got some damage to his wing. See that? Like a little rip. Okay. Back on track. Meanwhile, I get this landscape view of all these little plexaurids living in what looks like a sandy plain, but what must be just lightly sedimented, right? As there's rock underneath.
We got a coral earlier.
Yeah,
It was very, very thin. Like,
very lightly draped.
yeah. Picked it up with the selection sample. Like, just sliced and stuff.
That's cool. Oh, starting to get again. Hey, Ben. You guys are so subtle when you switch out. Ben, you left before, and I called Chris Ben because I just didn't. It all happened so
She was
fast.
very disappointed when she.
I was not.
She's like, oh, it's.
That's not at all what I said. I just said, oh, it's Chris. So what we're looking at here, I think this. Can we take another look at this coral?
Yeah.
This might be the same kind of
It was
acanthogorgid.
yeah.
Tim.
Yeah.
I didn't collect it. It was in a really precarious spot.
Yeah.
Do you want to try collection?
No, I want to take a look at it, a
Okay.
careful, close look. So I think this is another acanthogorgid, but I really can't tell until we zoom in on the polyps. Do you have Slack open just in case something comes up? Because I do not.
Yeah, it's on the computer.
Slick Slack. Perfect. Oh. The ray will not. He decided he wasn't done being imaged. All right.
He's got a part for you.
Really?
Get on the nibble and watch this.
This is not us chasing. This is him chasing us. I think he likes the light.
I think that taste of fame is gonna
I know. If everyone needs their 15 seconds. All right. Can I zoom in?
get it.
Okay. 15 minutes? 15 seconds? I don't remember how it goes.
15 minutes.
What?
15 minutes.
15 minutes.
Anyway.
All right. Oh, thank you. So, Tim, I don't see any more here, but What do you think? Do you think this is Acanthogorgia? I do. Hermit crabs. A little damage on the bottom.
I do. It's Acanthogorgia like for sure.
Yep.
Hermit crab on.
There's a. I think these are aplacophorans on the bottom. Is that right? I need a better look. Hang on.
They usually are aplacophorans on.
They're on the ground. They're not on the coral.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So I'm looking.
The oats. I will.
Let's take a look at these oafs for you. I'm trying to see if I can get a central disc for you, but I can't. All I see are the arms.
That's okay.
Let's get a close look at them, though.
Those
Nope,
are the white ones you're talking about, right?
No,
There's white ones on the far right.
this is not what I'm talking about.
Okay. Right.
Max zoom. So Tim, what I was talking about, I mean, it could have been that, but it was wispy. It was
Can
like
I go back to can I look at what I took pictures
Yes,
of
you
it.
can
It
show
was,
Tim on
really
that for sure.
good.
All right, I think we have what we need here. Tim, do you need a collection?
Nope.
Okay. We're good. That was great. I just want to see
I can't,
we got
like, zoom
lasers
in
on.
this.
I'm good. Thank you very much.
I wish I could zoom in on
I also kind of see all these little sediment trails that are all over the place. What makes those? I will take a snap zoom on those as we fly by whenever you tell me it's okay.
Go for it.
All right.
Doing it slow by.
Oh, huh.
that. All right, here we go, Tim. I've got it
What's that?
for you. The picture.
There's little. These are little sediment tubes. I bet you they're made by
There's like a skeleton.
another
It's not a good photo.
creature, likely a worm.
Yeah.
It'd be very hard to scoop up. But you see how they have little bits of shell attached to the outside of them?
Suction sampler and scrape
Yeah.
them. Like it's gonna get some off.
So that's what she was talking about.
I would love one.
And there was one down here
Set
too
up.
we can see it.
Then do Ben Magic.
It's like a skeletal remains.
All right.
Yeah.
I like
We're
that
gonna
magic.
use the
Where they're
suction
just
sampler to try to scrape some of that off.
hanging on, they died.
The-
Just see if I can get one.
Yeah.
They were
But it's definitely made by a critter
Yeah.
who's
hard to
making these
scrape.
sediment tubes. We've seen some big sediment tubes. What does Tim think?
Like yeah, like the skeleton, like
I've seen it, yeah. We've seen it a couple times to cruise. and
I've
it's
seen
like,
it.
It's like a big, it's like a hollow shell. I don't know if you know what I mean. Just sort of just.
Do you think the coral could
They
be
died
eating
just
it?
could be what?
Eating it?
No. Well, do I think? I think it could, but I don't think it is.
I mean,
Think it
it's.
is?
I don't know. It's a meal. It's stuck to you.
You know, you do
You can work on it slowly.
I don't know what nutrition there is, but
What you prefer?
But
I
you've
have not
s-
thought about that. Interesting.
I mean, I know it's a wacky idea, but I'm just ponder it for a minute and
All right.
see if there's any plausibility to it.
All right.
There you go.
So have you seen these little? Have we collected any of these sediment tubes? This is a different kind of sediment tube.
Which one? We did one yesterday.
No. This is not the same kind not the same kind we collected yesterday. This is a different creature. All these little squiggles. It's another kind of sediment tube, and you can see bits of shells stuck to the outside.
Yeah.
what is that red thing? Is
That's
that an
another cup
anemone or
coral.
Cup coral, okay.
We could also, if it's convenient, collect the cup coral in the same section sampler.
Alright, so we're gonna do cup coral and what was it?
Yeah, that sounds great. I'm gonna take a snap zoom on the cup coral
Yeah,
first.
go for it. Oh wait,
Oh.
you good?
Which one's the other one?
I'll show you
There you go.
both. Okay, so this is the cup coral,
Yeah.
and it's a different color than we've seen before, so that's why I'm collecting it. And then all of these tubes, you see, each one of these they're made by something. It's a sediment tube. You can see all these little shells. So maybe this one over here looks really
Roger.
straight. It might be easy to sort of slurp, rather it doesn't have as much curvature to it. So that would be my suggestion. Just because Brian collected the other sediment tube, he might like to compare and contrast.
These two?
Yeah.
Two.
do the Falkor first.
There's a lot of little tests in there.
Mm-hmm.
They glutinate this stuff like it's
And when you're
Okay,
ready.
this is, talking to me?
No, no. You ready then?
527.
You have to knock it out probably.
Is it on?
Yeah, it's on. You just have to knock it out.
Yep, perfect.
Alright.
And then let's see if we can get the sediment tube. We could put it in a different section, Seafloor, if
Alright.
that's okay.
Not a
If
problem.
not, we can deal with this one.
What jar was
Alright,
that?
that was 2.
Two.
Alright.
And this one will be 3?
Alright, so you're down right now, so let's collect this sediment tube, it's in jar 3, you just collect it from jar 2.
Hi, Adam. It's gonna be FJ528.
So you,
Ready?
go on. I have to scrape this off, I need.
Yeah, I think that's great. Oh, this is not gonna hold together well.
No.
I think if you can kind of like vacuum in the line, we'll probably get to the creature inside of it. If not, again, I know we're asking the impossible on the bottom of the seafloor.
I see.
Yep, I see it. Perfect. That's what I'm looking for. Well done.
Nice.
That was
very
amazing.
impressive.
There's more than there is.
No, just one, please. And that's in which jar?
3.
3. Great.
Are you calling that biology or sediment?
I'm calling it biology. It's an animal that made it. Well, really well done. That was terrific. Thank you.
Okay. So that was 3. Yeah.
excellent.
Okay. On we fly.
Nice
Tim, do you want your spot back?
I was gonna say.
Fine.
You're happy?
Yeah, I'm very happy.
Okay.
You-
Perfect.
Yeah.
Learning a bit.
Snail trail. What was it
All right.
called, Randy?
What was what?
What was that called?
We don't know.
No, the other one.
Oh, there was a cup coral? It was a sediment tube made by something, and we have collected other sediment tubes, and so I thought it would be good for us to figure out what's making these since I'm unfamiliar with them. It's always a good, and Ben, that was such a good, neat collection. We'll probably have the animal whole. Okay, so we are climbing this mountain, rock face, steep terrain. Any word you come up with for steep.
These are such odd comments.
What? I know. So we're passing a lot of, what I think are actually mostly a mix of plexaurids and acanthogorgids as we move up. And so steep. we're not gonna pause to look at them here, but we will pause to look at them a little bit further up, just to confirm. We've already looked at a bunch on the bottom. We are passing all kinds of other stuff that we're flying over just to kind of climb this. Can I zoom in a little? Is that gonna bother you? So you can see there's some shrimp, there's some hermit crabs. Here, I'm gonna take a quick snap zoom on this. This might be another paragorgid. I think it is. Whoa. Hey, Tim?
Yeah.
Is that a pycnogonid to the left?
Yeah,
I think it is.
it is.
Out
Out and about.
and about, but it's a very different type than the one we've been seeing. It's just, it's clear, as opposed to colored brightly red. It might be a different species. It might be a different color morph.
Don't know.
I don't know. But these are serious coral predators. I wonder if it's advancing on this paragorgid right here. Which I think is a paragorgid. Tim, what do you think?
The red thingy?
Yeah. Or do you think it's Swiftia?
Polyps alter. I think it's more like the Swiftia.
You think it's a Swiftia? Okay. Well, then I am wrong. It is a Swiftia.
It's waving. I think it's a Swiftia.
All right. Well, I can't.
Yeah, I think it is.
We did not catch this pycnogonid red-handed, but it is good to see it anyway. I'm going to try to zoom in on him because he's clear and different. Okay. So you can see these are sea spiders. They have a long proboscis. That's this orange-colored bit, and that's what they use to really sort of just suck on whatever soft-bodied tissue they can find. We've seen them on corals, anemones, sea cucumbers, all zoanthids, all kinds of stuff. Let me see if I can get some focus here. And so the fact that it's very close to this coral, of course, makes me suspicious that this is what he's going for. But
If you pan up just a little bit,
pan up.
what is that?
That is a dead something with a jelly stuck in it.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Saw the blue and I was like,
Yep, good catch. Let me see if I can get some focus on this too. Oof. I am not. Am I going the wrong direction? Do I have manual focus?
Are you not?
I'm not
Trying to
going.
get the
I'm not.
coral.
I'm not getting.
Reset it.
I'm not making any progress either direction. There we go. Much better. Thank you. So I don't see any damage on this. Oh yeah, look at that. It's all the polyps are in one direction. Except for maybe at the base, but I'm not sure if that's damage or just the way it grows. But this is a really good look.
Yeah. Oh, that's Swiftia.
Okay.
I
And
think
then-
we sampled that earlier.
I think we did too.
yeah.
And Steve says this is Swiftia. So, Swiftia it is. Thank you. Swiftia and a pycnogonid. Dun dun dun. We won't know what happens though. So let's fly. But can I zoom in a little as we're flying so that I can like look for things? So there's a lot of these dead little
There's
corals.
your hermit crab.
Yep, and another scapopod shell. Every single one of them is occupied.
No shell goes unused in the deep sea.
Know what?
Oh, I was joking.
Oh,
I said
yeah.
no shell goes unused.
There's a homalid crab to the left. Here we have, we're getting out of this steep sediment. Whoa. Can we take a look at this coral, please? I just can't ID it from the air, so I want to see what we got. And there's a scale worm and another acanthogorgid. think this is another Swiftia, but I just want to make sure. Oh, great. Tell me when I'm okay to zoom. There's a lot of ophoroids around it, but I think we've already collected that one, Tim, one with the really flat disc,
Yep.
the perfect circular disc.
Yep. We're okay there.
This looks like Swiftia again. Very young one. You can see the varied pigmentation in the polyps, right? As it moves away from the base, it gets less pigmented. It's cool. No associates that I see. Do you see any? All right.
Nope. Good.
That was great. Thank you. Tim, let me know if you want me to look at any of these.
I am looking at it. I'm looking at the depth too. We're past. We're shallow at 800 meters.
Yeah.
Not really seeing the rock ledges that we saw yesterday. You want me
No.
to-
There's a scale worm. I think it's another acanthogorgid. Just based on the polyp, overall colony morphology and polyp density. Based on the ones we looked at earlier. A moving oaf on the seafloor. This is steep. Can we take a look at this very quickly in there just to see what that is? You've got a chirostylid crab, Tim. You see that?
Where?
Poked in that little hole? Hang on, I'll zoom for you.
Got it.
Do you know what it is? You good?
Relapse. No. It's probably Immunida though.
It looks like an immunida, but I don't know for sure. I'm trying to get you a little closer. Hold on. Eep. I might be making Adam crazy.
I'll just slide it here.
Sorry.
If we see one of those on the floor, I wouldn't mind disturbing that for the.
I think it'll probably just get sucked, go back into its hole.
No, I know. Yeah, it's not.
Okay.
It's going after mine.
Okay, so I think we're gonna leave it, let it, oh, no, you just landed, we'll look. Okay. I'm also looking to see here if this was a, it's a pretty unusual shape for a worm tube, but there it is. Little cup corals. And then here is your crab, Tim,
There it is.
in great detail.
Yeah, nice job.
Ben can get it.
Ben can get it, Tim, do you want it?
It's gonna be the crouching tiger hidden such and sample.
We can try it.
Yeah, let's give it a shot.
Great. It would help for background data we need.
Mm-hmm. Crouching tiger, hidden suction.
Crouching tiger hidden such and sample.
Okay. Just wanted to be clear on the method and the technique would be the official term. Place your bets now.
He's just laughing at you, man.
Well,
Crab gets to stay another day.
I think it's official. The crab has a really good home.
Yeah, I think so too.
Crab 1,
Wow.
Ben 0.
Aw.
It's definitely
It's fun to try.
Shot.
It was definitely worth a shot. Thank you so much for trying. That was not easy. You know what's amazing is that there aren't that many holes, right? And yet these crabs manage to find the perfect spot in the dark, right? And it's not like the hole has a chemical cue, right? They have to find it tactily.
Normally they're in soft mud where it's
Yeah.
just sandy. The whole thing will climb to the pitch. And that's rock.
Yeah, that's awesome. Thank you very much for trying.
Good try.
It was a good try.
He had a good grip.
I'm just trying to think through the process of what these crabs go through, right? Like they have to explore a whole lot of seafloor before they find a crevice like that that's perfect. And so it's a lot of risk to while you're searching.
Well, and then one day a spaceship comes with such and stuff.
And you found a good enough hole and you win. You win.
Go for a zoom there.
For me?
What do we got?
Oh, great.
Right above that kind of black.
I see it. I'm going for it.
That's wrong.
Oh, there's two of them. There's one right out on the seafloor. Ben, you can get this one, I think. See? I believe in you, Ben. I'm hands off. That does not look like as good of a hole.
First day. You guys just zoom in the sit. Zoom in the sit right now. Really good in the sit. But they don't see up a little bit. It's just behind your nozzle. Yeah, just a good view.
Amazing. What?
If I had a nickel for every time you looked at me and said amazing,
You'd be a very rich man.
I'd own the Falkor. It is
What
amazing.
is the problem with being
No, it is.
enthusiastic?
No, it is. No, that's not a judgment. It's, I mean, I just.
Oh. I don't know. I could have misjudged the hole.
Yeah. It's okay. These are really super hard to get. They. Yeah, I think the rock is so hard around it, you can't get it.
I agree.
You can't move it, so it's okay. That's cool.
All right. Well. All right. Last try.
What they love to
Third
do.
time's a charm.
No, don't turn it on. Off. See what gets here.
Good view, you sit.
Come on.
Even came out a little bit. These guys are old. Oh, it's open now. Maybe.
He doesn't come with this.
I think we got it.
No,
Ben, I think.
it's against the wall.
I
Yeah.
think the crabs are winning. I think we
Go.
should let them
These
let it
guys.
be. Last try. All right.
Yeah.
Crabs 3.
Speckles.
Now you said.
Oh, no.
I think we should give a lot of credit to the crabs.
Well, that's why they live there, right there. No one's getting them.
You know what though? It's again,
Right.
it's an insight into their behavioral choices in how smart this is.
I'll leave it on this jar.
Yeah.
Just so we have it, but just be aware that there's probably sediment from it.
Yeah.
No problem.
All right.
That sounds good. I'll make a note of that actually. Thank you. What jar was that?
Jar 4. You don't have to mark it off. But just take note that it's still open. That's just like. It was a good effort, man.
That was a valiant effort.
Yeah, if it was softer, it would definitely come.
Yeah.
All right. Going on a bear hunt? You don't know that kid's book? Oh.
No, I thought.
Going on a
Okay.
bear hunt.
Sorry.
It's a children's book.
Some people hear things.
No, sorry, bear hunt.
No, yeah.
Gonna be a big one. We're not scared.
I don't know.
Oh, here you go, Metallogorgia. Look at that. It's branched, but there's nothing on the other
Were there
branch.
two there once? Or is
I
that
don't
branch?
know.
I've never seen a branch.
You-
Pelagic.
I haven't either. So let's take a look at this.
Exactly.
Let me take
I
a
don't
look at
think
this.
There's a problem.
it's worth getting a shot of.
Okay.
I don't know if it's a metallic. Yeah.
I think it is, but the polyps are really out. And I don't know. I'm going to zoom on the stalk up here.
And then you reset it.
Okay, here we go. Here's some focus on your
Yep.
astroschema.
Yep.
Okay. And then we can take a look here at this stalk and see what we see on it, because it's very odd to see a stalked Metallogorgia. In fact, I don't recall having seen one before, but that doesn't mean anything. Oof, I don't know if I'm going to be able to get a focus with this current.
That'd be tricky.
No, it's going to be tricky.
Looks like it was.
Try
Looks like an ROV's been here.
Try again?
Yeah, just give it.
You gotta just keep turning.
Yeah.
You going left? No, I know.
Oh, I went the
Other-
wrong way. I
other-
went the
other-
wrong way.
other left.
Other left. I didn't go the right way, except that I did. Now I have to go the only other way that's left. Ah,
I don't know.
I can't do it. But
I guess you
but
could
that's
just-
okay.
Zooming out a little bit might.
I
bring
think
it
the idea that
into-
that we can see that there is a branch there. I was just trying to see if there's any. See how there's like a tiny little bulge at the top? I was trying to see if that looked like a burgeoning
right.
polyp.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
That's what I was really looking for, but I can't seem to.
Get it.
I don't know if I'm gonna get it. So I think we'll just leave it there and say, what a mystery, and fly on.
We can take a snip of it and hold it closer for you.
No, that's all right. Thank you very much. We'll let 1,000 years go by and then let somebody else discover a branch of Metallogorgia. What do you think? That sounds great.
Yeah.
Maybe 100 years. We might have to wait that long.
Yeah. Hope not.
Hope not.
Hope not. All right. 784 meters.
And
End
climbing.
slope. Yep.
Do you want the zoom back?
It's weird to have it.
Oh no.
No.
Okay.
No.
That's weird. What?
Just trying to look at the sonar to see if there's any kind of rocks or hard bottom
Yeah.
coming up. It just seems mostly sloped like this. Maybe something up
Can
to
we
the
take
right.
a look at this, please? Thank you.
I think we got some rocks coming up there on the right.
Yeah, I think so too. Just some outcrops.
Is it a bamboo? I think it is, but I just want to confirm. It's a branched thinly branched bamboo coral in the Isididae. It's kind of whirled around. I see no associates, which is perplexing. Usually you see associates on these. Am I just not seeing it? Or are they not here?
Is it branched nodal or internodal?
Oh,
Let's see.
working. All right.
Hey, you got it.
Hey, I got it.
Look out.
Hey. Wait, hold on. I'll get it even better. Just give me a minute. I gotta go left again.
No rush.
No rush. Just on the seafloor.
It's not
Come on, Randy. This is not easy. Oh, there we go.
It looks like
I think
it's-
it's because Adam and Ben saved me.
Is
Thank
it?
you. All right. Let's go look up.
Let's check out the branch. Does it branch on the node or between nodes?
It's on the node.
It's on the node.
And it looks, this is cool. It looks like in the top here that we're just starting to see the beginning of another branch. But if you look here, it's on the node, and if you look down here, it is on the node. I'm calling it. But I do not see any associates.
I do not recollect.
You don't? Okay.
Nothing. Nothing. Right. I thought it might
Clade
be.
S1,
I don't know.
or species 7,
No.
branched internodal.
It's internodal. This is nodal, you said,
I
right?
think it's nodal.
Nope. Got nothing.
Shall we collect some of
Can't
it?
help you. Check your little Slack.
Check my little Slack channel.
It's a little pink thing. Just a couple of branches. Yeah, I got nothing.
I think we should probably make a small collection of this if we
It's
can.
fine with me. Sure.
Actually, hang on, Steve's typing. Let's see what he
I mean,
wants.
it could be the start of, you know.
Steve says
that.
he doesn't know what it is. So can we
Yeah.
take a small collection of these? That would be really helpful. If we can
Yeah.
get a collection that includes one of the forks, like one of the branches, that would be really helpful. What?
Yeah.
We got it.
I know. Oh, I know that. Here we go. Okay, I'll make sure I get this one in here.
I had a little sleep. It feels so good.
It does.
So I'm thinking maybe right below this.
Randy, what do you want to cut this?
I think right here below this node, so we can see the branch pattern. So we want this V.
We want the V, right?
Yeah, so if you can cut below the V, that would be really helpful.
Lots of quivers open.
What?
Oh, I'm just talking to myself about the quivers.
I think it'll fit in the quiver, right? Thanks, Adam.
We got you.
I got you.
How's this?
Perfect. That is absolutely perfect.
Bingo. Yep.
Okay. And that's going to be sample number 529.
Get the- That's gonna go into quiver number 15.
Okay, thank you very much. Check. just gonna note that there's no associates here.
Right. I
You
did
might
the
wanna
same-
mark it
same
on
thing.
your,
I did
okay,
on the sea lock too.
perfect.
Great. Okay.
That's a really good collection, guys, thank you.
Sample storage. Biology. Q15. $5.29.
So once again, we're on the opposite side of the seamount that we climbed yesterday, and we are seeing different things, which on one hand does not seem surprising, and on the other hand is actually a little surprising given that this is a very small feature. Sorry,
We
Tim.
are 1.6 degrees south of the equator, so we're almost right on the equator.
Yeah,
Yep. We crossed it a couple days ago
on solstice,
on solstice.
on the halfway day of our trip.
On the halfway day of our trip.
Everything will
That makes
wind
us
up.
a golden hump dragon.
Porpoise.
It's
Purple.
porpoise, a purple, right, purple,
Purple
golden
porpoise, golden pump
dragon.
dragon. There is precedent for making these things up, you know.
I think so. All you need is a printer.
All you need is a printer,
All right,
and
awesome.
you can put it on Wikipedia. I think we
There
are
you
ready
go.
to fly. That was a
Ready
great
to go.
collection.
Good sample.
Yep, sounds good.
Yep.
You know, if we passed on the 4th of July, and we won't, we're gonna miss it by like a day or two. We could be the Star-Spangled Order of the Star-Spangled Dragon,
see,
or
right.
Phoenix, whatever it is. But I looked it up on Wikipedia, which of course, you know, is the authority on these things.
Mhm.
And it said that that's only been conveyed once. So it feels like if you can do that and make it up once, we could be the golden purple porpoise hump
Absolutely.
dragon solstice sorcerer.
Star Spangled. No.
Yeehaw. Right?
Force coming up. We could dip across.
What?
We can't dip across.
No,
That'll
won't
be too
quite
late
work.
coming in.
But
Got it.
but the point is
I got it.
we
We can make it.
but the solstice crossing should be something. And if it isn't, I think we should
Make it
make it
something.
something.
All right, here we go up slope. Now we're
Let's do it.
cruising and we're seeing some flex RX. And that's your students.
Let's take a look at this coral, please. I think it's another Swiftia, but I'd like to just confirm. I really thought it was a paragorgid when I first saw it. It's so bubbly gummy at the tips, but I think
Well, you look at the base too. Tells me that it's so.
Right, they're only on
it's
one
the
side.
Same width all the way up.
yeah, I think it is Swiftia.
Paragorgid's not always that way.
What's on it? Is that another Hamalid crab with like a sponge on its back?
On the, toward the middle nodes there
Yep.
in the center.
Mm-hmm.
I can't tell.
That's what I'm
It's so
guessing.
camouflaged, I can't tell. Is that a piece of
Can I see?
Swiftia
Yeah.
on it? Let's see.
I think that's what it is, Tim.
Eagle eye, Randy.
I keep saying that, but
I don't.
it's just because we have a 4K camera in front of us. Screen, I mean. Come on. I'm trying.
I know we're all empathetic.
I'm
Yeah,
trying.
it's gonna help you.
Oh, you're gonna help me?
Oh no, I was just moving the camera. You're still on focus.
I'm working on
Good
it.
eye,
I'm
Randy.
working on it. Here we
There
go.
it
Here we
is.
go. Did
There
you
we
do that or
go.
did I do that?
It was a group effort.
It was a group effort.
See, you
Thanks for
never
being
know.
nice.
All right.
I don't care. It's good. We
We've
got
really
it.
been trying to document what these things are carrying around.
But look, I
so
think
we're
it's got an
keeping a list now.
acanthogorgid on its back.
So I'm gonna do a frame grab.
You see
here
that?
and say none. It's got a what?
It's got an acanthogorgid on its back.
does?
It does.
Thank you. I was not seeing that.
Here. Does it help? It's a crab holding an acanthogorgid coral on its back on top of a swiftia. And all I can think, I've had these like completely bizarre, I'm going in all kinds of crazy tangents because of the different threads we have going on this cruise. But all I can think is thank God there doesn't seem to be too many pathogens down here, or else these hamalid crabs would just transfer from
Yeah.
coral to coral to coral. They obviously travel, unlike a lot of these other organisms that we see that I think probably set up for a while. These things move. And I also have to wonder if part of the reason these corals survive being snipped, right? I mean, like, that's a pretty happy acanthogorgia on top of the back of this crab.
Yep.
All right, I think this is good imagery. I'm pretty happy here. Let me just take a quick look and see if there's any other associates for Tim.
I did not see any.
I didn't see any either, but I'm looking just for you. All right. That's all I see.
Awesome.
Swiftia does not seem to be highly associated. Okay, there we go. Thank you very much. That was a great shot.
Good eye, Randy.
I could handle Eagle Eye Randy as a nickname.
Eagle Eye Randy?
That wouldn't bother me. I'm looking at the chat. We really did get a lot of the 2017 band back together. You, me, Alexis,
Yeah. See, I don't have any
Anna.
record.
Right. And then a lot of the same pilots and a lot of the same crew. We've got Captain sitting in as hi Al. And I think it's because this team has really good chemistry in terms of how we get along together and work together. And I also think it's because our work is really complementary. So what one person does is really helpful to the next. All the work sort of feeds, it layers really nicely. So we're able to have a really complementary agenda in terms of the kinds of places that we're going and the kinds of video that we're taking, and everybody can get what they need, like building blocks. And so that's pretty rare to find a group that's so, maybe not that rare, but where you can get so many different kinds of science all stemming off of from a pretty streamlined field agenda. Let's just take a quick couple looks at these, please.
Might be a
There's Norio. And so,
Is that
yeah,
our
we were
first
able to
Oreo?
get the band back together. I don't know if it was our first, but we'll never say no to a Oreo. I think it's an Arella, two of them,
Yeah.
one with oaks and one without. Do you
Look at
want an
that.
RNA later
Oh,
connection?
yeah. Wow, is it the same thing?
I think so. I think one's big and one's small.
That would be nice.
But is this the kind of
Yeah,
thing you were
let's do
looking
it.
for, right?
I think so, if that's the
Can
same.
I take a quick zoom on this to make sure there's no associates, and if there isn't,
Yeah.
we're going to take a collection for both. Okay, thank you. I can't believe that all of you fabulous people in the chat actually recognized that we're the same group from 2017.
That is phenomenal.
That is
I don't know
phenomenal.
who
That
did
you
that,
followed
but,
us for so long and that you
oh,
know
I
that.
see.
That is amazing.
That is amazing.
I feel very flattered and
Okay.
a little freaked out that you guys know so much about us.
All right, let's go and take a look at what this is.
I don't see any associates, Tim. I think this is a good collection for you.
You sure got it?
It's a funny view, but I don't
It's
think
a
there's
funny view.
I don't think there's
So-
anything on it.
All right, let's go
really
for
don't.
it. I think it's
Let's
good.
go for it.
So just image this. This is an ophicanthus I see on it.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8, 9, 10,
What's that? What's that down there?
plus a hermit crab.
We've been seeing that same guy all day, and there's a heterocarpus down there too. Maybe. Okay.
All right. Oh, it is on the website. Okay, now I feel a little less freaked out. I forgot that we had a website.
All right. Let me get this down.
You're on the ship. You kind of, get lost in this world. You forget that there's an outside world. Now I feel a little less freaked out. Thank you. Yeah, all right. So we're going to collect a little bit of both of these. One with some of the tissue and the associates, and one with just the tissue. We're going to put them both into RNA later quivers.
In the same quiver?
Nope, 2 different quivers.
Sounds good.
So I will say hands off.
I don't remember the last time we used RNA later. It's very exciting.
You did or didn't? I don't.
It's been days.
It's been days?
Yeah, it has
Well.
been. It has been. Too long.
So, how come just this type of coral in the RNA later?
So one of the things that Tim is trying to do is look at the transcriptomic response of corals with and without associates in order to try to understand both what the associates do to the coral and what the corals might do to attract or deter ophoroids. And when we put it directly into RNA later, we are sort of freezing this moment in time genetically. Everything else you can look at DNA, but if you want to look at the upregulation of various proteins or other transcripts, right, big processes that come on, you've got to basically by the time you cut it, you're creating stress, which is going to upregulate different things within like a minute or two of collection.
Wow.
So when you put it in straight into RNA later, we're capturing it as it is exactly now, frozen genetically in time, and then you can look at it with much more precision. There you go.
Actually, Randy, you want to point out where you want to put it?
If you're going right or left first.
I guess we do right.
If you're doing the right, it doesn't matter. Probably about a third to half of the colony, please.
Is that what we want to put?
One thing that's for sure is that we really appreciate the support of the online chat. It's been really nice. Feels like we're talking to someone as opposed to just talking into the oblivion.
24.
So you'll see a shimmer when this opens, and it's because we have a homemade RNA later solution that's non-toxic, but it's essentially very dense salt water, which preserves the organisms instantly. So off-the-shelf commercial RNA later does have some toxins, and so we've made our own so that this is environmentally safe to work with down here. Anna spent a very long time, and the undergrads in my lab spent a very long time making, 17 gallons of this stuff?
A lot.
So we could do exactly this collection. So we're really excited to be able to put it to good use.
Yeah.
Right?
Great. Yeah.
Good. Probably about half the colony given the size of it, please. Right?
Yeah, it's funny.
Do you want the whole thing? All right, half is great. "2017 feels like 5 seconds ago, doesn't it?"
Yeah.
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 How's that?
That's great. Thank you, Ben.
Cut it.
Do you hear? Hang on. Yep, perfect.
All the polyps pulled in. Good.
Yeah, good.
Okay. So that's quiver 24.
So the reason the RNA later stays in the quiver is because it's denser than the surrounding seawater, and so it stays down. And there is a little mixing just at the surface layer, but again, it's just a salinity waiver that you see, just like, for example, when we pass a halocline. In fact, that's what you're looking at, is a man-made halocline right here, right at the surface boundary layer of the quiver. This is going to be number
Yeah.
24.
What? Wait. Oh yeah, but what's this?
Oh, sorry.
No,
5:30.
5:30 I.
Q24. This is okay. And then the next one's going to be 5:31, Tim.
Just a snip of a branch there?
With the
With
full
associates.
ophiuroid.
Okay.
So
So you're going to want to take it
Down
kind of
below.
below so that you can get the branch with the full ophiuroid, please.
Yeah, please.
It's gonna be in your driver's here, it's driving by. I think you have to mark it.
So there's a question about why we are choosing this one. You're right, we've seen a lot of these corals before, but we've seen them either with associates or without associates, but not side by side. And one of the things that we've been looking for is this experimental construct where you have two corals of the same species side by side, one with associates and one without. And this, that's opportunistic. And so we've been traveling around with RNA later for days and days and days looking for our moment. And this is it, where we see this exact setup that will enable us to ask why one coral is full of associates and one isn't.
right, we've done it on individual colonies, large colonies.
Right. So it's a hard thing to do to sort of travel around with a list of 15 things you're looking for in your head, and try to keep all of the objectives in your mind. We do have it all written out in our dive plan. I have a checklist, but at this point we're so deep into the cruise that I just sort of have the checklist in my head. And
Yeah.
if we're awake enough, then in the real moment, the trick is just to recognize the setup and take advantage of the opportunity, right?
Yeah, exactly. I just want them to come below.
Yeah.
You want the big worm, right?
That's fine. Yeah.
Okay.
Just want to get really below the arm. So deeper is better. There you go.
Perfect.
There you go.
Oh, that's perfect. That's 5:31, Tim?
Yep.
It is,
I
I'm
think so,
telling you.
yeah, it will be. Nice.
Oh, you got both those. See? You got a little with the white one and the pink one. It's
I'll just-
perfect. Bravo, pilots. That was awesome.
Sample storage. So that was FK what?
531. And that's going to be in quiver 23. That was awesome. Completely perfect.
Q23, right?
Mm-hmm.
Double check. Okay. Good.
perfect. So this is sealed really well. And this means that we will have, coming up, it's already preserved. Right now, it's already preserved perfectly. And so what we've done is we've captured the transcriptomic state on the seafloor as it was. It has not had, these corals will not have a chance to upregulate any new processes or pathways.
Let's hope not.
No, I'm sure they won't. Tim, have a little
It
faith.
takes some time.
We make good RNA later.
No, I know. Oh, I know that. Oh, I know that. And it's worked in previous studies we've done in hydrothermal vents, actually.
Yeah.
It's kind of a technique. We have another system where we actually blend on the seafloor.
Oh, I've seen some of that.
We can mix them on the seafloor and get the cells exposed to the RNA later, but these are such small things that it's getting...
Have you seen Brennan Phillips' new like DNA grinder thing?
No.
It's wild. It's like this octagonal capture with a little blender worry thing. So you capture, it seals, it blends, and then sucks, preserves right then and there. He's just got a...
it's a variation of what,
Yeah. So Brennan has the cruise on the Falkor coming up. It's not the next cruise, but it's the cruise after. And so Brennan is quite the engineer. He's really brilliant. And so I'm really looking forward to seeing his cruise, watching it from shoreside. And you guys are in for a treat. Brennan is really very, very brilliant.
Yeah. Sponge there.
It's a good
looking for
observation
things.
is that we're getting a change, right?
Yeah, I just wanted to see when we see the first set of stuff coming in and note the depth.
So we're getting the same sort of carbonate with the, I'll call it crusted carbonate. We're looking at ancient reefs here. These all used to be shallow at some previous point in time. They have sloped due to a combination of subsidence, changes in sea level, perhaps some other just sort of slumping that happens over time with the weight of these features. And we're climbing. We've got Adam and Ben, and we've got Jimbo in the room helping us, and we've got our captain in the room, which I love that he comes and hangs out with us in the control room. I think it's awesome. Awesome. You get to see what it's all about. We get to work together. And then, of course, you've got me, Randy Rogen, Boston University, and Timmy Shank, Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution. He probably is going to kill me if I call him Timmy Shank one more time.
No.
You okay?
No, I'm fine.
Dr. Tim Shank.
No.
Dr. Timothy
A lot of people
Shank.
call me Timmy still.
Whoa. He's a big one.
Yeah, it's kind of like a plesiopenaeus or
Yeah.
plesioncid.
All right.
Type of shrimp that's just big swimmerettes on the back of the abdomen, and then it'll take off now.
There you go. See? Perfect
Spends
timing.
more time up in the water column.
Tim, you need to catch up.
What?
What?
Catch up.
There you go. It's almost set for liftoff.
Okay.
Built for swimming.
That is great. All right.
Oh, it's Marco
Thank you.
Taviani.
Marco, you're getting warm hellos from everyone in the room.
Yep.
So I don't know you, but everyone else does. So nice to meet you, Marco, and thanks for joining us.
Italian scientist.
He is.
Marco.
I know who he is. I just have never met him. So,
Yeah.
but Marco, you're being described here as a brilliant Italian scientist. I can't quite do Jimbo's accent
Hello, Marco from Adam.
And,
justice.
and Tim, good to talk to you again. Surface light starts at what depth?
Surface light starts at around 250-ish.
Yeah, I think we start seeing the
It was like 270.
the corals, 280, something like that.
Yeah,
Maybe.
so but you're just above 300. Here's another Metallogorgia, Tim. Do you want to zoom on it?
You got a quick zoom, be nice to see if
Yep,
there's
I'm gonna zoom in,
eggs
Adam.
and such.
On the,
Metallogorgia?
yeah, just come down a little bit.
Yep.
Oh, Chrysocoria,
Aw.
good day. Astroschemated with which form is this?
Let me focus. So I see some questions here about whether or not different species of corals have differences based on basalts or carbonate substrates, and that's an excellent question. It's one of the ones that we and many other deep sea scientists are thinking about. You know, I think we're just starting to transition from what on earth lives down here to how do they live and what are they doing and what are the patterns and what are the mechanisms of different responses.
Yeah,
And so we're just starting to get there. Are you good?
I'm good on this.
Okay, that's good. Oop, sorry, I'm going the wrong way.
Sorry.
Oof. Who gave me the camera? Sorry about that. We're ready to fly.
There we go.
Okay, sorry. Maybe we'll line up there.
Yesterday we found egg masses, little like fish egg masses in the metallic gorgia coral, and also another little egg that had been deposited on there. So
There you go.
about the size of a good olive.
Mm-hmm.
And we opened it up, and it was a sort of a goopy mess inside, but clearly full of protein because it was really sticky and
And
sugary.
you can probably barcode it later and see if you get a hit.
Yeah.
Something lives in that cave, but I don't know what. Should we take a
We're
quick
about
snap
700,
look?
750
Because who can
meters.
resist a cave? A teeny tiny cave that can't get us in trouble.
There's a Sedarid urchin, a pencil urchin.
On the outside. Let's see. Am I?
You're good.
Okay, I just started going for it. Huh. Well, we've got a shrimp and a tube worm, a couple of them.
Circular worm, yeah.
Yep. And a couple of other sponges and other benthic things, but it looks like nobody's home. Might be too big of a hole,
little
right? It leaves you
shrimp there.
exposed based on the size of the organism you are. Okay. Yes, the unidentified gelatinous blob is now identified. Let's be flying. Thank you. It is a tunicate.
The thing from yesterday?
No, from like 2 or 3 or 5 or 20 days. I don't know how many days.
There was one yesterday, right? There was a little.
Yeah. So there
No.
was a pycnogonid feeding on a blob, and we really couldn't see it because the
that's that one.
pycnogonid had done a number on it.
Yeah.
Then there were a bunch of others around, and you just couldn't see the structure until we finally did, and it was really clear that it was a tunicate, and we brought it
Yeah.
up.
Yeah.
It's a tunicate. It had a little parasitic worm
Mm.
inside of it,
Mm.
which really threw me off. I couldn't.
No.
When we were on the seafloor, I couldn't figure out how come a tunicate had this structure, and it turns out it doesn't. It has two. There were two organisms living together. There's some really cool sponge. Fish shadow. Um, 2203, 749. I don't know why I'm taking notes
And
on
yesterday,
this.
well, I do that too. I do write down transitions often because I think yesterday we had a lot of sediment for a while
We did.
before we broke into the.
Yeah.
And that was sort of the transition between the deep water corals and the shallow water corals
Yeah.
yesterday. So
Although we're still deep, we'll still go
Oh,
deep
yeah.
to deep here. We're still 746.
yeah.
But we can, yeah, we can just keep flying up here. You know, I think one of the things that is so interesting is the pavement looks really similar, but the species are really different. We'll have to look. You know what I kind of want to set up? I kind of want to set up 4 monitors when we're done at similar depths and just look for the captures as we go.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah.
I mean, there's
Just
no
play
reason
them
not to.
together at different
Mhm.
depths. Yeah.
It looks like a skull.
Mm-hmm. Just take up the iris.
Mm-hmm. It's funny to watch all of you still think about that octopus. It's certainly being talked about here on ship
glass
today
octopus,
too.
Yeah.
It really was beautiful, and it's a very rare sighting to get, especially to get footage that great. I think Falkor may have imaged just one before, just one.
Yeah.
Deb said she'd seen it.
Yeah.
Maybe near Costa Rica, but this, as far as we know, is only the second time Falkor has ever seen one in 434 dives. Which, even though this is a pan-tropical species, right? So it's global in distribution, but to only see it twice, really, I think, shows the rarity of that observation. And we got a full 15 minutes worth of footage, which is really quite a lot of behavior. We saw it. There's some demo sponges. We saw it ink twice, and an urchin. Do you want to mark the demo sponges?
Oh, yeah.
I'm such a pain. I'm sorry.
I've been doing that.
I know you have.
Ma'am.
I'm happy to switch again if you'd like.
No,
It's
no,
I hate logging. I always forget to do it. There's a little Norella on the side, 2 of them, 3 of them.
No Madrepora yet.
No.
Or corals, which, we should. This is a depth. You would see 'em.
We're getting there. And another little one of these Plexurids. You can see a fish kind of hanging out near the base of that Norella, which is. We saw those beautiful zoanthid colonies yesterday with lots of lots of tiny little fish of all sizes, sort of tucked in to it. No, I think we're good. Unless you want to look at it in more detail. No, Norella. We're starting to see a crinoid. We're sort of looking for community ships at this point, Adam. That's kind of what we're looking for. But we actually should probably take a... Nope, these are all Norella. Same fish. So mark 3 of them, 4 of them. Five of them. They're sort of setting up. There's more of them. There's higher density. We could take a Niskin. No, we haven't taken one yet. Let's keep going up a little further. If it gets higher density, we'll do that.
What was it like in the shallows last night?
Beautiful and different.
That was 290 meter?
No, we got even higher than that. Almost. I want to say 200. Just maybe 215, something like that. These really neat sponge communities in the top, and some pretty wild cup corals and Aguchipsamia, these little yellow corals everywhere.
You try to spend some more time up there tonight?
Yeah, so we're coming up the top of this feature, and we're almost. I almost want to cross it. It's so small.
Yeah, it's not bad. What is it?
It's another Swiftia, Tim.
Yeah, the top of it is 50 or 500 meters.
Not even. So we went maybe
600.
we went maybe 100. Not even. We probably went maybe 10 meters into it. We'll probably do the same thing this time. Oh, good. That's a good map. And then tomorrow we're gonna do the north side of it. We're just gonna
That little boulder.
Yeah.
Right here.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's an interesting feature.
Yeah. And then I don't know if we can. I have to see where the line is, but then we'll try to do the south side of it. Go all the way around. Because when do you get to do that? Have you ever done that? Gone all the way around the feature?
Smaller ones, I suppose. But nothing like this is a big one.
It's a small big one. That sounds good.
See any loose rocks? I feel like we've had.
Oh, you're asking me?
We haven't sampled any
No.
rocks yet. We tried, and it was just all crust.
I don't think this is. They're not interested in carbonated anyway. At this point,
I'm
we
just trying to-
Yeah.
I'm just thinking about for us our description of the
Oh, right.
surface habitats
That's
and what
so
things
smart.
are landing on. I thought it'd be a good idea to get some crust or
You are
whatever,
very smart.
Whatever it is.
That is a
Like
really
piece
good
of-
idea.
If you break a piece off, I don't know.
Yeah.
It may just be
It's so steep right here. Maybe we should wait until
no, that's
we get a
fine.
little further
That's
up.
fine.
But
Yeah.
yeah, I think it's a good idea. Can you help us remember next time we see a loose rock pile, we should grab a rock? That's really smart.
700. Well, we have to. Yeah.
Yep. You know, another swiftia.
Yeah.
They're
I'm on it.
small. Another urchin. Another swiftia. Another Norella. Can I zoom in a little bit?
Go for it.
Yeah, and it has the same kind of eel on it. These fish might be associated with these corals a little bit more than I had previously appreciated. Another Norella. Are they loose? Can we get one? Do you want one of these
Try.
rocks?
It looks like it. Yeah, I would.
Yeah, if you can.
I would. It may just be a piece of crumbly crust, but still, you would know what the substrate
Yeah,
is.
for sure.
Just keep going now.
No, let's try to grab it. If
Yeah.
you think you can. I'm just gonna check Slack while you're at it, see if any other requests have come in.
It's amazing the shallow water things we saw that yesterday. They're the ones that are responsible for skewing our results toward the big differences with things. They were, the non-tax are responsible for us seeing a real depth difference in this region, and we found them in San Juan yesterday, like they were down in Pippa too, and so I'm really curious as to what's up here. If we can see the same thing or not.
I agree.
Super telling.
100 million
Super
trillion
telling.
%. I am probably going to hang out in the control room a bit today. 'Cause
Yeah,
really
I
wanna
want
be
to see it
part
too.
of this.
Yeah. So did you in situ?
This is going to be sample
We didn't
532.
Let's see if you can hold it. Okay. Can we get some imagery while it's in the? Can we get some imagery right here, Adam? First, can we get some imagery on it before it goes in? Just to. This was the. Thank you. This is the surface that was exposed and we could visible. We could see.
Yep.
I'll turn around.
Yes, please.
So we're just looking at some crust. Oh, look at the carbonate. You can definitely see all
Yeah, it's nice.
the holes in that karsty
Profile.
looking feature.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's
A lot of
great.
hydroids. And keep one more. Flip it again, please. Hope it holds. Hold on. Yeah, there's the Swiss cheese.
karst.
Nice.
Gorgeous. Look, see how there's eggs on the other underside of something.
Yep. Okay, so we have
We'll
to
check
write
it out.
that.
I got it.
Angular. Sweet. Okay, good.
Thank you, that's great. Rock box is perfect.
Nice job. That's number
It's gonna be number 3532.
32. Oopsie daisy.
I see 14 spot on there.
I remember that time you pulled the
I'm really excited about this.
paper up underneath the stuff when I was up there.
Me too.
Sometimes, good times.
I need a shower.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
There you
Jim.
go.
You would get to see it.
Okay.
So you gotta tell people it's from there.
Want me to do it?
Maybe that's probably easier here. Would you like one? No?
Do you want one?
No?
You should go for it. I am. I am like a.
They were.
How fragile is
Yeah,
it?
these.
Super fragile.
Yeah, I don't like them. We do it mid-air.
Wow.
Mid-water transfer.
This is rock paper scissors.
Yeah.
Get it?
Because the poor arm might not be able to reach the rock box
Exactly.
so much, so they're going to go in here.
This is amazing.
But grabbing with these cutters, you can dull the cutters.
It's quite the handoff.
Alright.
Got it. No.
Yep, I got it.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Okay, just hold on, I'm gonna grab this thing.
Okay, you wanna just go there for a second?
Okay, that's the line.
That was amazing.
Okay, so I'm gonna push out a little bit. See where it is right now?
Yep.
Focus is right there next to it.
Alright. And this is the rock box, right?
Mm-hmm.
Alright. That's good right there.
We're trying to get the,
Right.
yeah, if you just dump it, yeah, and then maybe go
Yeah, and then
we should
maybe-
press it down.
Come out a little bit more.
That's the problem.
Alright, hold on.
I think it's drop there, it's short one.
Agreed.
There you go.
Yeah.
Looks like petrified wood.
It does. See if there's shipworms inside. Dan Distel will be happy. Dan Distel would love that.
For sure.
Oh my goodness, so great.
It's a bit. Okay,
That was
great.
really nice handiwork.
What do you want to pull up over here?
For, if you could, let's see, put the string over here. I could probably reach
Yeah, I
that.
think Ben's gonna have to do
Good. Alright, so we good? Alright, let's secure this then.
Yeah, you just go over it there. Then I'm just gonna try to come up a little bit further here.
So we have two quivers open.
We do have two quivers open.
12 and 4. Is that right?
Yep, 12 and 4.
Oh, there we go. Stay in. Just see the edge of between one and three.
chance to look at the imagery yet from the GoPro, but it looks pretty decent.
I'm sure it'll be
I mean,
great.
It's
Leave me a copy of it too.
of course, just have the, yeah.
One thing I really, there's a lot of teams you work with, and people are pretty collaborative, but this feels just lovely, easy. Thanks, Tim.
Yeah, of course.
I mean it.
Okay, so we're at 6.
95.
Yeah.
Flying.
There we go.
So I think, look at this, Tim, where we are on the map. Where things are just about to get interesting.
No, I know. No, I know. It always gets good once these watch. There'll be a bump here, right? We'll see some rock coming up. We're just on a little more of a, I think, a sandy dip, but where that waypoint is, it's going to get a little
It does always get good on Steve's
spicy.
watch.
It does.
Is that
Which
my?
is
That's
good.
good.
Yeah,
That's my.
fine.
I wasn't trying to plan it for it to be not good on your watch, Tim.
It's all right.
It's just the way the
We'll
timing
We'll
goes.
set it all up, get it all ready.
It was supposed to be set up for you, but we went because if we counted at midnight.
That's true. It would have
would've
been me.
Mhm.
It would have been us right there. That's all right.
That's all right.
I am happy
Steve,
to watch from the library.
it's gonna be amazing.
Yeah.
We just put Steve in the hot seat where he's got to ID all the corals fast and furious.
That's right.
That's right. Luckily, he's up to the task. He is
That's the
amazing.
draw.
Okay.
Yeah, let's move on.
Yeah.
That was great. Let's go past the sandy horseshoe that I've been noting. Well, ugh. Do you ever think about what this would be like to explore if you didn't have an ROV and you were
Every-
swimming it?
Every time I'm done, I think about how it would be to walk around here. And, as a biologist, we're not able to touch our specimens live. They make the trip up and they're in the container, and you're not walking amongst their ecosystem. It's like walking through your garden
Yeah.
versus just like a hot air balloon looking down on your garden. I don't know.
It's so
But
funny.
you don't.
It's a different.
It's frustrating as a biologist not to walk amongst the animals that you study.
But you'd be swimming, you'd be climbing like this,
It'd
right?
be
In order to be able to
fantastic.
keep it. Yeah.
No, it'd be fantastic.
It'd be cold.
Cold. Look at that string of
Yeah, I know, it's amazing.
little edges of rock there coming up.
By the same token,
Just throw away.
the fatigue here is real, don't get me wrong. I say as I'm yawning, but the physical exhaustion of diving every day is it's really different. So they're both, running both of these kinds of cruises are really different experiences. But you don't get to talk to anyone. When you're underwater
When you're
in
scuba
scuba,
diving, yeah,
it's
right.
a completely silent experience.
Yeah.
So it's you and your data sheet, and you know what you know, and you've got a
Yeah.
camera and you figure it out.
It's one of the
Oh,
great
there's
advantages
a little-
of using an
little
ROV. What?
Fish, little batfish
we
or
saw
a
that.
goosefish.
We
Yeah.
saw that a little bit shallower than this yesterday.
Can I just take a quick snap zoom on that fish? Are we too far away from it already? Right below
It's
us.
below us, yeah.
Here. It's right there. See it? See, is it okay?
Is that a toadfish? Oh, it's
A goosefish? A batfish?
goosefish.
Okay. I just want to get
Should have a little barbel, no?
It does.
No.
It's definitely an
Yeah.
angler. It's up, actually. See, it's lifting it. It's just that we're looking at it like head on.
Straight
so
on, I see it. Yeah, right.
I think it's a little goosefish. Very cute.
Fish. Jesus.
Let me see if I can frame it up with the tail in it. There we go.
Mm.
I'm just waiting. actually one of these
when
things.
when they eat, they just suck it in, right? Don't they just,
Yeah, exactly. They actually open their mouth
They
really
inhale.
wide, which creates a suction, and
Yep.
it pushes everything in. There's George Lauder at Harvard. It studies thank you. That's great. We can studies that kind of thing, and he looked like mouth gate and
Yep.
suction and like the physical jaw, vertebrate jaw morphology and how things move in. And he's got these tanks that are just incredible, where he can really sort of slow-mo video and look at and actually create it's a Narella, create the atmosphere where you can actually look at the sort of little microcurrents that are happening when fish open their jaws, and it's amazing. Look at that shrimp.
So we're no longer seeing that circular disc ophiuroid that we were seeing earlier on the dive.
That's a
So
good
it's-
observation. Yeah, we were
They were
completely
pretty
different
abundant
ones.
there, right? And now we're seeing shrimp that have markings on them, stripes and whatnot that we don't
Yeah, exactly.
see. So maybe some neomorphast. We're seeing a bunch of sea stars here that are becoming
For
really
sure.
abundant.
Yep. And they're moving more, which is always a sign of more energy. Whoops, we're going to take a look at this purple coral. This Victor Gordia. Thank you. And there's I can't say it, Immunida crab to the right, too, I think. This little white one.
Let's see.
Is that what it is?
Looks like it. Oh, that may be a Galatheid.
Oh,
No, the white one hanging off the
yeah,
edge.
that's
there?
what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Am I good to move?
So a bit of a Victor Gorgia. Always like looking at this. Sometimes there's this really
Okay.
thick armed white ophiuroid. Just put it that way.
So we want to do the crab first since it's moving?
Yeah. That's
Not
usually
moving very
that's
fast.
usually my rules that go for the things that are mobile first.
I thought you were going to tell me crab first.
Yeah. Crab first. So that is a Galatheid squat lobster.
Cute.
Spiny.
Very spiny. It's got really fuzzy arms. It's kind of Yeti crabbish, but
It
not
is
really.
Yeti crabbish.
Is that typical?
Many species have fuzzy arms, but I would think it not at this depth and not on the seamount. But it's interesting. Well,
Okay. Yep. Let's do it.
these guys are like
Ready to go.
pitchers in the bullpen. It's like you call them and they come running
And then
out.
we're gonna look at that purple coral afterwards. Okay.
You should see him sit up in
So
their
you
chair.
don't
We
you
got-
don't so you don't know that crab, that squat lobster.
No, 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 no.
So if you guys don't know the story of the Yeti crab, it's a pretty cool one, but Tim can tell it better than I
No,
can.
go for it.
I don't know the whole history of its discovery, but it was found near hydrothermal vents, both feeding on mussels, right, and sort of like keeping its arms extended into the
Yeah.
current. And it turns out that it can farm microbes on its bristles, as well as consume. Is this right? I think this is right. The story. Is
Yeah,
it
I mean-
microbes or no? Yeah.
Absolutely, and
Yeah.
you know, almost all crustaceans at hydrothermal vents do that. They almost all sort of sit in the flow, and the shrimp do it.
So they have
especially especially in the Atlantic, we'll have lots of shrimp.
Right.
They will farm the microbes off their gill structures,
And so they, yeah.
yeah.
So the Yeti, they're called Yeti crabs because they're bright white and they look like they're like the abominable
I
snowman.
guess,
It's
yes,
just
I
like,
guess that's why they call them the Yeti.
yeah,
they're
they're just like
the
hairy.
Kiwidae
Yeah.
family, and there's 3 major families in the Characterization.
So this
Sorry,
this
the
has that
consolidate, yeah.
a little bit of that
Yeah.
feature. If you saw it, it's got those fuzzy arms. But
Yeah.
I don't think it's. I don't know what it's doing. Anna,
No.
you should take a swab of its arms when
Especially
it
here.
comes up. Hey Anna, you should take a swab of this crab's arms when it comes up. think that is just a beautiful Victor Gorgia. Let's see if we've got. 2230.
Did you get him?
Yep.
Nice job.
Okay, so let me get that ready.
That's
too.
going to be 533. It's a Galathea.
33.
There he is.
Yeah.
There he is.
Excellent. And jar.
Wonderful.
Which jar?
4.
4.
Okay.
Confirm.
And now it's indexed to 5.
Thank you.
Ben 0. Crabs 3. Ben 1.
There you go. Crabs 3, Ben 1.
I'll look at that.
That was Joe.
I'll yours.
Okay, great. Thank you. I was didn't know if you had to. So we're just gonna look at this coral. Beautiful. Okay, now we play the which way do we turn game. Nothing's happening. Do I have? Oh, no. Okay. No, I do have it. I'm just going the wrong way now. Thank you.
Thanks. Duh.
Beautiful. Really gorgeous. I think this is the first one we've seen. We saw a teeny tiny little one. But the first one we've seen on this dive. Fantastic. And we can take a look at this little... Do you have what you need from the associate, Tim? There's a little white one on the bottom.
Can't do any,
And I can't see the disc. I'm
yeah,
sorry.
No, I know. That's okay. That's good. You just get a good. I got that arm well, but
Yeah.
okay.
Okay.
Got the 2 rows.
Great.
I don't think that's intact.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Go flying.
Cool. All right. $681-meter Georgia.
Yep. Oh, okay. Hello.
Here we go. Stay on it. You got it, Adam. We got good focus.
We got lasers.
Ridge. Can you move forward? I'm gonna push you forward.
What kind of shark is this? Is that a
I don't
six
know.
scale?
It
It is a
1,
6
2,
scale.
3. It is a 6 scale. That's just,
I was counting
Look
the
at
gills
that
since I
tail.
said that.
I think
You know,
just
I am
came
not
out.
one for chasing sharks, but
He's
I'm
got the
gonna
camera.
give in.
You want to go up on the camera?
Yep.
He's got it. I mean, that's not going far. It's right here. It's gonna swim around us a little bit, probably. Just checking us out.
He wanted to see the Victor Gorgia too.
Yeah. You have to watch in the bullet can back there. Beautiful.
Hey, Ridge, we can come to an all stop now.
There he
There we
is.
go.
Yeah, it's up there too.
Yep. I was literally just counting gills, and 6 gill it is. Did you see his nose? It was all
No.
beat up. Wonder what he's trying to get crabs out of holes the same way Ben was. I'm sure.
Careful, L'Oreal.
Aw.
Screen is so bright, yeah, see, that's why these screens are different colors, they're good.
Nice, Adam. Go lasers off.
Yeah, let's take the lasers off, please. Adam, can you pull the lasers off?
Yes.
Thank you.
Pretty clean. Don't see any nicks or scrapes or.
Except on his
bites.
nose, where I bet
Well,
you he's been hunted.
It's been,
Yeah,
bashing into rocks and whatnot to
Exactly.
get little crabs and things.
that's what I think. I think
Little fish.
he's got the same problem Ben has.
Awesome.
It goes into the little crevices to try to get the crabs. This has been a very elasmobranchi dive.
I'm not sure we have good focus on it now. I can't tell. I think
Go for focus. Or,
there you
for
go.
zoom
Ed.
if you
There you go.
want.
Oh, there you go.
So we've had
It's gonna
a
bump
big
into the bottom.
ray, and now we have a 6-gill shark. That was unexpected. He just came into frame.
Oh no. I'm trying to think about how big it is.
Look at that nose.
Great shot.
Right there.
We're about to see why his nose is all scraped up. Nope.
Just cruising.
Ever wonder what it's like swimming with sharks?
I think he's saying thanks for the light, Sebastian. I'm gonna look for dinner while we're at it.
Well, from what Tim tells me, this might be the first time he's ever seen.
What'd you say?
Remember
What?
we were talking about that?
About what?
When we were talking about that they have eyes but they don't see it in the deep.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
We're at 685 meters right now.
Yep.
We had a 6-gill shark. Just patrolling.
Gently swimming. Does not seem to be phased by us, even in the slightest.
Probably a little annoyed from the legs.
Certainly not the pressure wave.
No, but
created
he
by the
came in.
vehicle.
But he came to find us, not the other way around.
Yeah.
So
He did come, you're right, he did come
Yeah,
check us out because
absolutely.
we were gonna land it out.
we were looking at a Victor Borgia coral, and all of a sudden there was a shark in the way.
He thought that maybe we were dinner, but
No.
unfortunately.
There are a few things that pull us off our transecting, our sharks and octopus.
Yes,
Yeah. It's like an automatic green light.
I have such mixed feelings about it too, because I'm
Don't-
like,
no,
why is
I
everyone
know.
into
I
the
know.
charismatic? But by the same token, I mean, I get it, right?
These observations are so rare.
So beautiful.
Like a glass octopus.
All right,
Let
I
him go
think
on
we
his
should
way.
let him go on his way. And
Are the 6 gills rare?
nah, we see him. We've seen him in
Yeah.
this area before, but you know, that was a really nice shot.
I thought we saw a big.
We saw a
big
bunch of 6 gills in
when we were
Pippa.
at Pippa, you're
Yeah,
right.
a bunch of them, not just
Big,
one.
yeah.
Eric has a thing for following the sharks.
Yeah, well, they kind of led us to the corals.
To the
last
to the
time,
to the
structures.
to the vertical reefs. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, maybe this one has led us off track a little, but that's okay. It's led us back to the rocks.
See what happens here.
Crash.
Just a little snub. All right, well, we're still going up. We're at 667.
Alright, we'll let him go.
Yep. Let him go.
Let him
Yeah.
go on his way.
Nice to see you, Sharky.
Mhm.
See you later. We saw sharks at the top too. At first I thought they were like just, gray reef sharks, but I think they were silkies. They were so silky.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Back to the corals?
Yeah. Got a good adrenaline rush there. Ready to go.
Really?
Sharks.
I get none of that. It's because you live on the Cape.
No, I have this thing about being eaten by one. And so, Yeah,
Wow.
I don't know. I've had it for a long time.
It's all right.
Like
Everyone has their thing. I'm
snakes or
terrified of saltwater crocodiles.
Yeah, I'm right. That's right.
As I should be, by the way.
Yeah, you
They're
should. I
terrifying.
don't know why you wouldn't be.
Everybody
Alright.
should be. So I hear you.
Yeah.
Everyone has their thing. I think it's because I spend a lot of time in really remote, shallow water places too, even in Pippa,
Mm.
and there's just a ton of sharks.
Yeah.
And you just get used
Yeah.
to it. There's just literally
They're part of
sharks
it.
everywhere, and they're part of the ecosystem.
that's a good
and
thing,
they pay
because-
you stay aware of them, but you
Yeah.
just You just get acclimatized.
You don't
to
fear them, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Saltwater crocodiles, however, and I'm out of the water faster than you can possibly imagine. There's a metallic gorgia. There's some of those cool sponges again. Let's take a quick
You
snap
are
zoom
seeing
on those.
metallic gorgia?
I just saw one. Do you want to see it?
No, let me just get that down.
It was
Yes,
the same oaf on it, and there was no other shapes.
Right.
Okay. Some kind of hexactinellid. Thank you. And we're seeing a little bit more of those brachiopod. See those shells embedded in the rock that we were starting to see yesterday.
Yeah.
So that's but not nearly in as high density yet. But I'll just note that that's noteworthy. 2241. 659. I love these carbonate caps. They're just awesome. Big anemone. You know what I mean.
Anemone?
Anemone. Somebody gave it that name just to trip up people saying it forever for the rest of their lives. They were laughing to themselves when they named it an anemone.
Yeah. 656.
There's a lot of brachiopod shells now. We're in that like fossil reefy stuff.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Just pressed into the rock.
Mhm. More Norella in the distance. And more of those sponges.
So yesterday, on the other side of this feature, we saw a big horizontal band of carbonate,
Mhm.
really white carbonate.
Mhm.
And I'm trying to remember what depth that was, but I think we gotta be getting close to that.
It's probably written down. You want to check the notes?
Okay.
Was it your handwriting?
No, I was watching from the library.
Oh,
So
these sponges again. These mixed live and dead colonies
Seeing that layering.
perplex me. Oh, it's a cool looking ledge. Urchins. We're starting to see some different stuff, probably because of the ledge. Different anemones, different oafs. All right. Should we climb the stairs?
So this is the thing.
Okay.
This is what gets me.
See what's on top?
See, this is one of the things that gets me.
Especially on these transects, right?
Yeah, I think that's really important.
I agree.
We get a little steeper here. We're
Yep.
at the foot of the.
Little urchin.
Yeah.
Although my handwriting's terrible and it's not nearly as neat.
Can't read mine. But we've lost some of the deep sea corals, haven't we?
Well, we don't see any corals right now.
I know. Sad.
Mhm.
Yeah. 650 meters basically, so we're
Yeah.
not seeing quite a few things.
These steep walls. And this limestone was all made by its compacted sand, broken up shells of calcifying organisms above it. Amazing.
Over long periods of time, right?
Mhm. Oh yeah, I mean,
Yeah, millions.
millions of years. We keep saying this, and it's the only number I really have until somebody dates all these rocks. But these seamounts are 80 to 90 million years old, and well, they're all made around the Tokelau Ridge, and so pretty old.
Kind of a barren barren stretch of hill.
It is a barren stretch of hill with a bunch of sea cucumbers. The Maya fauna is probably stunning around here, but I'm not gonna do a bunch of sediment slopes.
Mm.
So let's climb.
Mm-hmm.
Every time you say that, it sounds like Jaws.
Mm-hmm. I should go lower with it. Mm-hmm.
And then I hear
Terrifying movie
It is a terrifying movie.
for me. Yeah.
You know, oh come on, guy who wrote it, name, help.
Peter Benchley.
Thank you. Felt so bad after he wrote that he spent the rest of his life donating to shark conservation. Did you know
Is that right?
It
Because
is.
people went out and hunted sharks. Actually,
Yeah,
right?
and so Wendy Benchley, who's
Yeah.
is his wife, who's still alive today, has a whole shark conservation mission and foundation and portfolio to support shark conservation now because Jaws was just meant to be a film, meant to
Stimulate hunting.
stimulate
of sharks.
hunt, exactly.
Sharks are validating
so,
it.
Exactly. So I think it's really nice of the Benchley family to support sharks now in the way that they have. I mean, the fact of it is that I can't remember the statistic exactly, but they're more likely to get hit on the head by a coconut or
Is that right?
struck by lightning.
Yeah.
And so I'm not saying that they're not scary animals. They certainly are, but as long as you respect their habitat,
Mm-hmm.
they generally are pretty docile. I know, look at this amazing landscape.
It's just getting so smooth now.
Well, look at where we are.
cracks
We're
in the
right on the
plates.
edge of that wall.
Yeah.
Shark? See the shark? See the shark? See the shark?
Yes.
Jimbo loves the shark.
Six scale.
Six scale.
Six scale.
There's 60 of them.
He's in my mode right now because he's just woken up.
Yeah, it's interesting to see when people wake up. They
Nobody
have
can
to
get to your level.
you watch people wake up.
I know.
I don't know. Jimbo's been teaching me pretty well.
So here on the ship, somebody's always awake and somebody's always asleep because we have to work 24/7. And I know I stumble into morning meeting half awake sometimes. It's not pretty. Texas morning. What is that? That's an anemone.
Yes.
Beautiful.
That's that dinner plate anemone they were talking about.
It's huge.
Yeah.
Gorgeous. Okay, let me get a little zoom on this and then we'll keep climbing. Oh,
See multiple rows of tentacles
yeah,
and mouth.
Ben, something that's proud.
we should feed one of these.
Just waiting. Yeah, they will close up.
For
Well,
sure.
we had a great time in the Gulf of Mexico watching them eat the hatchet fishes.
Oh, jeez.
They were just
All right.
amazing.
Poor hatchet fishes. It all depends on who you root for here.
Well, I was rooting for ecological interactions.
Me too. Always. Always rooting for behavior.
Yeah.
Sponges again.
I'll give the pilot a try.
I was gonna ask you, so I got the CTE, I got it talking on the console, but it only takes like certain commands to.
Did you just get the SPE 45?
No, I got a command out of it. It's a whole bunch of information.
Was it just gibberish?
No.
All right, we're approaching 600 meters.
So I got a picture of it, but then other commands didn't work. It was like have sounds.
A smooth slope. Outcrop rocks crust.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Some more rock. Some outcrops here now. Let's see if we get some
The other one I tried.
stalked animals here. Not so many crinoids today.
No, but you can see these brachiopod shells again. Right, and some of them
It's just-
look alive.
Limestone with holes. There's a
Look at
little
that
skeleton.
flared crust though on the outside.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Couple of asteroids there. This is
Are those asteroids?
All on that line?
down here. Oh, there's
Yeah,
ophiroids.
I
you
think
mean.
they're ophiroids.
No, you're right. Sorry, excuse me.
I don't know.
Jumping the gun.
Up on top.
It's hard to see when they first come on the screen.
It's just the inside.
And we'll watch change. Who we got? Ben and Cody. Hey, Texas.
Out of the bullpen.
How you doing?
Hey, hurry up.
Gotta keep your eyes open to fly.
About 5 seconds to
It's like wake up and then go fly a plane. You know,
But they're so good.
sit
They
here
can
and
just do that.
yeah, they have to get oriented and check all the gauges and whatnot and look at things. And
Yeah,
look
but-
for electrical grounds and
But for all of you guys, it's got to feel like this vehicle is just an extension of you at this
Oh,
point. You know, you're so
it is.
comfortable
It's
with
like
it.
a glove.
When you do 434 days, it becomes an extension of you.
There you go.
It's true. We are going all the way up to the top of this feature, which is just about 200 meters. So we're at 605 right now, so we've got about 400 to go. And it's going to be super fun. And then we're going to do it again right afterwards on a different side.
Then we'll do it again.
And then we'll do it again on a different side.
Again. Until they make us leave. No. Yeah. It's really great. We learned so much
I
by
mean,
doing this.
It's pretty.
fabulous.
It's really pretty. Oh, there's a benthic.
Ooh, what is that?
It's a benthic siphonophore, I think.
It's a rhodallid. Yeah.
What's it holding on to?
Rhodallid.
Where? Oh, there are its attachments.
It has these little tendrils that's attached to the rock.
Yeah. Hang on, let me write that
Seafloor.
down.
It's level 2. This is a colonial
600.
siphonophore. That's, you see the shells now. Look at these shells. Oh, wow. Okay, hold on a second.
Benthic siphonophore. So it's basically fishing with a little net that it's making. And when it gets something good, it'll pull in and eat it. Alrighty.
Sorry, I just have to take a little coffee break.
No worries. Benthic siphonophore is perfect for coffee.
Love these
Hey,
things.
Jared.
Hey.
Whoa. All right, so we've had a watch change. Now we've got Cody and Jared flying. We have Jimbo in all the digital helm things. You have Tim and me still for a little while longer, and Anna in the back
Look at that.
helping us out. And we are flying up the side of a mountain.
You can really see the shells now, the
Yeah.
brachiopods that were here thousands of years ago.
Just every once in a while I see
Look at
one that's
these.
still alive.
These little promontories or whatever these
Amazing.
coming up.
You know, I think these get formed when you have sort of like these bommies, right? Like these like sort of spur and groove types of structures. See, that one looks alive. And you get, I mean, water carves this as the waves are pushing in and out. And these pits,
So this was seashore once upon a time.
either seashore or shallow pavement, right?
Yeah.
Because you see all these pits, like this is the kind of thing that, like, this is what urchins do in the shallows, right? They bore themselves into the calcium carbonate and sort of find a little spot. It's very typical.
Look at that slope, just tremendous. Yeah, see,
It
now's
is
when you
amazing.
should get out and walk around. And climb up this thing.
No, you'd never be able to climb up. You'd have to stand at the bottom and look up and go on the one little trail that is too many handrails, and it's way too litigious, so they wouldn't be able to jump off.
Oreo fish.
Much better to fly.
Yeah.
Oreo.
Those Oreos are even in the North Atlantic. They have their distribution is amazing.
So good.
Right, so broadly distributed. Oh, if you do a fish, you got a fish.
Ah,
Oreo.
good sponge. Good encrusting sponge. Ooh, here's some
Fantastic.
overhangs.
Fantastic.
Oh,
structure.
Cody's fine. Must be some overhangs. You seem to have a penchant for those, my friend.
Huh?
You do seem to have a penchant for those.
I like them.
They like you. They weren't here until you showed up. Ooh, disco.
I know.
Disco diving.
It's a light.
Little
You'll
little
see probably
star, a little sun star or something.
Yeah, almost like a tremaster.
Oof, kind of killing me.
Which line is it? Your bunch just kicked on.
That's fun.
Give you 160. 150 or 190, go your first.
582 meters. Climbing, climbing, climbing.
Whoa. All right.
Not much of the way of corals.
No, not yet.
You know?
But when we get to now that Steve's
Yeah.
walking in,
You know,
5
it's gonna
minutes
take
later,
off,
there's going to
I
be
know.
corals.
We're gonna get right at 575
75.
meters.
Steve's walking in right
Beautiful
now.
vertical walls are
So
gonna show
Steve,
up
we set
shortly.
you up.
These
There's been like
ledges.
no corals to date. You're about to walk in the room, and we were joking before that you
Massive
walk in and all the
corals.
corals start.
Yeah, all these.
He's got a big grin on his face because he knows it's right.
It's looking a lot like yesterday where we had these volcanic crust and rocks embedded in the carbonate. It was really deep.
Do you remember when you came into the really strong band of carbonate yesterday? What depth it was?
No, it was after my watch though.
It was?
Yeah, I think it was.
I appreciate it. Do you? Did you eat yet?
Yeah, also.
Good. You want your seat?
What's so what number? What number?
Okay.
We did get one rock.
But
Yeah,
it's for
that's-
us.
We want to get some substrate here.
Make sure you double check your basket map here because there's nothing marked
Oh,
in the rock box.
I didn't write it down. It's my fault. That's
no,
my fault.
we were sort of waiting on it.
Yeah, that's fine. I haven't seen anything worth really taking a skin around yet.
No.
It's FK.
Any samples in containers? Any biobox?
I don't think we have any biobox yet. It's all been smallish things. We did a little Swiftia.
Very good.
We did a little. What did we do?
We have a lot of suctions of cup corals and sediment tubes, Galathid crab. We have an RNA collection. Yeah, we did. Oh, we collected a little bit.
Yeah.
All right. Have you seen Unnamed yet?
What is that word?
Great.
Oh, is that primnoid? That's primnoid.
Yes. You can't read my terrible handwriting?
We had a weeping willow at Marysagorgia.
That was Rhodana regorgia.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. I saw that, but it was a seriously furry one though.
Yeah, they
Sometimes
get
you
like
know,
that.
yeah.
Depends on how
Do you know what our altitude is right
The
now?
ones.
how grown out they are from the.
What?
Yeah, I could see that, but it was still.
2.7 meters is our
I thought it
altitude.
was pretty fun.
Yeah, it was nice.
So-
Nice one.
Steepy steep.
It's very,
All right.
very steep right now.
Steepy steep. All right. We are gonna.
Where's Anamari?
She's coming.
In terms of
Here. You go.
hang on.
timeline, what are we looking like? We got
All right. Enjoy.
Thanks, Randy.
Find a glass octopus.
It's great. Yeah.
Like Ronald Winnets.
What do we do here? No
Both these
discus.
could just to stand up.
Yeah.
See another time.
Okay, yeah. See that is.
Is that you?
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Good crab.
I'll be right behind you.
Good old Marky like everything.
Alright, gonna go in the crab. I'm just gonna take a coffee break A lot of anemones here.
Yeah.
You know, this is something we typically observe in areas of lower oxygen. There seems to be higher anemone or
Lower oxygen?
lower oxygens. You typically find these ophiuroid, ophiuroid beds.
Assemblages, yeah.
Yeah.
We're gonna do a quick wipe balance.
Yep.
If that's okay with you.
Sure. Oh wow, swimming.
Whoa.
Alright, look at that guy
That
go.
guy go. I've seen him do that before, but that's
I
exceptional flailing.
didn't think if that would, I don't know if that's a good use of energy or not.
No.
But I guess if you're trying to escape a predator.
Still alive though.
Yeah. Still alive.
Jimbo, I'm about to do a wipe balance. Off I go. Thank you, sir. For permission.
The oxygen readout last. Is it up here?
Well, no, we don't have the sea.
Oh, yeah, right.
It's logging on the seafloor, but we don't have it.
Okay.
Yeah,
Got it.
so we have no temperature here.
Yeah. I wasn't sure that was still up in the air when I went to bed last night.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, this would be a good biological indicator that we've reached a pretty low oxygen zone.
Just
That
the
was
O's
it.
together, you think?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
'cause
We in the OMZ off Costa Rica, we noticed. I don't know. Were any of you all? No, that was kind of in Costa Rica. The ophiuroids were so dense that a bit of thruster wash created an ophiuroid tornado,
yeah. Wow.
self-propagating. Ophnado. Ready to go. Can you take lasers on when did you get a chance? Thank you.
Once we see something live, we'll wipe balance again.
Yeah, that's all right. So I've started watching since about 10 o'clock, so I'm kind of familiar with what's in the area.
Yeah.
A lot of these small Neurella, a couple Swiftia, what else? Plexaurids. What else? I think that's mostly it.
Yeah. We did see Ventigorgia.
Yeah. Did you sample that one?
Swiftia. No, I
No.
was really on the edge.
Yeah.
I should win it down. I should
I'm
have
always on the edge as well. I have there's one that seems to be very widely distributed, like 500 down to 1,200 meters.
Yeah.
But there are a couple other kind of bizarre ones that are different morphologically from that. Yeah, I'm really.
I'm always happy to sample. I still don't have the white oak from there. But
Ready to go. You got a new waypoint for you.
Yeah, I'm very curious to poke around the summit more as well. I think
me too.
that was pretty impressive. That sponge, I would love a piece of that sponge that forms those sponge gardens.
Yeah.
Since we have no idea really what it is.
No, there was a lot up there.
Yeah.
We're not seeing much here.
What was interesting to note yesterday is that a lot of the corals were preferentially on the exposed black volcanic or a crusty material, not so much on the carbonate, possibly.
Yeah.
But it's interesting because there was a lot of dissolution or erosion from the carbonate surrounding these rocks, and it puts them up on a pedestal like this.
Mm-hmm.
It was a little bit more severe in the higher up, but not any stony corals. Haven't seen
No.
any. That's really stunning.
We saw some of the out salmon.
Oh yeah.
Early on, white and yellow morph.
What was our starting depth?
I think it was like 14 something. I can't remember.
Yep.
So decent coverage.
850 meters. Looks like it was the first one. Very nice.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm late.
Hi. How are you?
I'm good.
Our last number, I didn't remember.
Yeah, I'll have it. I think it was
I see it.
532. Was the rock?
Confirm.
Black?
Yeah.
Okay. Great.
Thank you.
You're just fine. Thank you. This will be fun. Yeah, good watch.
I'm starting to see some worm tubes here. Some worm tubes start appearing around 500 meters, going up shallower. We should be heading over some lumps and bumps coming up here. Some carbonate terrain. Nothing attached on these overhangs. It's been pretty barren up. There's a couple things, a couple of Anolepsamia stony corals. Take a quick zoom on those if you have a second, since it's
Is this your candies?
no.
I'll watch out.
Oh, can we white balance on that?
Yeah, you should be able to white balance. The fresh polyps are whiter than the older stuff. And the right hand one is probably whiter than the left. Yeah, the left one looks yellowish.
Go ahead and zoom up that.
Mm-hmm.
Jumbo, get ready for white balance. Okay, ready.
There you go.
There.
Much nicer.
No, better.
Alright.
Still doesn't look better. Still wanna look at these?
Yeah.
Alright,
I'm not gonna go tight in, just
yeah.
2/3.
Trying to get you some more lighting there.
There's a sea star in there.
Sea star there.
Really hard to see what it's doing, but it doesn't look to be on the coral. It looks to be adjacent to. Yeah. Tough. Okay.
I'm gonna wait for this laptop because
Okay. Okay.
What's in with the DBL and this? So the bottom of that is probably what, a foot and a half?
Yeah, about half meter or foot.
Speak American over here.
Yeah, something like that.
That's a little rude there, Jimbo.
Huh?
Don't be rude over there, Jimbo.
No.
Big cat.
I don't know what's wrong with the Wi-Fi.
Is it not connecting there?
Like I don't have any, so I need to re-update it.
Okay. Yeah. Do you need Yeah, you use that one for now. I'm gonna create a secondary logging station right here so that we can both do it together.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I'm just gonna cruise this little ledge
Yeah.
just to see if we see
Yeah,
anything new.
some of the more significant relief we've seen, so good to get a handle on what's at the hard substrate at these depths. A lot of embedded shelled critters, maybe brachiopod shells from times past. A lot of these worm tubes on top of the rock too. We collected one of those, I think. What's the current doing in this area?
Not really much.
Really stagnant.
Going.
I can't
It's
even
pretty
see.
stagnant.
Yeah, that's striking. Okay.
You could throw it up on.
Oh yeah, I can see it back there.
It's
I was
way
just
over there as well.
I was just interested in getting the kind of in situ current. You know, what are we feeling on the seafloor,
Oh, okay.
which is sometimes a little bit different than what the sensors are telling us. But yeah, it's pretty minimal.
Since we're only at 540 meters, the OS-75 will tell us that.
Hmm.
I mean, we have a little bit coming at us,
Yeah,
but just
down slope.
So it's like nothing to write home about.
Yeah.
We can. Let the old lady know. Hey, look, Seamount. Currently doing that. It's a little bit at us. Let's see what's going on with. You want to throw in an internet? See if that's like what's going on?
Yeah, that's always that. That's always that. What's the pitch now? It's like 4
Negative 4.5. My roll's about a negative 1. Anybody home? Come in there.
Somebody's home. Something. There's a shrimp in there. Can I go in?
Yeah, go.
Alright.
Trying to get some light on that.
Yeah.
Shrimp cave.
Some shrimp and feather duster worms. Looks like a nice home for some sort of big fish or something.
Well, Kraken comes out.
I don't know. Maybe that's the home of the giant Pacific narwhal.
That might be the home of the giant Pacific Normal.
Good thing we have an expert here.
Jimbo,
Yes, hello.
would you like to weigh in? Would you like to weigh in on this cave here? Would a narwhal fit in this cave?
No.
Okay.
Okay.
Expert has
A giant
spoken.
isopod might though. I'd love to see one of those here.
The expert has spoken. No, not
But did you all get a chance to see the 6-gill shark?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's pretty impressive. Siphonophore, yeah. Or maybe a pyrosome.
What is the glass?
The gelatinous one? Yeah, I think it was a siphonophore or a pyrosome. Siphonophore's in there. Beside pH. Or just put jellyfish is fine. We can resolve it later. Yep.
big hole.
So this side is pretty much in stark contrast to what we were seeing yesterday. A lot of this stuff is seems to be pretty loosely consolidated rock, maybe some sediment debris. Yeah, maybe some sort of. But where we do have relief, the interesting thing is that there's really not much growing on it. You know, maybe some stony corals here and there. But, you know, you would think with how hard this rocky substrate is that there'd be something here. But I suspect it might be due to current flows. Can we zoom in on that purple patch on the tip of the rock? It might be a sponge or something. Just want to take a closer look. It's pretty cracky stuff. What are you doing?
Yeah,
Am I
go
going?
ahead.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
What is that? It's kind of some sort of. Can you rotate around to the right side a little bit? Looks like some sort of zoanthid. The white polyps. Looks like some sort of zoanthid. But it's very interesting. It forms this kind of webbing. I've never seen that before with a zoanthid. These are relatives of anemones and corals. Most of the anemones and corals we see here, but they're a little bit different. They're belonging to a different group, but they're most commonly associated with encrusting other skeletal creatures, like particularly bamboo corals. They form what are called gold corals in some cases, some species. This rock is full of stuff. Lots of zoanthids, yeah. One stony coral colony on top.
Is there cup corals?
No cup corals. There's one stony coral, Analopsemia here, but it's mostly zoanthids, a couple of sponges, and then covered with brittle stars. Very nice. Yeah, it looks like some of these zoanthids look like to be parasitizing this sponge. Kind of looks like Swiss cheese a little bit. It's got lots of these large holes in it. So the zoanthid grows within and around the sponge. All right, that looks great. You do a little bit of pirouette action around this rock to see if there's anything else on either side. Nice. There's also some stylastrids on here, which we collected yesterday. That was fortunate. And then one branching coral that's absolutely covered with hydroids. It looks like a colony of Narella based on the branching sequence. But, yeah, wow. Lots of ophiuroids here. Lots of brittle stars. They're coming out in sheets. Can I zoom in on the top of that head of coral? Figure out what the bronze colored stuff is.
I don't know, but they like it.
Yeah.
Whoa.
I don't know. It's definitely a very rugose type of mound, very bumpy. Yeah, definitely an oaf rock. I wonder if it's because it's on the upcurrent side. All their, they're picking this because there's better flow around the rock, whereas on the other side it's kind of in a shadow. Yeah, very nice little promontory. Not a single octocoral that I saw. There might have been a couple stoloniferans in there, but nothing really apparent that the structure producing.
You want to send out the suitcase feed real quick? We're gonna reset this camera. Some
Sure. All right.
Cue me.
So if you're just joining us, we're diving on the opposite side of the Seamount shallow bank we were diving yesterday in similar depth ranges. We're doing an east-west comparison today to better understand some of the spatial distribution patterns of corals and sponges and pretty much everything that lives on this bank. We wanted to get a better handle on if there are east-west differences, possibly due to different oceanographic currents that are in the area. These are one of the things that is very exciting about these islands. They sit right on these equatorial currents that are very strong, and when they impinge on some sort of topography, they can wrap around these islands, they can upwell, they can induce flows that are possibly beneficial to corals on one side or the other. We're also getting a pretty good perspective of the differences in geology from one side to the other. The site looks rather different from yesterday, for example, where we were seeing a lot more blocks and big overhangs and broken carbonate, as well as a number of stony corals and things that were pretty hefty rubble producers, creating mounds of rubble and reef. We did see a 6-gill shark a few minutes ago. These are pretty rare occurrences, but in 2017 out here with the Okeanos Explorer, we did actually get a brief glimpse at what seemed to be a pair of 6-gill sharks, one male and one female, swimming side by side. That was really interesting. Slopes are pretty moderate today. Even though we were looking at and getting our 30-degree ideal slope angle, it's been pretty species poor, pretty low density coral communities. Large shrimp.
Is that a big shrimp?
Yeah, it's a large, maybe heterocarpus shrimp. There's some great footage of those predating on other organisms. All the sea stars or brittle stars are running away, sensing the pressure wave of ROV. Doesn't seem like they're responding to the light, but that may seem like what they're responding to, but oftentimes they're just very sensitive to any sort of pressure wave current that may be running through the area. So a few things to zoom on here. So we were looking yesterday at near the summit of this seamount. We had a lot of these worm tubes. Oftentimes we're not seeing a lot of the worms that create these tubes, but they are definitely pretty interesting habitat for things like these hermit crabs, which are grazing on some sort of food that's growing on the outsides of these tubes. Some sponges and a spitodiatomatid urchin, deep sea long spine sea urchin. There we go.
So many brittle stars.
Yeah, this is a brittle star city for sure. I was just telling Tim the last watch lead before the break.
Behind us,
Shark? Oh yeah, he's keeping his distance.
Hang time. You want to go look at him? He might come around to us.
Let's go look at this star and we'll see if he comes back again. Yeah. They love to hang out behind for some reason. I don't know how they.
Or attack us.
Oops.
Hit us from back in.
Careful. It's always curious to me why they prefer to be behind the vehicles. Like, do they know the cameras exist on the front
Right.
side?
They must. It's just like all the other fish, you know?
Yeah.
I think a lot
I mean,
of that's to do with our thrusters too. It's
Pushing back.
pushing back.
I'm curious to see what that is.
Those Oreos though, they love the camera.
They're just, they're not camouflage mode.
That's a different home of the fish.
Yeah. Another type of fish. Look at the fish.
That's like, those eyes. Like a little alligator. Alligator eyes. Perched over there.
Got the trifecta here of echinoderms, the sea stars, the brittle stars, and the urchins. Now all we need is a crinoid and a sea cucumber and we'll have them all. Interestingly, I was noting yesterday some of these occurrences, like these polychaete worms, were associated with some of these echinoderms. So there's a small polychaete worm, try and get into focus here, in on the edge, the bottom edge of this sea star, and oftentimes with larger sea urchins, for example, you find these associations of worms living on or around these echinoderms, maybe for protection, but they may be feeding on something that the sea star is left behind. Good imagery of that, thank you. All right, I think we can move on.
Ready?
Yep. We're making good time though, so we're coming up rather quickly now.
Close. Right. Trying HD one up. See if
After yesterday's dive, I'm most interested in seeing those that sponge reefy area that's up about 300 meters or so. Some pretty spectacular coverage and density of those sponges just at the lip of the rim of the seamount. The summit was also quite dense with animals, fishes especially, tons and tons of fishes. We ended up coming up to the summit after dark last night, so we didn't get a chance to see if there was any spectacular light penetration, but we did note some crustose coralline algae, which suggests that there is a light penetration to these depths of the summit, which are around 230 meters, 240 meters was something like our shallowest. Samia, stony coral.
seen a lot of it.
Yeah, we were looking for one specific ophiuroid. I haven't seen it yet.
You want to take a look at that one? since it's open?
Yeah, just a quick zoom in, but I didn't see any ophiuroids from here. It actually doesn't look very well. About half the polyps, half the tissue is gone. You can see the yellow part is where there's still live tissue, but not noting any of the associated ophiuroids. There's a few ophiuroids on the bottom, but I wouldn't necessarily call that an association, since they're everywhere.
It's
More like
Once you
armored.
zoomed in on that sediment, you could really see them everywhere.
Right. Yeah, it's there was some pretty spectacular imagery from 2019 Falkor cruise in off Costa Rica particularly off the seamounts off the Costa Rica margin. Were either of you on Costa Rica in 2019? Yes. There was an instance where there was a carpet of ophiuroids, and
Just flying up everywhere.
and yeah, there's like ophiuroid tornadoes
Yep.
with a little bit of thruster wash with these self-propagating ophnados. Yeah, I have that copyrighted, so don't try any fast moves there. Yeah. But the interesting thing about those ophiuroids is that they were typically associated with being at or near the oxygen minimum zone. There was very little else living in that area, but the ophiuroids were quite abundant, which suggests there's some sort of an environmental control, like oxygen concentration, which controls how and where certain corals or sponges might live. But these ophiuroids may not be so sensitive to that. Some sponges, we've seen those already. Yeah, not much. Can we look left or right on this ledge just to get some perspective of how similar it is up and down? Yeah. Pretty low relief. It actually kind of disappears. You know? Yeah. Yeah, so just a very brief overhang. Yeah, I'm curious how cohesive the sediment is. Have you set down at all in this? Does it leave an imprint? It's pretty solid stuff. Yeah. Yeah. That's impressive considering there's nothing attached to it. So that suggests to me that there's current controls in this area. Wait, look at that yellow blob. Mm-hmm. I think it might be. Yeah, we're getting up there in its range.
What is the little green thing?
We're gonna take a look at it. It looks like it to be a type of stony coral, but we'll double check.
This one has polyps though.
Yep.
The other ones didn't.
Yep. Yeah, very nice.
looks
I
like-
do. Yeah. This is a colonial stony coral. Or at least it looks colonial. Sometimes they can be pseudocolonial, where they're actually just clusters of single polyps, but this one is most likely colonial. But it does look slightly different from yesterday. There are some crabs on it. Wait a second, take a look. Yep, so we have this as Aguchipsamia also. It could be the same species we were seeing up top, and it seems to be the case. What was that?
Solitary
It's a colonial coral. Yeah. Let me see. Going back to the replay, since we have a little bit of time, we're ahead of schedule. All right. Yeah, looks similar to the one from yesterday. Okay, that's great. Great imagery, thank you. Looks identical to one we collected in 2017 also. So useful comparison to, where was that collected? maybe Canton or Arona or Corallivory Reef, possibly Winslow Reef also.
Pretty far to the coast.
But this is in the depth range for them. The published depth range that we have identified is 193 to 400 meters. So, yeah, within the plus or minus 75 meters or so, it's conceivably possible that could be a deeper record. But the genus is known from deeper depths as well. Next. If we see any crabs living in and around the rock, we might want to zoom on those as well.
You said there might be one right
On the right hand side.
overhang up here.
Yes, yes.
I'm not too sure.
You mean on the upper right there?
Upper right and
Or upper left?
you see that little
Yeah.
right there? I don't know if that's one or a shrimp. Hey, go.
Brittle stars there. That's a interesting, just some sort of brachiopod shell maybe, or sponge. Some cup corals on the lip of this, stylastrids as well. Stylastrids are these small white, kind of inconspicuous projections off the rock. They're relatives of, or the same group as fire corals that are found on shallow water coral reefs. There we go, another brachyuran crab. I think we've seen a few of those so far, but I'm not sure we actually got good zooms on them, so I can try and get a zoom on that. Alright, all set. All set there. Oh yeah, it's a hermit crab. Did you see the one that was swimming over there?
Yeah.
You guys were driving, right? It's all blending together, sorry.
No, fine. We get that way sometimes. Well,
Oh, another sea star, similar to the one we saw a bit earlier.
back away.
Yeah, thanks.
Look to the right.
It's good perspective.
And pop that.
Very, very eroded.
You in the right spot. No?
You know, I'm really surprised the Oreos have disappeared. Not the cookies. I mean, if there were Oreos, they'd probably disappear too, but the Oreo fishes. Yeah, nothing. Barren.
It's like a desert. Subsea desert.
There seems to be some encrusting sponges. Those are the biggest things, yeah. Sea stars, yep, a few of them. I don't know what they're feeding on it here, though. It must not be corals. It might be sponges. It could be. And there's a few stony corals, but we really had minimal evidence of predation by sea stars on stony coral polyps. But it's not unusual. We've seen pycnogonid sea spiders predating on stony corals as well. But for the most part, it's been pretty seldom we see predation on those particular species. Another blob of worm tubes. Couple of sponges.
Okay, we got a few corals here.
Yep. Yeah, can we take a look at the one on the bottom?
Thank you.
The white fin? No, thank you. I'm all set.
Yeah, I'll take some. Oh, long black. Thanks, James.
Okay. Pushing in. Oh, this is interesting. Yeah. Well, I mean, I caught a glimpse of it when it was in focus, like halfway, but that doesn't mean I want a collection. I just want to.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I'll get you so you can get some better pictures.
I mean, it could. I didn't. Yeah. Thanks. I appreciate that. Yeah. I'm always very interested in these white fans because, you know, like we were mentioning yesterday, color is super variable, and sometimes some of the plexaurid fans can be very different colors. But all be the same species, or sometimes different colors can be different species. It's very complex within that family.
What kind of corals there?
We're gonna find out. Not 100% certain yet. It's between a few families.
Buddy,
Thank you.
so much to do there. See what you can do.
It'll be a great one to white balance on, though. Not that you need it. I think we're in pretty good shape, but. Oh wow. This is not something we've seen yet. Yeah, probably. Yeah. It's so tough to focus when you have, you know, we're up kind of shallower, and when you get shallower, you get mixing between warmer and more saline layers, and so you get this kind of shimmering effect.
You want manual cooking?
It's oh yeah, I thought it was on. Yeah, thank you. I mean, the autofocus was doing a pretty good job.
Yeah. Manual, take out some of that shimmer.
Yeah.
We're in the dermal corner a little bit.
Yeah, we're starting to get in it. All right, coming back to focus now. There we go. Yeah, I don't know. So this is a plexaurid. It's not a color morph I'm familiar with at all. It's actually quite interesting. It's got yellow and bluish. So I'm not sure. And it seems to be that there's an ophiuroid arm in there somewhere, but I can't make out a central disc. So I would like to do a collection. Yeah. Let me take the in situ imagery. I'll push the buttons on here, and then we'll set up for a collection.
Is it kind of blue?
Yeah, it's slightly bluish and yellow.
Iridescent blue?
Yeah. All right. Well, that's great. We can go for a collection. I think the best place to grab is probably somewhere we can get the brittle star as well. And I don't know if you guys see where the brittle star is, but there's
See the arm.
the arm, yeah. So I'm guessing, somewhere in there. It looks to be that there's two forks here. It forks very low. So there might be like this one branch. You can grab this one branch and leave the one in the background.
Okay.
Thanks.
Let's see if they have one open.
Okay, 21. Yeah, there's a lot of containers open.
You got a section and a half. Here.
Thank you.
I hope.
Wait, Steve, do you
Yep.
need all?
I got the pictures already. Yeah, I'll enter it here.
Oh, thank you, sir. Need a managing. 5 stars. 5 stars. Extremely slow because I'm just perched on a small little rock.
The sample number is going to be 533. It'll be really interesting to see how the polyps close as well, because one of the things we can use to narrow down our ID is also what the polyp shape looks like after they've been retracted.
There's Steve.
I think you got it there, yeah. Lovely. Very nice.
Yeah, I see it. I can swing out for it. Make it easier. Got it. Got it? Still a little too close for you? Oh, no. It's perfect. Okay, push out. That's not push. That's not push.
So one of the interesting findings that we came across during our 2017 expedition in the Phoenix Islands protected area was the real zonation patterns that we observe in the deep sea in this part of the world. And in the top 600 meters or so of the water column, we find that there's a lot of species turnover with increasing depth. And so what that means is that as we go deeper, we're seeing species appear and disappear as we enter and exit the distribution of their range. And so any samples we can get in the top 600 meters here, right now we're sitting at 452 meters, is really valuable because what we might be observing are very narrow ranged species. And so we might see one or two of them, and then we might move 10 or 20 meters vertically, and then all of a sudden we're out of that species range. So it's very interesting. As we move deeper, though, we tend to find species that are more broadly distributed. So if you're following us since the beginning, since our early dives, you might have seen similar species at 2,500 meters compared to 1,200 meters. So this will be an interesting collection to look at regardless. Excellent collection. Thank you, guys.
Do you want to take a look at all the posts?
Yeah, sure. Do a quick in and out. Yeah. What box did that go into? I wasn't.
That 112.
12. Thank you. Lovely. Yeah, so this is interesting. So we're looking at tentacles and polyps that are contracted and retracted. So this definitely suggests the plexaurid. However, there's just not enough detail on the polyps themselves to have us get a better ID. A lot of the features we're looking at for species ID or even some genus ID are micrometers, microns in size, and these are the sclerites, the calcium carbonate structures that are embedded in the tissue that give the coral some support. All right, that's good enough. Really tough to see what we wanted to see with that, since it's moving around a lot. It's just that it's a tough to ID coral from polyps closed.
Do you want me to get a little closer?
No, that's all right. we have a specimen, so we're set to go.
Alrighty. And we are all set.
Thank you. Good find.
We got some more corals up here to the right. As well as there were some to the left.
Oh yeah, what's that brittle star over there to the right? That's bizarre. With the arms wavy like that? Is that a brittle star or a skeleton? Let's take a look at that. Some brittle stars do that, but it looks doesn't look like it's moving very much. Oh yeah, it's a brittle star. Oh, you know what this is? This might be the dinosaur. what we've been calling the dinosaur, which is a brittle star. We collected a couple yesterday. This is an interesting behavior because I don't recall in the collection we made yesterday. Oh, there it goes. Yeah. So you could see what it was doing. It was fishing, had its arms way stretched out in the water column, kind of like S curves.
Looks like it.
Yeah. It looked like a skeleton of a coral, right?
Yeah.
And then, yep. Can you adjust the? Oh no, actually it's probably okay. Maybe the brightness down a little bit. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. So this looks like the dinosaur. What we're calling the dinosaur. It looks kind of Jurassic, archaic. There it is. If this looks different to you, Tim, let me know. But to my untrained eye, it looks very similar to the ophryoid we got yesterday. But this is great imagery. I don't know. The nodules kind of look a little different. The granularity on the back of the arms. Anyway, let's see if it starts to move its arms back out. It looks like it's totally tucked in. The interesting thing too is it's on this old Anelopsamia colony, but it's actually not on any of the live material, even though there's live Anelopsamia in the area. All right, hold that for a few seconds. Very nice. All right, I think we can go.
Yeah, this coral here, and I think there's one right above. Definitely.
Sponge. Yep. Big old demo sponge. As we move shallower, we're also seeing differences in sponges. We were seeing a lot of glass sponges down deeper, which are these translucent, very fragile-looking sponge morphologies made out of silica spicules. But a lot of the sponges we see shallower are demo sponges, which are made up of a variety of different things, mostly of this spongy protein, but also of other things like calcium carbonate. There's a few calcareous sponges as well. We have a couple of sponge collections in mind already. As we come up to the shallows, we should start to see these sponges again. Take a close look at this sea star, see what it's doing. Some of the sea stars we observed on these soft sediment habitats were actually feeding on very, very tiny corals yesterday. But I'm not seeing any live polyps. There's some anemones, but no sponge or coral here that's visible from this side. But nevertheless, we can get an ID on this sea star. Just by taking some good imagery of it, at least to the genus level. Yep. All right. Great, thank you. All right, well, hold on.
Awesome.
Can you turn it over?
Tornado. Go get the foot of the room.
There we go. I'll take a look kind of in the area where it was and as well on the underside. It looks like doesn't look like there's any stomach diversion here. Polychaete on the underside. And if we go back to where it was, kind of right in this vicinity, I'm guessing. Doesn't look like much of anything. Might be some hydroids around here, but that's about it. Would you mind turning it back over? Just so we let him or
He's looking for it.
him or her, they go on their way. Leave no trace, you know?
Leave no trace. Leave no sea star unturned.
Great, thank you.
It took him a year to get one of those puppies in.
All right, yeah. It's probably the wildest ride of his life. All right, great. So, no real evidence of any coral or sponge grazing there. It wasn't really clear if it was feeding on anything. The stomach wasn't everted in any way. But we're keeping our eye out because as we get shallower, we're finding there's a lot of these small, stubby, 4 or 5 centimeter tall coral colonies, and there was one interesting observation of a sea star predating on some of the very, very small coral polyps near the summit yesterday. A little bit of ways to go. We just passed waypoint 6, moving westward. Some more of these parchment worm tubes. I'm happy to know what those are now because those are really enigmatic.
Did they open up the one we got yesterday?
Yeah, there were actually 2 worms in it.
There's 2 of them.
Yeah, there was one worm makes the tube, and the other one I'm guessing was just living in the tube as a habitat. Starting to see some spike fish.
Sponges.
Some more of these yellow colonial corals. Take a look at the sea stars coming up.
Yeah.
Alright, I'll be right back.
So we're looking here at another star. Another goniasterid sea star.
Stevie,
Yeah.
what's happening?
Welcome. We are just taking a look at some sea stars here, since they seem to be pretty abundant. We're not noticing very many corals, so we're just curious what they're feeding on. So I'm just going to take a look in some detail. How are you all doing today? Well, so this one looks like there's a bunch of these small sponges in the area, and maybe some small gastropods or brachiopods. Not sure what these are. Looks like sponges to me. But we got some good imagery of that one, so I think that will work. There's this blue patch over here. I'll take a look at this before we head off, since we're making good time up the slope here. Oh, there's a snail. Not sure what kind of snail that is. And some, looks like some scallop shells. Or some sort of bivalve or brachiopod. Alright. Alright, let's keep going.
Keep rolling.
Keep rolling.
Coffee break done.
We're coming up a bit faster than I thought, so.
Another sea star. Oh,
Another sea star. You want to go take a look at that one? Sure.
Oh, there's another one right there too.
Yeah, there's quite a few here. I think they're all the same species at
Looks like they own
Goniasterid.
something, though.
Yeah, take a look. They're clearly doing something. I just don't pick this spot for a reason.
Maybe they're slowly making their way up slope.
They're not in transit. They're clearly doing something with purpose here.
There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. About 6 of them out there.
Yeah, yeah. Pretty good density here.
I know we can count. 1, 2. I think we can count sea stars.
I don't know. I'm thinking maybe it's like brachiopods or something.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Maybe sponges, but there's a lot of these encrusting shells. I'm not sure what the shells are. Maybe barnacles. Could be barnacles too. There's a lot of these hairy projections. These arborescent foraminifera here. Those might be tasty, I guess. But
I think that's what they're eating.
I don't know. Something is, it's very small. It's not like a coral or something, because we're not seeing hardly any corals in this area.
Can I come
But
join you?
I'm confused what these things are eating. Maybe
What was the other one eating?
nothing.
That's what it looked like from
Yeah.
upstairs, but I couldn't really tell.
Yeah, no,
It
nothing.
looked like there was like a little purple stalk underneath it when you first.
There was an
got to it.
Anemone. It was a tiny, like Edward. Edward.
Was it still intact?
Yeah, it was out. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's these brachiopods. Maybe it's sponges. I don't know. I was wondering if you wanted us to flip more to see.
I would love that, but
Yeah.
I don't want to. I mean, but then again, we're making really good time.
We're making really good
Let's-
time. That's why I was gonna.
Let's flip a couple. I mean, let's flip 5.
Okay. Can we flip this one over as well?
Flip.
And then flip it back so it can go on
Yeah,
its way.
poor thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we came up just in the last hour. We came up 150 meters.
Yep.
So it's rising quickly.
I think that's good.
Mhm.
We'll
It's
go.
excellent. Can spend more time poking around.
Exactly. And going back down and doing it again. I'm so
Could
excited.
do that. Yeah.
Have you taken the photo for that?
A photo?
We're not going to sample it. We're just going to do like
I'm
observation.
just gonna flip it over and see what it's eating. Once again, please join us for the game of who's eating what on the seafloor. Stomach is not even averted,
But you wouldn't think it'd be perched there if it wasn't doing something with purpose,
but it was on
right?
top of a sponge, right? Zoom right into where it was. It's fine because now it's at least the right side. It can move from there.
There was nothing. Yeah, we don't need to see
Nothing.
the underside. There was no
I just like
stomach
to zoom where it
aversion.
was. He was on that encrusting sponge,
Yeah.
which there's a part of it that looks. You see the bottom left? That looks a little
That one?
crunched. No, top one, the blue,
Yeah.
but the bottom left part of that sponge looks a little crunched. Maybe it's a stretch. All right, let's flip 4 more.
Yeah, we have about 5 or 6 in the area, so it's in the distance up on this
Yeah.
ledge. All right.
See if Adam and Cody are up for a little star flipping. Hang, we need a spatula. Oh yeah, this is the
I was
perfect place
thinking,
to do
you know,
this.
there's a lot of these small barnacles, and I was wondering maybe that's what they're after, you know, something like that. But I think sponges can be pretty generalist if there's nothing in the area that, you know, maybe like a coral or a sponge, and if there's barnacles or, you know, brachiopods that we're not seeing because they're so small that, you know, maybe it's something that they could have an appetite for. They look to be all the same species.
I agree. I think the ones that are up on the wall are a little more. I don't know why. I feel like it's just. I feel like they're more in feeding mode, but maybe that's just me. Yes, please.
Okay. Go ahead. Flip.
What's behind door number C star number 1? Number 2. Door number 2. So we're going to look for is whether or not the stomach is averted, right? Whether it's actively feeding, and if it is, what it looks like it's feeding on.
I was surprised the other day when we sampled this Metallogorgia with the sea star grazer, how quickly they can draw their stomach back in.
I know. Turn it, flip it, turn it. And nope. Nope.
It's just on rocks too, and rubble.
Yep. There are 2 kind of on the walls that look like they're climbing to the left. Can we try those, or are those too hard to set up on?
We'll slide over there and see.
All right.
Go flip some more stars.
Star flip.
Star flipper.
Oh,
We
yeah.
collected a few stars in 2017. Did we do any stomach contents on those, or anything?
We
with
looked
those?
at their microbial gut contents. In fact, that was one of the more productive samples we took.
But just culturable, not like overall microbiome.
Right.
Thinking about going down, do you want to wait to do the book thing?
Do the what thing?
Weird setup.
Sure, that's fine. Also, I think Alexis's experiment could probably run for like another 2 hours, but then we could
Change it out.
either change it out, or over time we could work with all fresh material.
Yeah. Have
Okay.
we seen any from NOAAs of these more shallower depths?
This is we should collect some within the next 100 meters. I'll talk to Steve about it. We'll get one.
Yeah, also, if possible, one that's a little more, not as
Yep, I got
dense
it.
as like, you know.
I haven't seen Paracalyptophora, but that would be perfect.
Yeah, okay, cool.
All right. Otherwise, we'll just do fewer polyps, Anna.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, look at that sponge while we're at it. Little puffball. Ready, and doesn't look like it's on anything. In the stomach? Nope.
Neither.
Okay, star number 3. Yeah, that's good. He'll be fine up there.
Moving up in the world.
Ooh, nice. That's quick.
Got some jokes once in a while.
I give that 5 stars.
Moving down on the wall.
Sometimes the long arm just keeps you down.
Alright, how about the little one that's under the ledge, just to make it your life really hard?
Which one?
To your right by your foot. Maybe you can't get that one. Yeah, don't worry. There's other ones.
Any more in the distance? Any other camps?
There was some more up in the top there, right?
Yeah, there seem to be a
I
bunch
mean,
on these.
Maybe they were to the right.
This area.
Look at those dead cup corals up there.
Oh yeah, yeah. Those might be interesting to look at actually.
What's that?
The fossilized cup coral in the
Let's go
upper
check
left.
it.
Look at, what about sample?
It's tough. It's tough to tell from fossil, but these actually are pretty distinctive, and I was wondering if it's one genus or another. We might be able to tell.
Oh.
But if they're too degraded, sometimes we can't.
So we flipped a total of 4 stars? Or 2, 3, 3. 1, 2, 3,
4 so far.
4.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll flip them
Go
over.
ahead, sir. Check it out.
Yeah, flip them over.
No, you don't have to flip it.
Big couple.
Those are pretty big. I wanted to check, compare. Nope, not quite.
Not either one of them. At least not perfectly. It's hard to see the calyces perfectly.
They're a little degraded.
Exactly.
Yeah, but it's very interesting, large cup shape. There's not many that get to that size that are growing clusters.
Right.
They're usually pretty solitary. Okay. I think that's it.
I agree.
So if you want to get the word TS.
Well, they're go look at the fish in the meanwhile. Ledge fish.
You can't see me.
Yeah, I'm very curious what all of these little bumpy things are. I always thought they were barnacles, or sometimes there's gastropods in there, but not sure.
I thought they were
Maybe
barnacles,
limpets.
but
thought
I
they were
haven't seen
barnacles,
any
too.
Syria
That makes the most
feeding,
sense.
but I do think they're barnacles.
Very, very small.
Those
Okay.
little button sponges are pretty interesting too.
The ones with the fibers.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, those they're definitely glass sponges. Those
Agreed.
spicules are very, very spiny.
So when was the last time you saw a primnoid?
Have not since I've been on watch.
So if we do see another one, we have to please sample it.
Yeah, I was just looking at the depth range for the primnoids. There's not many options in the sub 400 meters. So you've got Hawaiiensis, we're out of its depth range. Narella compress is much further south than we know. So there might be Narella horrida is
We did
possible.
collect one, I think, today.
Yeah, we got a Narella
No, we didn't.
species
We got them all.
for the
They're in an RNA later. We don't actually have one to work on.
Okay. All right, let's keep moving. Thank you.
So,
Keep cruising.
I guess what I'm saying is,
Open.
If you see something
Yeah, I will.
that fits, I just don't know what fits
Yep.
very well.
no, I know, I'm just saying, keep your eye out specifically, and we can even do something new, that's fine.
Of course.
Yeah.
It's shallow water coral rubble. Right down there.
Yep. This looks like the same stuff as yesterday, actually, doesn't it?
Yep.
.418, so still not in the mesophotic, but gosh, the pavement's starting already. Maybe we can zoom on that rebel.
This rubble?
Yeah, you see the finger rebel?
Yeah. That's all over the place, yeah. I wonder if it's worm tubes actually. It's worm tubes.
It does not look the same as yesterday now that we're looking at it. I don't see any of the structure. Yeah, I agree.
The
Yeah,
worm tubes, yeah.
Exactly.
This one up here seems to have some stuff living in and around it. It's a bit more
Yeah.
substantial.
I think they are worm tubes. Good call.
Mm-hmm.
Look at the urchin tests.
Yeah. Yeah. Interesting. Okay. Let's mosey.
Now suddenly we're into a different sea star community.
I mean, there might be some small bushy Narilla
Mm-hmm.
in the next 100 meters or so. But you know, with these, the first one we see, we kind of have to grab it because they
peter out. Either that or even the sponges at
over.
the top would be an option, right? There's those
yeah.
canals at the top.
You mean those big bushy ones?
Yeah, so if we end up with nothing else, that would be my
Okay.
that'll be my last draw. But
Yeah, I'm interested in that one as well.
yeah, but I'll we should get a big one because I'll run
We'll
I'll
get
run a
plenty.
bunch.
Yeah, we have plenty of quivers.
We saw one of these earlier that was very damaged.
Crabs?
Here's the defensive posture. Yep.
I don't think we should.
You typically think of posture as a visual cue, right? To say, don't mess with me. There's still no light here, and there was no light deeper either. So it must maybe send a pressure wave of its own, or just put itself in a good position for fighting.
Check this one. Looks like that veers down as well. That's
Yeah.
Mm.
That's all right.
I got lucky one time.
I'm getting pretty close now.
Look at all those stars. There's another anemone hermit crab. I saw one of those yesterday, right around the step. It's so interesting to see worm tubes. We didn't see these yesterday, I don't think. I don't remember seeing them.
I think we did. Yeah.
No, we saw the big sediment tubes, but not these little ones. Do you remember seeing these little ones? These little bunchy
Yeah.
ones? You did? Okay. I must have
Yeah,
just
'cause
missed
we
it.
thought it was coral rubble at first, and then
That's exactly what we just did. All right.
then when we zoomed in, we saw the holes, and then
Okay. Another anemone crab.
There's a lot of sea stars.
There are a lot of sea stars. I totally agree. Look at this landscape. You can see just the front of every face of the rock is covered in sponges, but there's nothing really on the top. Right? It's just every single one of these vertical.
Yeah.
Every vertical
Yeah.
speck.
I mean, it could be that there's a danger of getting smothered.
Mm. Do people ever try the fluorescein dye experiment with these encrusting sponges?
tried that HD camera.
Not that I am aware of.
Me either. I see it all the time with, tube sponges, but it'd be really interesting to sort of see what their flow.
I don't know. I don't know enough about sponge growth to speak informedly about that.
So what Steve and I are talking about is that people can use a non-toxic fluorescein dye in order to calculate the pumping rate of sponges, and so you can inject it near the base just in the ambient water. The sponge will pump it in, and you'll be able to see it come out through the osculum. And I have never seen it done on an encrusting sponge, so I'm sure it has been, but I haven't seen it, so I don't know sort of what the flow, directionality of flow would look like.
No,
It just
yeah.
comes out as a big
It's very-
porous stream, or
It's tough to tell, yeah. I mean, a lot of sponges, with the exception of a few that have well-developed cones, for example, it seems to be pretty
diffuse.
irregular. Yeah, maybe diffuse flows.
Have people done it in the deep sea in general, just to look at what the rates are? I imagine they would.
Yeah, it's a little bit more complicated because you have to put the whole thing in a chamber, otherwise it gets washed away too
Oh.
quickly. So you have to put a chamber over
That makes sense.
the thing you want to dye,
Mm-hmm.
and then leave it there, usually for about 6 hours.
Oh wow, the
sometimes.
pumping rate's so slow.
Yeah, and just to get a good
Mhm.
a good saturation, because it's much colder down here. Things happen pretty slowly.
Yep.
In the deep sea generally.
Crazy job, you got new waypoint for you.
I haven't seen any coral in a long time.
It's a good comparison though, east versus west.
I can't wait to go north and south too. I think it's gonna be awesome.
Yeah, we'll see.
Mm-hmm.
Totally unexplored feature. I do think there's some greater variability in the Seamount landscape than we appreciate from these exploration cruises, and we're really only getting a snapshot, and even then it's a few meters wide
Yeah.
by at best a couple kilometers long.
Oh yeah, you could
views.
probably do multiple runs up the same side of a seamount, and it would look a little.
Oh,
different.
even like 10, 20 meters over that way.
Mhm.
You don't know what you're missing out the sides of your peripheral vision because the camera, really has to be pivoted. You don't really have peripheral vision when you're doing these. You're gonna have to move your eyes.
Mhm. Totally. Uh-huh. You're gonna come back and we'll be in the falls
No.
again.
No. If that rule held true where every time I walk in there's corals, I think we would have seen some by now. Yeah, but the one coral we did see was really interesting.
What was
you see
it?
the blue coral?
No, I missed
It
it.
was a blue and yellow. It's very bizarre.
Was it a
combination.
plexurid?
Yeah.
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 No, I
It had
desperately
one
needed.
ophiurid on it.
Huh. It's cool. Did you sample it?
Yeah.
Good. There's another little ancient cup coral. To the right. It's just where? Oh yeah, good eyes, Anemone. We are climbing up. Come on, Cody, find me something good.
I'm trying to.
Sliding everywhere.
Find everywhere. I'm looking left, right.
I know.
Behind us.
It is what it is. It's interesting landscape in and of itself.
I mean, there's a whole lot of stars out there.
I love shiny stars. Wow. This is actually kind of amazing to get the landscape view. We're very close to the top.
fish.
Oh, there's a jelly. Let it go. Oh no, it's actually, look at that. It's ctenophore. Mm-hmm. A comb jelly.
Don't shadows. You see what it is.
Named for the teens that they have, spelled with a C, C-T-E-N-E. You can kind of see rippling. Nope. Let's just go up. We know there's stuff on the top. Let's see what it is. In the meantime, there's plenty of stuff in these little cracks. And there's plenty to geologically ponder, right? Like all of these little fissures. Mm-hmm. So for those of you just joining us, I am Randy Virgin. I'm a faculty member at Boston University. I'm joined here by Anemone Tanaba from the Republic of Kiribati and Brigham Young University, Hawaii. We've got Cody and Jared flying Sebastian today, and they are doing an awesome job of navigating us all over this crazy terrain. We have James. Morning, James. I haven't seen you yet. Hello. Our MT hanging out and managing our live stream, managing the data, managing the sensors in the corner. So it takes everybody to make this happen. I always say there are 39 people on this ship and it takes every single one of them to make this happen. It's very true, but it also takes a bunch of people at home working shoreside. So as we transit up, it's a moment for me to pause, reflect, and say thank you to all of those people, as well as all the people who helped to make this happen, and institutions like the Schmidt Ocean Institute, of course, but also Conservation International, the NOAA's Office of Deep Sea Coral Research and Technology Program, the U.S. Pacific and Remote Islands Marine National Monuments, and U.S. Fish and Wildlife. That's an interesting fish we haven't seen before. Let's take a look. That's beautiful. Boston University and many others. Hold the zoom?
Yeah.
Like don't zoom or do?
Just hold it.
Okay.
I'll be able to
What are you? I don't know what that is. I should send this on Twitter to Louise Rocha, who will probably know. Let's see if I can get a picture of it.
Where's the glorious leader? Where's the glorious leader?
Let's see. Okay, thank you. Beautiful. Good flying. Oh, somebody knows. Striped one. That's a beautiful fish too. We're getting a little.
That one looks delicious.
A little shot of this. This is probably Zalanthias, according to Nooney, who seems to know their fishes. So thank you very much. Great.
What did you say this one was? Right here?
That one looks like it's Vesiculus, either rhodopinus or nigropinus. And there's a couple of ancient cup corals too. But let's go up. Oh, you want your spot back?
Either. Yeah, I don't think it matters. If you don't mind
Doesn't
writing
matter.
down the notes.
I don't mind writing
Yeah.
down notes. We just had a little fish time.
Oh, big fish, bit small fish.
2 small, colorful fish. We are not fish taxonomists, so it's really great to have Nooney in the chat. I do not know Nooney, but I appreciate their fish knowledge, so thank you very much. And still tons of stars and still headed up. We're at 350 meters and climbing.
I can log a little bit if.
Oh, sure. That's a good idea.
This bear.
But this looks like it might be a Gutip samia. I'm just going to zoom really quick.
Yeah, that's what I have a really good photo from 2017, and
Yeah, I
that's
think
what they were
it
looking
is.
like.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, they have these.
Perfect.
The deepest one we saw today was somewhere around 475. I think I noted it down.
Yep.
But for my PIPA records, I have their depth range as 198 to 193 to 398.
Wow.
So a little bit of a bump.
That's a great
Yep.
table you've got there.
Yeah. This is a supplementary table for the paper.
Ah, are you extending
So
it as we go?
it's, Not updating it
Mhm.
in real time, but that would be interesting to do. Yeah.
I don't think I ever noticed. I'm embarrassed. I don't think I've ever noticed the supplement. I often, when I'm
I
busy.
love supplementary tables too much that I put too much data in there that I should be putting in the actual manuscript. But with a table like this, it's not going to
No,
go.
no, no.
Yeah.
Of course not.
Yeah, I like publishing the supplementary material. The only thing I wish I had published in the supplementary material were the photo guides. But that
What's
could be a
this little thing
standalone
over here? Is
publication.
this a... I agree. You know, you could publish the first deep sea... I don't know, maybe there is one already, but a deep sea guidebook. Let's take a look at that fish over there.
Okay.
Is there a deep sea guidebook yet?
No, yeah, kind of the NOAA Benthic
know.
Animal ID guide is the authority right now for most of the Pacific, and
Looks like a little lizard fish.
it's not often regularly updated. Green eye.
Showing us all his sides. Okay. Very cool. All right, thank you, Cody. Let's let him be.
There was sharks hanging out off the back of the ROV.
Oh, I haven't been outside today. I really need to do something about that.
Oh,
Oh, you mean on the
bottom.
cam? Okay.
I don't think I've been outside in I don't know.
Come out
What day is it?
to get some water or something.
Yeah. What year are we?
Exactly. We just live in the.
It's not like I'm not trying to. It's just yeah.
Oh, these are the little fish that live in cracks. Remember we started seeing these yesterday?
Yep. Oh, that's a different crab. It's not. Oh, it's a big hamalid. It's the biggest one I've ever seen. I was wondering because it doesn't look like the Jason crabs we were seeing earlier.
I agree. But what's it got? What
Big.
kind of coral does it have
What
on it?
crab are you talking about? I'm just seeing coral.
Exactly. Thank you, Cody.
Okay, so that's the blue yellow coral we sampled. Actually.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Now I get to look at it.
Yeah. So we can take a look at that in the lab.
Can we get a sample?
Although that's way bigger than the coral we actually saw. So,
I'll take it.
I mean, I know.
No, you can't. It's like stealing candy from a baby, stealing coral from a crab. You can't do that. That's not okay.
But
I'll
there,
replace this top hat with something else.
No, it uses it to hide.
there comes a point though when maybe it's not so effective anymore. I don't know. Do you get that sense?
Yeah. I think,
Unless it's chemically effective. Visually, not. But, you know, chemically, right? If it
I
doesn't,
still don't know what you're talking
if the
about.
coral is more.
Why is that coral walking away?
Exactly.
How is that coral moving? Yeah. I mean, if I was sampling that coral from the ground, I would love that size branch.
Yeah.
But the one we saw was like 10 centimeters long. Blue,
Pretty cool, pretty cool.
yellow.
I'm writing exactly
Yeah.
the same message.
Now he's just burrowing in. You can't see
Oh, he's
me.
picking those holes. Maybe.
Yes, he is.
Yeah, something in there. maybe.
Let's watch this behavior for a minute. This is awesome.
Looking for something? Lost the plot.
You know, it's very interesting. I never really thought about this because I kind of don't really think about the crabs very much. But I was thinking about if you did a statistical analysis about preference with crab versus coral, if they prefer one type of coral over the other.
Tim and I talked about that
Yeah.
like last time in Pippa, and I don't know if it ever happened, but it's so clear that
And-
that I think the coral stays alive on their back quite a while.
Oh yeah. Anecdotally, I seem to find more plexaurids and primnoids, and more plexaurids than primnoids in that case.
Maybe it's because do you want to hold a goopy black coral on your back?
I mean, I guess you could if it's not. But, you know, I think they really don't mucus very much after a while.
I don't know. I'm just saying that when we clip these, right?
Yeah.
They structurally hold.
Yeah.
And so to be clear, I don't think this is much of a visual deterrent at all. Again, we're below the place where there's really much light, and so I think most of these crabs are using their armor either as a chemical shield, right, because it masks their scent, or as potentially a physical shield, where if somebody were to attack them,
Shrimp.
let's watch
Wow.
this. That's pretty. You got,
Oh,
you
wow.
got it.
Oh.
What? It's a
Oh.
hermit crab.
Oh,
This is amazing.
kind of like me when I'm trying to eat barbecue.
But he can't.
Fumbling around.
Barbecue
Fumbling around, yeah, with the sauce.
You didn't see it?
You got one earlier.
They can't see very much. It's all by feel. So yeah, that's what I think he might also use his shield as a physical shield, right? Put that first, and so everyone thinks it's just a coral.
I think it's all for fashion.
All for fashion.
All for fashion.
All for fashion, says Jared.
Yeah, next season's runways are gonna be covered with like
Jared does some
outfits with like appendages that come out of the back holding up, hats or something. Yeah.
I love it.
That's pretty cool.
I'd like to actually watch this for a minute.
Yeah,
This
yeah,
is
no,
pretty
go.
amazing
Yeah,
behavior.
it is really. I was wondering if he was going for the hermit crab or if they're really interested in just like bits of detritus that collect in these holes.
I bet they're interested in anything they can get. Look at him. He's just, it's really like just sensory exploration here.
He got some earlier with his
Yeah, I didn't see what it
call
was.
over here, a little shrimp. He shoved it in his mouth real quick.
Look at his strategy though. He's like kind of like sneaks in the same way you guys do when you get the suction sampler. Oh, the hermit crab. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
You got the hermit crab? Wow.
I mean, it's huge compared to that little hermit crab. The hermit crab had no chance. Yeah, he ate it.
Really?
Yeah.
That's exactly how I eat popcorn.
What's that quote by Tennyson? Nature is red in tooth and
True.
claw.
That was pretty neat.
Yep.
That was neat.
Things eating things. Always makes good highlight reel.
I mean, we're focused on predation. It just usually is a lot slower. This is
Scavenging.
action. But the thing, what I want to know is when does he give up? When does he realize the hole's empty?
Mm.
It's like the how long do you wait for the bus to come question.
Mm-hmm.
He's moving into that shrimp over there. See that?
Yep.
Yeah, he definitely knows there's something there.
Yeah.
You can smell it.
Oh, no. Nope.
I'm surprised that hermit crab didn't run away when it had the chance. But then again, run to where, right? To open where somebody else is going to get you?
He senses it. He knows it's there somewhere.
Meanwhile, I can see everyone else, but nobody can see me. I've got my coral shields. So he gave up on the hole, right? He's moving on. Alright, there's a bunch of little shrimp in there. Let's see if he gets one and then let's move on. What do you think?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
No, this is exciting to me too.
See this 3 or 4 little shrimp? To
I'm
the
surprised
left?
they don't. It doesn't like those soft worm tubes. Like it's not willing to. There's one of those worm tubes
Oh,
in
yeah.
there. You're seeing that doesn't. Maybe it
I
knows.
mean, a tube is probably not.
Yeah, but like if they wouldn't tear apart the tube to try and see if there's anyone home. I'm imagining a polychaete is probably a pretty easy
Trying to
meal.
go after that little hermit back there.
Oh wow, you're
There's a
right.
hermit
No,
crab
it's a
right there.
chirostylid.
Oh yeah.
Sitting there pinching it the whole time.
Oh, you're right. There's a hermit crab and a
Mm-hmm.
squat lobster. You looking? Oh, there's the hermit crab.
Oh.
Oh, so close. Look, he's gonna sample the coral for us.
Maybe. Yeah.
He did give it a little wiggle. You saw that?
Yeah,
Yeah, it didn't
he
want-
sure did.
Felt like it didn't move, so he left it alone. That was pretty cool.
What is the natural predator?
Huh?
What is the natural predator?
The natural what? Oh, yeah.
I don't know. What would eat this? Down there.
I imagine a ray.
Ray? Yeah,
A ray would definitely eat this.
Ray.
There are probably we're probably getting to the range where there's some fishes that would probably go for
Yeah.
it.
So try and throw it around until it breaks the shell open.
But again, with that coral shield, it's pretty formidable.
Exactly. Shield of destiny.
Yeah, I'm starting to wonder if the maybe they keep the coral on. Maybe it's not such a thing where they just drop it or pick it up. And maybe this coral could have just been cut when it was much smaller and it's just been growing and growing over time. Even when they molt, they may pick up the coral again. I would be really curious to see that.
You're watching the same crab for a long time.
Yeah. Yeah, not practical, but interesting.
I wonder if they abandon it and get something else when they move up and down into a new habitat, right? So they better fit into where they are.
Oh yeah, maybe. Yeah.
So, you often see them.
But I mean, if they don't change very often, if they kind of they keep it as like a trophy that keeps growing, maybe that's why we see so many on
Right.
homolids with different corals on other corals.
Well, I imagine that it's not the worst place to be for a coral either. Crabs are pretty messy eaters, and there's probably some nutritional
Don't have to
benefit to this.
don't have to worry about being smothered, I guess. And
Um,
you're always up off the benthic boundary layer a little bit.
I also was sort of thinking about the fact that it's probably a good thing that we don't see too much evidence of disease or pathogenicity, because this would be the perfect vector.
Yeah.
So So I think we get away with it. Otherwise, it would be a lot more problems. All right.
Ready to go?
I think so. I think we've seen
Entertainment, buddy.
a lot of good behavior today.
Mm-hmm.
That was great. Good luck, little shrimps. He's coming for you next. You're cute shrimps.
Oh, whoa.
What?
It went after the fish.
Oh.
Fish.
Really?
I got inside for a bit.
Really? You're not gonna swim away? Do we have to spell it out for you?
It's just like, oh, cool, just one.
All right. Let's keep moving.
That was cool. That was entertaining.
And informative.
Very much so. They're definitely smart.
They're definitely tactile. I mean,
thought it was cool. I grabbed that coral and just wiggled it a little bit. Saw
Yeah.
it was something hard. It was like, all right, not bad. Move on.
in a previous science life, I worked on hermit crabs, so I'm partial to watching them. Science highlight of my career actually is that one of the discovery that we made got it was noteworthy enough that the BBC included it in one of their Planet Earth series, and David Attenborough narrated it, and I was like, yes.
That is cool.
That is very cool. What is this? Let's take a look. That's a Benthic. That's a beautiful one, actually.
Nice. Colors are a little bit different.
Yeah.
Fiery one.
Wow. That's beautiful. You know, Anemone, when we did the deep sea drop cam in Tarawa, the one thing we saw was a bunch of Benthic ctenophores. Like this. Yeah. They're like, they were purple. What? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. They're a different color. They were purple, but that's what they were. Okay, let's go. Yeah, so they have these in just off of in between North and South Tarawa, in the right off the edge of the lagoon. There's a bunch of those at about 800 meters.
It's amazing.
Mm-hmm. Teach you how to use the deep sea drop cam, and you can go search. Uh-huh. All right. More of these worm tubes. Fish swimming away. So pretty soon. I thought these were like the maybe they're not, but they're those little pink fish. Did you see them yesterday that hide into every single one of these little crevices?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's another Benthic ctenophore. Let's take a look at this. Just because I don't know this type with these colors. Do you, Steve? Have you seen this color pattern before?
I haven't seen these, no.
Very cool.
Very, very large.
Very vibrant. Am I good to zoom?
Joy.
It looks like flame, you know?
Yeah, yeah. It's huge.
Look at the details. Oh, Constance should paint this. Right? I mean, look at how stunning that is.
What is it again?
It's a Benthic ctenophore.
Really? Jellyfish relative. Different group.
Sort
It
of.
looks like fire or something.
Yeah, it does.
That is really, I've never seen that before.
All right. And look, we're getting some movement here too. we so rarely get the opportunity to really look at behavior. It's been really exciting to sort of take an extra minute today.
Mm-hmm.
Look at the indentations. Look at that, Steve. You see how it's like, it's not just,
Yeah.
it's not just patterned, it's textured.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Thank you. Somebody says a mix between a flame and a travel pillow, and that's like exactly right.
It's the most uncomfortable travel pillow ever.
But most stylish.
Sure, maybe.
If it's all
Watch,
about fashion.
next time
it's all
I'm in the
about
airport,
fashion.
I'm gonna see a travel
what's this?
pillow with a flame
There's a
colored
little,
Tina
hang
for
on,
it.
right below us. Can I look down?
Oh no.
Oh, okay. See that? It's right here.
Cup corals.
I think it's a cup
Is that what
coral
you're? There
or
was
a
one
jelly.
here too.
Oh yeah. I think this is the same thing we collected
I think
yesterday.
it was,
but
yeah.
this is has the polyps out. That's why I want to look
Yeah,
at it.
yeah, that's a good one.
Did you see? Did you look at it? I forgot to look at it. last time
I
with the cup coral.
did look at it briefly,
I'm good.
but as with a lot of cup corals, they're very difficult to tell unless you.
I really think this
take
is the
off all the
same thing we
tissue.
collected yesterday, but now we actually get to see the
Mhm.
patterning. Wow, this is really beautiful. But first, let's get some really good imagery of this. Wow. It's so anemone-like. But I think it's got a skeleton underneath it. Look, you can see some GFP. Or is it, those aren't lasers, right?
The little dots.
Yeah.
I'm gonna turn the lasers off just to make
Uh,
sure.
no.
Oh, they're off. You're good.
Yeah, that's fluorescence.
Well,
It's activated by the wavelengths of light from the ROV, for sure. It's cool. I mean, we're in a light depth where this makes some sense.
I didn't see it. I mean oh there, yeah. That was something else.
All right, can we
Can you
give it?
can you explain what GFP is for everyone?
GFP is green fluorescent protein. It was actually isolated from Aquaria victoria, which is a jellyfish, and they since found a whole family of fluorescent proteins, really every color of the rainbow, manufactured by cnidarians naturally in the marine world, and they're activated by wavelengths of light, so it's not bioluminescence like fireflies and things like that. Those are self-activated light. This needs to be excited by, like, the wavelengths of fluorescence need to be excited by other wavelengths of light, and then they kind of produce that greenish, ghosty, glowy stuff. And you can kind of see a couple of elements of GFP in this. I would be shocked if it wasn't that, because this is what it looks like on tropical corals, and I'm sure in these low light environments, a little bit of GFP, if you can activate it, would help too. Would help. Yep. Yeah, let's do it. So we're going to poke this we're not going to collect it unless it's something totally different than what we saw yesterday, but I think we collected a cup coral yesterday, and I think this is it with its polyps extended. So I just want to see it tuck in. Can I zoom in close when you do it?
I will control the camera so
Yep.
things working in that.
Yep. Okay. Let's see what you got. Fold for me.
Well, not a little bit. You want to give them another little poke?
Yeah.
I'll just leave this one, see.
There we go. Well, there's another one up to the left that looks like it's partially retracted, so maybe we can take a look at that one too and then come back to this one and see what's happening. See? Right there. Up to the left.
Okay,
Now it's off screen.
I've just got to make sure he's.
Yep. You got it.
Since we're still doing good work.
Yep. Oh, whoa. Talk about GFP.
You got
Yeah.
manual
There it
focus
is.
That's really clear. Can you guys turn off one of your lights? It's not bioluminescence, so if you do all of them, you won't see anything. But can you turn on just a low light, and you should be able to see the accentuated GFP. Yeah.
discharge right now. We're just heading along this track and cruising along, setting this on. Good. There's a
There you go.
hammerhead that's lingering on.
A little bit more. Yeah. A little bit more.
Have you tried the cameras and cameras? Yeah, all the
Cool.
cameras are working besides HD1. We just haven't put them up yet because of where we work. We just got this one up so we can see where we're at. I wanted that scan over here, looking for corals. Yeah, HD1.
No worries. Can you turn the lights on and poke this thing and see if we can get it to retract, please? Hi, J-Rod.
Hello. We're trying to pull under 500. Another poke.
We're poking again. We're gonna poke this thing. Do you want me to zoom out so you know where you are?
Have fun, guys. Be back in video.
Hi, Cody. Hello, J-Rod. Super clear, right? I'm not sure that it's the same thing anymore. This might actually be an anemone and an anemone. You know what I mean?
Try and look.
Poke it. I don't have a need to collect it, but I just want to check it out
Poke
over
this
here.
one first.
We did poke this one already.
So now you want to poke
Now we
that.
want to poke that one. Hi, J-Rod. Nice to see you. Please poke things for me.
Yes. Did you go around? All right, we're gonna go poke this one.
And when you're in position to poke it, can we zoom in close? Okay.
Sure can. Moving into poking distance now.
Excellent. Oh, and another benthic tunifor up there.
Quite a few.
Yep. There was one next to the other one too. I don't know if it's just because they're everywhere or if they're just maybe hanging out near each other on purpose. But all right.
Cut lights again?
No, Thank
Ready
you,
for-
though.
You ready for the poking?
I'm ready to poke.
Let the poking commence.
Can you log it, James?
Boom.
I mean, if you think about it,
Going in for a
if it
double
is a
poke.
cup coral, it's definitely one of these things where it has a lot of tissue relative to the skeleton sizes. We can't even see it. So if it is trying to pull in, yeah, it has a lot of mass to squeeze into a very small space.
So I was looking at the one below us, and it has not fully retracted into it. So I don't think that this is a cup coral after all.
It's like a
I think
coral.
it's an anemone. You think it is?
It's definitely a cup coral.
How do you know?
I was looking at the
Oh,
ones from yesterday. Deltocyathus looks exactly like that.
no.
But the problem is you can't really get a good look at the cup coral skeleton because it's completely blocked by tissue. And oftentimes it's practically unidentifiable, the species, unless we extract some of the tissue, save it for DNA analysis, and then we put the coral in bleach to remove all of the tissue.
Poke one more time, please.
Poke him again.
I mean, you could also just flip it over. These are not attached.
Oh yeah,
They don't have a bolt.
that would be great.
attached here.
Could you flip it? And then we'll flip it back afterwards, just so we don't.
That would be the most certain thing to do.
You're right. Oh, I think you're right, Steve. There we go. That's what we needed. It is
Yep.
the same.
I think it's the same.
I agree.
Ridges on the
Yep, exactly.
edge of the calyx.
I really thought it was a cup coral at first, and I got fooled, and now we are confirmed. Look at the squat lobster. It looks absolutely distraught. What are you doing to my friend? All right, we're just gonna let it be. I think. I don't think we need to collect another one. Let's just enjoy it. We don't need to poke again. We know
Yeah,
what
we
it is
have
now.
we had a really good specimen. It's really tough to get these like intact, and the last few ones we've had have been just beautiful.
Amazing.
Yeah.
I'm really glad to have seen them extended though, and I didn't know that there was. Actually, we should probably log that this is a GFP at this depth.
Yep.
It was alive, right? There was tissue in the one from yesterday.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
So hang on, this is 103, 317. Cup corals. What were they again? They were.
I think it's probably it can't be 100% certain, but it's probably Delta Cyathus. Seems to be the depth range. I was going to look at species records for this area, but just based on the overall morphology of the cup, without having to look at any of the internal structures, suggests that it's one of these kind of flat bottoms.
Yeah. It's great.
Could be either of these, but coloration wise it had this darker pigmentation, so it suggests it's this one here.
Cool. That's
But
great.
we'll take a
Well,
look.
the central
This
disc
underside
on
is
that
identical.
is really
It's
really
very characteristic. Yeah.
diagnostic. Exactly. All right. I think we're ready to fly, but that was really great. Thank you. We are taking our time as we meander up and looking for interesting behavior on our way. So that's.
Interesting behavior.
You're just gonna poke our way along here?
We literally are. Ooh, I like it. We're going to yeah. I was trying to come up with something better, but I couldn't, Adam. That was good.
88 to 1,500 meters. That's impressive
It is a big
for the
impressive range.
genus.
I think there's another Benthic ctenophore coming up to the left. Nope, there it is. Just noting.
And another one.
Yeah.
And a lot of them. This is their space. Little one.
And you already imaging pretty good?
Yeah. Do you want to see one for you? I'm fine with that. But we're good.
What happens at waypoint 8?
We keep going. Later mouse will let me go off the grid. We're actually going to poke around on the top for a bit. And like try to like
From yesterday is that white line.
Yep, and you can see it up there too.
Yeah.
I tried to bring it up.
So that
This is much easier for us to stretch out.
An ID on those Benthic ctenophores.
oh, there we go.
Here we go.
I think we're very grateful to Dougal Lindsay for identifying our Benthic ctenophores as Lyroctius. I'm not sure.
Hi, Dougal.
Hello, Dougal. My birthday triplet. Are these eels? Hey, can we go back a minute? Sorry, just a little. I just want to scroll down. I just want to look down. Is it okay? Yeah. Okay. think that's an eel. Certainly looks like it.
That's a wannabe eel.
That's fish. I mean, eels are fish. Right. All right. Let's go. Thank you. Let's go up. Another benthic ctenophore.
So there we are now at waypoint 007.
We're at 007.
Waypoint 007.
Nice.
303 meters.
Can I zoom in on this, please? Tell me when. Oh, you got it for me.
I wonder if it's
Another
a
cup
similar cup coral, darker pigmentation. There's sometimes color variable, so
The polyp structure looks so different.
it's a little bit different.
Can
Let me poke it.
There is a good diversity of cup corals in this part of the world,
Yeah.
especially at these depths. So it's always good to confirm.
you can see there's like GFP around the edges again.
Mm-hmm.
And you're right, it might be the same thing. It's because it's got the same white tips and it's got the same sort of ridgy look. It's just more tucked in, but I can't really tell until we can see the.
Yeah.
Yeah, it might be spots.
With,
Watch that.
Yeah.
Good job.
It might be different. I
I
don't know.
don't know.
The doesn't have as much texture.
I think it's the same.
Still a
but
lot of
Yeah,
tissue.
the ridge, but you're right, the ridge and the skeleton. But that's great.
Yeah, similar.
Really helpful. Okay, thank you very much.
As with some of the more common cup corals that have green-eyed fish.
What is it?
It's called green eye.
Yeah.
It was one of the more abundant fishes we saw during capstone in 2017 in this area.
It looks like a snake on top of it.
It looks like what?
You know, like the snake.
Oh yeah. Exactly. It's the scales.
But then, boom, big screen.
Like, okay, so like maybe you look good before, but not have it like
With the cup corals, like Chuvania, for example, even one species can have very dark red tissue, but very white calyx, structure, stony structure, or they can be pale and completely translucent. Could be the same species. Color seems to be still pretty variable, deeper, but here, color is starting to have more of an importance as we move into this photic depth range. Within about 50 meters or so, we should be starting to see.
Well in it. It's already starting to look a little pinky in some places. So there's that sponge
Yeah, starting to get into
that I
the
will
sponge zone.
sample at the top if we don't find anything else.
Yeah, I suspect it'll be pretty similar. We'll probably have a sponge layer, and then we'll have a summit.
Up we go. Love knowing what the summit looks like on the other side because one of my favorite things to do whenever I'm reading a crazy, exciting book. This is really lame, but I like to know how it ends. So this way I can go back and actually enjoy the book. So this is I love that. feels like we've gotten to the last chapter, and now we can enjoy the ride.
Yeah, there's plenty of poking around to do up top.
For sure. I don't think we only spent a little time because I wanted to make sure we
Yeah,
didn't kill ourselves last night with all the samples. But now
I think it's been a useful it didn't take as long as I thought we did last night, but it was tough on some watches more than others.
for sure. We also started a little shallower today, so we were able to make some progress, and it was a little sparser today. But
Yeah.
we could go to the north side or the south side and have a completely different experience yet again. That anemone is very cool. So we'll see. These stars are still going. Whoa. Hello.
Some interesting headgear. I think he's holding a coral too.
Nope. Just faking it. Just the fashion. None of the inconvenience.
I've never seen a fish like that with, I don't know, what are they called? This is scorpionid, right? Some
It
kind
looks like it. So something in the scorpion fish family, but it's great. Thank you. Wait, sorry. Can we zoom right back in here for a minute?
I was wondering if those stalks,
No, it's alright.
those stemmy things.
Exactly, that's what I want to look at.
I was
Hydroids?
torn between hydroid and black coral, but I think they're hydroids,
I think they're hydroids.
Yeah.
They're hydroids.
branched hydroids.
I'm good. With little,
Stalked
see the
hydroids.
little gastropods eating them?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of gastropods and hermit crabs both on a lot of these worm tubes we were seeing both
Yeah.
at the summit last night and on the way up. It's a pretty interesting three-dimensional habitat. I'm sure, particularly when everything here is really scoured or eroded.
For sure.
Sponge looks very orange. Wonder what that's all about.
Look at these little blue fish. Yeah, it is. I don't think we saw those yesterday.
Almost thought it was that blue sponge or something.
Can we take a oh, look, and what is that very, very, very brightly colored shrimp below us? Who's retreating into the cave. There's two of them. There's another one here. We have many things to look at. Let's take a look at them. All right, can I zoom? Thank you. I'm gonna go for the shrimp first because he seems shy. Cool. There's see that little red one above it, right here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they do look like they're like Lysmata peppermint shrimp. But I don't know if that genus is applicable down here. Let's take a look at this fish. It's posing so nicely for us. That's max zoom. Look at all those little sponges and little tunicates in the substrate. There's so much going on in here. And there's a little squat lobster right in front of him. And then let's check this out down here. So Lysmata is the genus of peppermint shrimp that look like this when they're shallower. I would be shocked if they weren't the same genus. They look so similar. But who knows? Very long whiskers. All right. Are you ready to go?
Ready to go.
Let's go. Thank you. That was awesome. They stay so still.
The fishes?
Yeah.
And that's
Yeah.
fighting it probably normally works. Like
For sure. I'm just surprised they weren't scared of us at all. Because, I mean, at these depths, they can probably really see. Can we take a look at this, please? I think it's another Gucciopsamia that's not bright yellow.
I don't know.
It's a cup called.
Some kind of coral.
It's the same setup, like the same habit.
Yeah, I mean, color is variable, but you know, I'm not sure.
There's a couple other things here
we
that
would
are
have to-
different,
we
though.
would
You
have to-
see, sorry, because the Gucciopsamia has that sort of.
Yeah.
It has a dead base that's always exposed.
Yeah, I mean,
That's
I
not
would
the case here.
I would say it's probably different. I haven't seen that peach color in any of Gucciopsamia yet. Even just when we were zooming on those shrimp, there were a few Gucciopsamia polyps
I'm gonna
that
collect
were.
it. So maybe.
Could I mean?
We've only seen one of them. We can also
Yeah.
just leave it, and if we see
Yeah.
more,
Yeah.
we'll come back to it. That sounds good. Okay,
We're looking for more of this.
we're gonna look for more of them. We're gonna let this one be. It's beautiful. Thank you.
Yeah,
Wow,
as
we're
with as yesterday, we saw a bunch of those yellow polyped ones, and then all of a sudden we got to the top, and they were everywhere.
Yeah, you're right.
I
Is
mean,
it a
we're
pen shell? Wait, sorry. Can we look at this too, please? It looks a lot like a pen shell. That doesn't make any sense, does it?
could be. I've not seen very many down here, but doesn't mean can't be. I don't know how deep
It looks
get.
like there's might be another one to the right. I'm gonna look at both of them when Jay was ready. Yeah. Okay. That sure is what it looks like.
I think it's alive and
Yeah,
burrowed. Yeah.
I do. I really do. It's some kind of bivalve, right? I mean, you can see it open. You can see the mantle in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a pen shell.
Sounds good to me.
Hang on.
It's a first for me.
I'm gonna look at the white one to the right. Yep, here's another one. Yeah, I'm sure of it. Look at that little tiny ophoroid in the.
Oh yeah. Very, very small.
Okay. All right. That's great.
Moving on.
Yeah, that sounds terrific. Thank you. I have not seen pen shells down here. I'm surprised.
No,
That's
I've
great.
never seen one either.
So for those of you who are wondering what a pen shell is, it's a bivalve that sort of buries most of its shell in the sand, and I guess they're called pen shells because they kind of taper at the end. It looks kind of like a pen, but it's just my best guess for the naming. Very, very thin, very brittle shells that can break very easily. So it tells you something about the fact that the sediment's deep enough to support that too.
Right.
Cool. Cute. It is, but it looks like it's got an anemone on top of it. And there's a little cup coral. Yeah, I don't think that's a shell. I think that's an anemone. Yeah. Yeah, let's go. So good. I see these bluefish are hanging out inside these sponges, using them as habitat. There was just
Oh,
one
yeah.
below.
Yeah.
Mm.
No, there were a lot of those round, oval-shaped fishes as well. We haven't seen any of them yet near these sponge gardens.
Oh, the white opalescent ones?
Yeah.
I think I saw one, but only one, which is very different. This is a habitat we just don't know very well.
Yeah, no, there's very few people actually get to see this. And it seems like there's a lot of variability in the kinds of animals that are displayed in this habitat, depending on which side of the island, which island you might be on. This is actually really interesting from a ROV exploration perspective, because oftentimes we are blocked by hazards to navigation, for example, from the ship and the island nearby. But in this case, the island, it's not an island, it's a shallow bank. It's a couple hundred meters below us, so we can basically go right over the top of it and get as shallow as on an island, for example, or pretty close to it, and see if the animals are similar or different here.
This isn't quite a bank, but actually it might be. I would call bank in the photic zone. This is going to go into the mesophotic for sure. This is a very cool holothurian that I'm completely unfamiliar with. But we're clearly into the mesophotic, right? You can see all this pink crustose coralline, pinky algae going on. This is very cool. Do you know this at all? The sea cucumber?
No?
No.
What is that?
It's a sea cucumber.
So beautiful.
Gorgeous. Okay. I'll note that. Thank you very much. No, not this time. It doesn't have a skeleton to retract into. Is it a coral out of like pokey fix? So we are, I would say, maybe 50 to 100 meters away from the top of this ridge, of this guillot, of this seamount. I think this is like a worm tube bush again. We've seen a couple of those. There's one.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it's the same type, but similar. I keep finding myself wondering about the senescence of these sponges, right? Like some of these are partially dead, but obviously the whole colony is not. And I wonder if it's just, if they're not indeterminate, right? Because they're not huge either. If they reach an area where they just, I don't know. It's just an odd morphology. Let me forget, I need to fill the coral feeder
Oh, yeah.
so it has time to freeze before the next dive. I should do it soon. I will. It's definitely pinky now. There's no question we're in the mesophotic. We're getting some really good look at these sponges and this variety of sea stars, this anemone that we keep seeing again and again. That might actually be the cup coral actually, but we keep seeing both of them. There's a different cup coral. Can we take a little look at this? Thank you. I would have thought it would have been more bivalve up here, in general.
Yeah, I don't know. I think, I don't know.
Anyway. Anemone or cup coral? I'm gonna vote anemone.
I'm gonna go with anemone on this one.
See the base?
Yeah.
Yeah, anemone. But beautiful anemone. Oops. You and I were just about to do the same thing. Okay. Excellent. I'm sure we'll be able to key that out. That's a really good image. Thank you. It's different fish. A lot of them are using sponges as habitat. There's the same little anemone. Whoa. See? Fish using
Fish on a sponge.
fish on a sponge. Sort of posing, like perching like a hawkfish does on top of like fossilophorid corals, but instead using this sponge. It's okay. Oh, it's the same.
Same antenna fish.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Mantis fish.
Coral hat. I'm gonna look up, okay? Okay. Oh, see, there's another different fish on a sponge. A lot of perching going on. Up. Almost there. I am curious, since it's the middle of the day, when we get to the top, if you would be comfortable turning the lights off for a second to see if we can see anything. I don't know if we will. We're still very deep.
I can pretty much see my floats behind me, so.
Yeah, you want to try it now?
Not quite yet. Oh, we can, right? But when we get to the top, I definitely want to do it. Yeah, sure. Sure.
I think you get a little bit of a glow right now.
Yeah, might not be able to see it from the head back. Usually 200 is where you can start to
If I could look up all the way. Yeah, please. Do you want to see the surface?
What?
Do you want to do it now? Or?
Yeah, sure. We can do it twice, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure, which one do you want? So, see my sit camera is much lower light.
Yes.
Capable? No.
Cool. That really helps me to contextualize what this looks like.
If you tilt up, you might be able to get a little bit more of that halo
No.
The science camera's all the way up.
all the way up.
Yeah, you're gonna have to open up that.
But the sit cam is really helpful. All right, that's good. We can turn it back on. Thank you.
There we go.
Wow.
grainy.
So this is ambient? This is ambient light. So this is what all of the creatures down here can see. I wish.
Like with lasers.
Oh.
Kind of looks like an old Jacques Cousteau movie.
I wish we could see one of
Got
those
that
little
color.
cup corals with the GFP now. Then you'd really be able to
Well,
see
they're
it.
probably around here somewhere.
We could turn the lasers off. It's very, yeah, thank you.
Was that too predator-like?
A little bit.
You're in flight spectrum.
Oh, yeah, that'd be good. Thank you. Oh, blinding.
Hopefully no one's watching in a dark room at home.
I mean, that's what these fish feel like, though. Okay, let's keep trekking out. Can I zoom in a little closer to the Benthos?
I'll come back down.
Yep, you got
You hit me on
kind of washed out.
Irish
Might be losing some of the sponges up there. There's still some small ones, but did you want to collect one of those sponges for the experiment?
I do.
Because up there there doesn't seem to be as many.
Yeah. So J-Rod, we're gonna collect one of these sponges if you don't mind.
One of the pom-poms?
Uh-huh.
You want a single, like small one?
No, I want a lot of them.
You want a group of them?
I want a big group.
Which one would you like?
Doesn't matter. How about either this one, or this one, or this one, or this one?
Yeah, I'll go
Wherever
with
you
your
want to set up. I mean, the worst thing that happens is we get an amazing coral on top of it too, and then we get both.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
I have Alexis's Madrepora running right now.
It's gonna be a buy box.
Yeah, probably. It's hard for me to gauge how big they really are. But I think a biobox makes sense. I don't want to shred them. I want each individual little piece for the respirometer. Thank you. That's a good suggestion. Thanks, Steve.
There's a sideroid urchin on that one in the distance.
There is. Do you want the urchin too? Is that what you're suggesting?
No, no, no.
Oh. You think it's spongivory?
I don't know.
I don't know. Let's take a look. Perfecto. Oh, we have one of the ones that's orange too. That'll work.
Yeah, you can have multiple uses on that one.
Yep.
There's even some squat lobsters in there.
Yep. Could we please?
Got all the photos you need?
Nope.
Yeah, just let me know what you want to. Do you want to do any particular tighter zooms than this, or just want it overall?
For me, it was well for Tim. Let's get all the associates carefully. There we go.
All right, capture.
Let's get. Here's another little arms. Two sets of them. You see,
Yep,
red and white.
capture.
There's something inside that sponge, which I'm sure we'll figure
Got it.
out what it is when we see it. Let's look up here. Okay, you want to take? I don't think that's spongivory. I think that's just. There we go.
Nice, got it. We do one more overall on the way out too,
Yeah,
and
I
I'll
will. Can you take a beauty
Yep.
shot there?
beauty shot.
Yeah.
Got it.
And then I think we've gotten everything here. So let me
Yep.
get a full frame here.
Do you want it with lasers? We can do both. Actually.
Yes, but let's do one without lasers first. Go for it.
Got it. All right.
And now we anticipate our every need. And lasers are on. Yep.
All right. Got it.
Okay, we're good. Thank you.
You want this in a BioBox?
Yes, please.
And everything?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
So this
Um,
is this
We
is
don't. Do you want the urchin?
no.
We don't need the
It-
urchin.
it's-
Everything
it's
but the urchin.
completely up to you. This is sample 535.
Four.
It's there was one of the samples was entered twice here.
Ah, okay.
So 535.
Thank you.
I double checked it. I can correct it in the book
Yeah,
after.
that's fine. FK21535.
Yes. If it takes multiple grabs, we'll just consider it all one specimen and
Yeah.
sort it out on deck.
That sort of big living cluster on the top is of particular interest. Perfect. They should all be open, I believe. Do you have the
They're all
basket
open.
sheet? Yeah.
Yeah.
Smaller one's great.
Celluloid bridge.
So that's gonna be BioBox A.
Okay. Oh yeah, sure. Did you get the internet? Does it seem to still not working? Any more? Is that enough?
I think we're gonna take a little more of that live stuff on the top, if you don't mind, please. 24 runs is a lot. You need 24 perfect pieces. And while each sponge is a community unto itself, it's not like they're limiting. There's a lot of them.
No, no. Take what you need. Yeah. I'm curious why some of them are orange tinged while some of them are more pale.
Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe I don't know. Might be an interesting.
It is a hexactinella though, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Sure looks like it.
Almost certainly.
Oh, so delicate. Perfect. I lost an associate. I think that's plenty.
Yep.
I think we're good. Thank you.
No more?
I think that's enough, yeah. It's bigger than I thought. We'll have to probably subdivide pieces for the respirometer. That's okay. So, we are doing some really cool experiments on ship with some of these collections, looking at the origins of innate immunity. So we have different microbial challenges with bacteria from the deep sea that we've isolated, cultured, and purified, that we know everything about, as well as some bacteria from the terrestrial world, namely E. coli. We are presenting them to sponges and corals in an assay where we can actually measure their breathing rate in response to different bacterial challenges. And so we will be running that experiment. These things will be in the respirometer within 15 minutes of being on deck. We've gotten this, it's taken all trip, but we're super dialed in now. Thank you, that was a really good question. Let's climb. We are just rounding the edge, and then there's sort of a local optimum that isn't on our track.
We're not really seeing the density of sponges as we were yesterday. It was, we kind of moved through the sponge zone as we did yesterday, but just definitely not as much on this side versus the other.
At the top, I felt like there was tons of small. There was a Gucci which we don't see. There were sponges, which are kind of gone. There were those, I'm calling them crevice fish, which we haven't seen.
Yep.
So there was those, there was that algae or worm tube, brown worm tube communities.
Yep.
That I haven't seen yet. So there's a lot of. It's pretty interesting because I would have thought the top would have been much more uniform.
Yeah, I do think that there's some smaller zonation and mosaic-y habitat on the summit. Currents don't affect all sides of the seamount equally. One side is going to be favored, and one side is going to be in the lead. So it's interesting to note these differences and possibly what could be causing them.
Look at that depression. Another anemone. Bunch of these stars.
Stars are actually seem to be more dense on this side, though. You notice
For
that?
sure, yeah.
Yeah.
Woo. What'd you see?
Octopus.
Look at that. Wait a minute. Can we take a look at this? There's an octopus. It's an octopus. You can see the ring of shells. This is where it's. Cute, Eric? Nope. Can we tell me when it comes in?
It's a curious ring of shells here. You see that?
I'm sure it's from this feeding.
Yeah, it looks way too messy. Organized to be.
Yeah. Thank you. I am sure that this
and
is.
if you follow those breadcrumbs, they lead to a certain hole with a certain cephalopod in it.
Who made that ring of shells? Huh? Was it you? It was. Thank
I wonder
you.
what kind of shells those were. Maybe those where the bivalves went.
Yes. What can I do for you? Oh, there we go. Yeah, they do look kind of bivalve, don't they? Let's take a look at those shells in a minute. First, let's see if I can get a close-up on this eye. Alright, we're gonna max zoom. And you can see the suckers, too, which have that yellow ring.
Mm-hmm.
I got the shells in zoom for you on that one.
Oh, great. Huh. I'm gonna zoom on them over here for a minute. Because some of these are very odd. So you see things like this look like they're a double whorl. I know everyone wants to look at the octopus and we're looking at the shells. All right. Hold on. What do you? The fish wants some love too. Everybody wants some action right now.
I mean, this suggests that this octopus has been using this cave crevice for quite a while because there's a bit of debris here, and if this is the food,
I wonder what's,
remnants of the food. Yeah.
you know, it's very, the shells are really white and the light here is really low. I have to wonder if this is part of the way it finds its territory, right? It's a territory marker.
Breadcrumbs.
Breadcrumbs, exactly.
Oops.
You can't see me.
Well. Yeah, I wonder if you know, a lot of times if these octopus lay eggs in these crevices, you know, maybe they're brooding or something like that. Yeah, I mean, it struck me as bivalve, but you know, it could be anything.
I have to wonder, some of these look like they're part of the, like the brachiopod shells. That's what I was looking at. So I think there's some of them, I think they gathered them in order to make this circle, to
Maybe
make a
some of
territory
those-
marker.
Some of those pen shells, maybe.
Exactly. No, I don't see a pen shell. Oh, he is? All right, let's go look at the living animal. Yes. Do you want to play? Are our lights bothering you?
There's a bunch of shells in the back of the pit just up ahead too.
Yeah. But I really do think that this is less of a feeding
Than a
signature
territorial
and
thing.
more of a territory. I do, because
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
finding your way home. A lot of this looks sort of similar. I mean, why not leave yourself a beacon and make it easy? I mean, these would definitely be visible in this light.
Did you just watch Finding Dory?
What?
Did you just watch Finding Dory?
No, I've never seen Finding Dory. What? Oh, is it?
Part
Is
of
it?
the movie, their parents in the shell competition.
Oh, there you go.
So the respiration rate's picked up.
Of
What'd
the
you say?
octopus.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the respiration rate has picked up.
Yeah,
It's gotten faster.
it's true. Oof. So if you want, we can actually take a look at what this looks like under ambient light and see how bright the ring is of shells. You want to try that? Oh yeah. See, so it's a super easy way to find your way home. Which makes sense if this is ambient light. There's a lot of crevices that look similar.
Mm.
This is totally a homing beacon, I think. All right. I was also wondering if he'd get more comfortable with us. Okay.
Yeah, look at that.
A lot of sharks.
Oh, hi sharks.
Not just one or two,
What kind of sharks?
more big ones.
Are you happy, Dimbo?
Ones of luck. And there's a
Oh,
ray.
and here comes a ray.
Stevie Ray's coming in.
You want to turn the lights back on?
What up, Stevie Ray?
You know, all the charismatic megafauna.
Sorry.
Then they go follow him?
Yeah, sure.
I don't have to.
No, let's go follow the ray. It'll bring us to the top, right?
Rate towards the scale.
Ooh, I love it. What a stinging time.
No, I'm okay. Unless you want a
No,
break.
no.
Bye, octopus. We're gonna go follow a ray to the top. It'll lead us to whatever's up there.
It's not much here in the way of coral or associates unless there's squat lobster reef,
No.
but I haven't even seen many of those.
No, it's true. It's nice to see the transitions yesterday.
And it's so nice to see them today too. They're so different.
Yeah.
It's not a small ray.
No, it sure isn't. Could you put the lasers on for a second? Yep, that's not a small ray. You can turn the lasers off now if you want. Thank you.
Wow.
All right.
Oh.
Where we go?
Up.
his territorial home as well and see what they do.
Good thing we grabbed that sponge. They seem to be forming
Darn.
this halo, like just around, just below, and then you get up top and it's nothing. But you know, it makes me wonder what the sea stars are feeding on actually.
Algae.
Yeah.
Yeah, you think so?
Must be.
Yeah.
Right, but
But you see Tremaster too, all the way down, you know,
yeah,
several hundred meters. Yeah.
It's true. Well, maybe other stuff that eats algae. There's a lot of algae here. It's just scrubby, right? You could take it would take a gastropod or an echinoderm to get it up off the rocks. Looks pretty well picked.
nice G-Rod.
We're still climbing, right? Look, this is perfect. It meets both agendas. You guys are happy following the ray, and I'm looking at the benthos as we climb up the mountain. Perfect. Oh, there's a sea robin. I forgot to write that down. I forgot to write down the octopus. But you've got it. That's okay.
I've been making notes in Sea Log.
Okay.
Do you need a time on it?
No, I'll just write somewhere in between octopus with territory ring.
Bridge, RV, that's not an updated waypoint for you.
Yes, the orange discs, white stars are sea stars. They're echinoderms. We did look at them yesterday, and they are very cool. So I see another one. We can snap zoom again. Nothing. We're just gonna keep climbing. We're gonna try to maybe meet up or go to that local high or kind of meet up with our previous tracks, and then call it. And then go to the other side again. Hermit crabs, lots of hermit crabs all of a sudden. See this? Squillions of them. Can we check out one of these hermit crabs and see what kind of shell they're in?
Get 'em go.
They're all in the same kind of shell. Or at least two or three of them are. Whoa, hello. Great.
Blue eyes.
Yeah, really cool. And you can see some little hermit crabs too, right? There's a little one in a different kind of shell. That's really common. They're sort of different. You can have the same species of hermit crab that'll inhabit different gastropod species in different size classes. Because shells are, they have to work with the gastropod size classes that they have. I'm gonna check on this one. This looks a little different. Where are they getting these shells from?
Right there, here it comes.
Whoop.
Oh, tilt up.
All right.
Oh, he's going. Maybe that's the same one that was last night. or
It might
last
be
night.
certainly same kind, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. So reef
Is it a
shark.
gray reef shark? Something like that.
Yep. Let's go. Shall we? No worries. I just thought you might be waiting for something else. Like that. I thought you might have been waiting for something. Which might show up on its own. If they haven't seen it yet. Look at how many hermit crabs there are. They're all scurrying.
It's a different fish I don't think I remember seeing yesterday.
No, but look how close we are to where we were.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, even we're not even seeing the biomass of stuff we were yesterday.
But something I've been thinking about is that yesterday we came up here at night, and so we might actually have had like the nocturnal diurnal changeover, right? There's
525
get
meters
different.
to yesterday's waypoint.
That's awesome. Let's check it out. Because I think what happens is, right, like I'm sure there's a switch over in fishes.
Yeah.
It is kind of patchy like it was yesterday. You come across a lot of hermit crabs, a lot of ophiuroids, or a lot of
Yeah.
sponges and little fields of things. I feel like.
Mm-hmm.
Except
Yep.
aren't there more coral?
Yesterday there were sponges and worm tubes at the top.
Oh, that's right.
And some Parassus
Yeah,
on the
exactly.
overhangs.
That
And
might
then
have just
a
been
ton
a
of
worm
those
tube
couple,
cluster on the right, but we passed it. That's okay.
Gypsum,
I
yeah.
think there's a sponge straight
Yes.
up ahead.
That's right.
So
You want to go to that spot?
I do. I just want to go to that habitat.
I think
Just
it's
go
more of a
straight.
shadow thing. Currents still largely coming from the west,
Yeah. Rolling over.
up and over, yeah.
Yeah.
Or around.
Shimmer.
Shimmer. Is that it? Thermocline?
I just saw a little bit of a shimmer.
221.
See it too.
We're not,
These are different sponges than we saw yesterday.
do you want to look at it or just poke around this area?
We can just, can I look at the one coming up? These. This is a really, really different type of sponge.
Yeah,
We
yeah.
are so close, and yet. Tell me when I can zoom.
They're only 260 meters from where you left
Yeah.
yesterday.
Oh, look at that shimmer. And look at that sponge.
Now,
What is that?
it's like a demo sponge.
That's, no, yes. Yes, it does. It sure does.
Hold on real quick.
Oh,
I got it.
sorry.
Vanessa's gonna-
I don't think we got to a thermocline yesterday. We didn't see much shimmer. But we're deeper, so it's interesting,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
At
I mean,
different time of the day too.
Right. That's true too. Thank you.
That level would move up and down, right?
For sure.
Ambient sunlight?
For sure.
I don't know.
Currents coming up from
Yeah,
I'm looking at the pigmentation on
Oh, yeah,
this.
currents from Mars.
What were you about to say, Steve?
No, I don't know much about thermocline dynamics. I mean, there you can have shimmering water, not at the primary thermocline,
Right.
at different mixing layers, particularly where these water masses impinge on topography. You can get mixing along boundaries.
The CTD data is recording, right, on the vehicle? Yes, perfect. Even though we can't see it on the great. Very essential today. Yay.
That's why we made sure to have something.
They're the best. That's great. That's all we need is recorded for
We'll try to
later.
get it real time.
That's okay. Recorded for later.
Is there anything that you want?
CTD, it's a temperature and sample oxygen.
Fine,
So
that's
you
okay.
get a temperature profile. That's the main
Temperature,
thing.
we have oxygen,
Yeah.
temperature and oxygen and salinity, right?
Currently, right now, yes, we have temperature and oxygen right now if you want to know any of those.
Could you tell me temperature and oxygen again?
Your oxygen's 151.74, 75,
What's the unit on that?
micromoles.
Okay, thank you.
151.92.
And your temperature is 14.95 Celsius.
Great, thank you. Okay. What was the temperature 5 minutes ago? Do you know? Very good. Look it up.
I wasn't watching it.
Okay.
but keep an eye
If
on
you
it.
During,
go,
in the shimmer? Okay.
if you go back to one of your photos and click on it, it'll tell you.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay.
Right.
Great.
Ready?
Mm-hmm.
Keep using down a little bit.
Where are the Aguchipsamia?
a good question. I think they prefer the west side.
Wait,
Perhaps.
you're a jet. You're a jet.
That's what it looks like.
No, you're good. Oh, what is that? That's just algae. West Side Story.
No.
Nothing.
I mean, I would. I mean, that's the up current side. That's where the
Can we just take a look at this
good
fish?
flows are going to be.
Is it a fish?
Seems like this is more consolidated over here too. Huh?
Totally.
Yeah.
That's my impression.
It's also redder. That's what I was thinking. It's a hermit crab with an anemone and a small sponge. Okay. Thank you. Let's keep going. Did we make it to the mark
Here
for
we go.
yesterday?
What's this over here?
We made it, so we made it to about that, is what I remember
Yeah.
yesterday. Jimbo had it up on the
Okay.
slide of us where we actually.
There you go, so you went that over, you went home, you went on that one, didn't you?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Q worm tubes.
Yeah, our separation is something.
We got sponges instead, Anna.
Oh, we did?
Mm-hmm.
Bring it over.
It's just like a few corals, not like we barely see them.
So different.
Yeah, so like just like sea stars, sponges, it's of sponges there. So
Yeah, I saw like the sponge the other day. So I was like, yeah. It's a charismatic megafauna.
More of the sea robins.
Right.
I really like the
Hello,
shark.
Nicole.
Did you see the rays?
Yeah, I saw the one in my room. Kind of sitting there.
Hmm. What are these?
The fish?
It's a fish. It's moving fast. It's just little. Wait a minute. Spongivory, maybe.
You want that snail?
Mm-hmm. It's okay.
You want it away?
I want to take a look at it. Yeah.
Can you zoom out?
I
You
can.
want it away?
This is me doing one to the lab.
Not in a bad way, but where I'm gonna press my eyes. So I just want to go in with my arm. So I can get real nice.
A little anemone.
Okay.
Or
You know what?
it could be algae, actually.
Actually,
Uh-huh.
those are corals.
Those are
Mhm.
corals.
Or
Those are corals.
they
Because look at the skeleton. No?
Yeah, and they're coral, or they could be stylastrids.
With that shape?
Yep. These projections, none of them have any polyp. I mean, can we scan around? Oh yeah,
Yeah.
there's polyp out in the upper left, so it's
Upper
scleractinian.
left.
See,
Show me.
tentacles.
Oh, yes. I think we should collect.
Yeah, I know that'd be a nice one. And grab a chunk of that rock, maybe.
Yeah.
Just break it off right there.
Take the whole.
Can we collect some of these
Did you want to?
sweet white corals?
Was that actual predation?
No, I haven't checked it yet.
Okay.
I don't know if it is or not. I think it might. It might be a hermit crab.
Oh,
See
yeah.
the legs?
Oh, yeah.
The way it's moving.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but it looks like some of these corals are just they either have completely retracted or recently consumed. Who knows?
Tim, check this out. Yeah. So I think it would be awesome if we could get some of the rock too. Maybe cut a chunk off here. This looks cuttable.
Yeah, I mean any of these really look grabbable. Yeah.
Is it pretty hard or is it?
It should be, okay, the coral itself is probably going to be hard, but this stuff, since it's dead, should probably crush and flake underneath in your grip.
Okay.
I mean, it won't be. It's not going to be as flaky as like an analopsamia, but I think it'll be similar. What?
It's going with the float.
Oh. Well, he'll show up eventually. In front of the science cam, right? He'll show up in front of the science cam eventually.
There was a.
Or if a bio box is easy or whatever.
Yeah, there's a shark up in the middle again.
Okay, it was more fertile than I thought.
Make sure there's plenty of live polyps in there.
Yeah, we might have you come back and get some of the white ones again. Okay.
This is sample FK 21-536.
536.
Over 11.
Yeah, that's good.
You want any more?
Yeah, can we go back and get one more?
A little more?
Yeah, just to the living stuff.
Do you want some of the live stuff?
The live
Yeah.
stuff, yeah. Some of those I wasn't sure if they had any live tissue in them on here, but if we get a few of them, one of them should have at least a little bit of live. There's a lot of live on that side. I don't know if then I sample there or back over here.
It doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter to me. The one near, I wasn't sure the one near the snail
This
was.
one is certainly alive.
Yeah, that one's alive. Yeah,
These guys?
yeah, those two are alive.
Do you have a preference?
Our preference is not this one, since we don't know if this one's alive, but we can see living tissue here and here,
Okay.
so we're sure that that's alive.
It's kind of a strange texture that
It's a
might be
sponge.
sponge.
I'm sure there's a sponge. It's some kind of encrusting. What?
Now's when we need the bait, Randy.
What?
Coral bait.
That's good.
Yeah, that's good.
That's great.
It's such a unique morphology.
I know. I have no idea what it is. I didn't even. I thought it was a little sponge when I first saw it. It wasn't until I saw the dead skeleton, probably right around the same time you did, that it looked corally. It's pretty interesting.
We're gonna make it over to the other way.
Okay.
Where you were yesterday.
Cool. Go to the other marker.
Once we make it over there,
We'll come up to.
and then we'll schedule the next one.
Sounds good. Do you want me to try one more of those? I think that one might be a little
Yeah, if you're willing.
try one more.
Yeah, it's worth it while we're here. Is is there one that fell in this pile? That might be the easiest.
Like you want a live one or? Just
Yeah, but I think one of them may have fallen in this pile. That might be easy to pick up.
We'll go get on top of it.
Okay. Just have a zoom over. Let me know which one you're looking at.
Yeah, for sure. I thought one of these was alive. Yeah, and they are. And see, they're just tipped upside down. Like I'm pretty sure this is a living one. Maybe I'm wrong. If you want to be sure, let's see which would be easier.
Those two in the upper right are definitely alive.
It's just hard for them to grab right 'cause on the inside of the wall.
Yeah.
Any of these three are alive.
Okay.
But I know they're all awkwardly positioned for you.
You just grab some of the rubble too and just, you know.
See if it stays attached to the rubber. You said zoom out?
Wow, this is much more brittle than I thought it was going to be. It's a completely different morphology from anything we're used to seeing.
Yeah, it almost looks shallow water.
Yeah, but even in the shallow water, this is really different. I mean, some of these like sinusoidal calyces, right, are similar to things we see in shallow water, but
Kind of looks like this.
yeah,
Something
a
like that.
caryophyllid actually is a good.
Yeah, that's
What?
This is
Oh,
the same thing.
yeah. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, a caryophyllid is a good call. Perfect. It's a great collection. Beautiful.
A little more rubble or?
No, I'm good. What about you?
No, that's
We're good.
more than enough. Yeah.
Thank you. All right. I think it's doable to make it to where we were, right? Before. What time is it?
Yeah, it's not
wait,
that
what?
far.
That's
I
really,
don't know what to do. The end time is.
no, we initially scheduled it after dinner, so I want to get to the top and then before dinner.
I can get there in like less than half an hour.
I just think it's really cool to connect the dots. Like, this isn't really done very often. Have you done this before?
Not that I can think of. No, I don't think so. There's just an answer. It's not going on. It does it every day.
I can't help it. Around us, it just kind of works. The jets and the, anyway.
I've never seen it.
Oh,
No, sorry. But you never saw Finding Dory, so come on.
we didn't. We tried to watch it, and I don't remember why, but Xander was not into it. And so Zoe watched it without me, but
It's like a
I went and
classic.
did something with Xander. We watched Finding Nemo.
Yeah.
You guys into it? Your family? Finding Dory?
Yeah, we watched it a few times.
There you go.
I mean, is it as good as the original? Probably not, but
Check it out.
I liked it.
All right, what's your favorite kids movie?
I don't know.
What's your kid's favorite kid movie?
Probably Moana is the most popular. in the
Moana's
house.
pretty fit.
Yeah.
It was a pretty good favorite in our house too. Here are all those worm tooth bushes. Can we take a look at these? Any of these? And then it looks like there's some little puffball sponges over here that we'll probably take a look at afterwards. Okay.
Hey Jared, I'm on comms whenever you need me.
Yeah, those are the same. Little worm tubes from yesterday.
Yeah, you can see
Saw this in the sponge field
the new
yesterday.
new growth versus old growth. It's
Yeah.
really cool.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Super clear. Lots of little hermit crabs.
Huh? What?
Sweet little fish. Okay. That's great. That really helps. And then can we go take a look at these? I'm not sure if they're anything different, but I'm going to take a look at them. More corals or more sponges?
Oh, sponges.
Okay.
Sponges and worm tubes.
You think these are sponges and not corals?
Oh, those. I thought you were talking about.
No.
You wanna go to the white thing?
I want to go to the white things.
Oh yeah, yeah,
I think they're more
probably the
corals.
same.
Yeah. I just wanted to see.
They, you know, until you get a close look at them, they do resemble in some cases.
Did you wanna get a close look at them?
No, it's the same thing we just left with. Thank you. You can keep flying now.
A mesophotic stylastrid, but when you get close, you can see the individual calyces and tentacles.
Definitely.
Do you take a Niskin up here?
We took one
Yeah.
last night, but it would be good to get a
You know,
replica.
that was a nighttime Niskin. We should take a daytime Niskin because the plankton community and the bacteria is going to be really different. And so the bacterial community was
Yeah,
probably really different.
we should take I mean, there's
Yeah.
really no other place to take it, so we should take them all if we
Yeah, we
need
can
lots of water.
Pop them all. at
Right
the
here
end.
or? right
Just
before we come
anywhere.
out?
And maybe the same spot we took them yesterday. This way we have an exact spot comparison night and day.
Pretty,
I
if you
know.
can- If you can get the, lat long from that sample y'all took, we can put it in and we can go right there.
Close enough. Let's go take a look at these fish. That's what I'm looking at. Can we look at those eels? Putative eels? Okay. Those are morays.
Wow.
I think they are. Families of morays again.
212 meters.
Mm-hmm.
There's 4 of them. more in there?
221, 21. Oh my god, it's 221, 21, and 212 meters. It's all twos and ones. Next to the worm tubes. And there's your little coral again, to the left. He's there. I promise we saw him.
Now what are they feeding on up here? I wonder.
What aren't they?
Are they generalists?
They feed at night?
I don't know. But note that they have kind of a really clear shell graveyard too. Oh, all the way out. Nice. Can we take a look at the tail, please? I don't know if we can.
That was like that's like a cartoon. That is fantastic.
See the one on the far right up top?
I see it. Yep.
So I'm curious, do fishes have GFPs too? Give-
Not to
No.
the same extent that Cnidarians do. You can see them
It's very-
breathing over their gill
very
slits
interesting.
to
Green
oxygenate.
wash.
Yeah, I mean it maybe, but there are some elasmobranchs that do, ironically, and I don't know if that's ironic. It's just interesting.
Another one over there.
Yeah, that's what Tim was pointing out. There's two in that hole actually. I saw them just before. So I'm kind of curious. I'm going to zoom out and see if the one that came out of his hole is still zooming around the area. I'm out of sight. So I think these are obviously like a colony, right? I bet they're all interconnected on the bottom. They've got multiple holes. Yeah. It's really.
Just hold on those guys again at 3. That is 2. Cool. That's a total.
So they
that's
have
a
to
total,
open and close their mouths. They're not being aggressive. They're just opening and closing their mouths in order to oxygenate across the gills. So that's how they have to get enough. That's what they have to do to get enough flow. I have no idea whether they're an actual family or just sharing space, but I would imagine this is communal living regardless of the genetic relatedness.
They look like yellow highlighters.
It's interesting because we saw morays, but it's a totally different species when we were on the mesophotic of Baker.
That's fantastic.
All right, let's.
Larry Moe Curly?
Yeah, it is. It's a cartoon. We could dub some voices in there.
Okay, can I zoom out? Everyone. Does anyone need some more, or are we good?
The commentary between like Tim and Ray
Ah.
about the blueberry. Just stuff that audio over these guys.
Somebody gave it to Carly, and she used it the other day. That was you? That's funny. It was all good. Okay, let's keep going. I think there's a local optimum as we go high as we try to approach that point.
That's a 4K clip reel. That was great.
I'm curious that there's only one. Seems to be one. Right, given the abundance of what we saw at Baker, do you remember that?
Yeah.
It's like a golf course.
Looks like the moon. It's much more interesting. It's much more biological. Where are those sponges? It's so weird.
East-west. West side.
Yeah, but we're on
That's where
top.
it's
We're
at.
on top. This isn't east-west anymore. This is top.
One side gets more deeper.
East of our west transect.
Fair enough.
Stuff in the Boston birds on one side of the tree. Maybe it's like those seamounts.
Yeah, I mean, currents. Let me see. I haven't looked at it in a while. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe it's.
Wait, here's another. Can we go check this out, please? Oh, sorry. You want to go see your big fish first? Go ahead. I can keep my spot. I'm happy to keep my spot. I know where I am. I just want to see how many are in this hole. I'm gonna check out this crab for Tim.
Correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's very
It's the same kind of eel.
towards the east.
There's a
From
see
the
the
west.
scorpion fish right
I do
next to
think
it.
As we come over this mountain,
Can I?
right, there's still a
Anyone?
little bit of a bump. Come over that.
We should hit something. Yeah. Stretch it out.
Can I zoom?
Yeah.
All right. So this is a scorpion fish. here next to this eel. Very, very cool. And you can see that here, visual crypsis matters. Because they're at a depth where, whoa, that's going to be some kind of standoff. Eel's found a way out through another hole. Here's a crab for you, Tim.
I see it.
Let's check him out. Is it the same one we saw yesterday? No. It's different.
Yeah, it is.
Again, there's that coral again, Steve. Just to the right of it. Yeah, I know. I wasn't sure if we just find them really hyper localized, but I don't think so.
No, yeah, there's a good coverage here.
Mm-hmm.
Digging in.
209.
Okay. Can we?
Is that right, Tim?
Yeah, that was the shallowest yesterday.
Do you have a
209.
lot longer where you took
209.
this one?
No. We could probably figure it out.
Good night, Seamount.
Can I go look at my picture?
Yes, go look at your big fish, and then I have another favor to ask of you. Which is to turn the lights off again. But after your big
Going through our last one.
I don't think so. We were close. We didn't go right over it.
Oh, that is a big fish.
I think that's our last.
That's a very big fish.
The
Can
yellow-
you put lasers on?
marker is the last position.
Okay.
You're on now.
Where? Oh, I see him. Yep. Thank you. Well, it's not a cat. It's not following the lasers. It's kind of grouper-like.
Yep.
I'm sure it is a grouper.
Something's been nipping at its tail.
Yep. Maybe one of them gazillions of sharks that are around.
What'd you show me, bud?
That's a good spot.
What's in here? Fish house.
It was a good spot. More of the scorpion fish. That's a big grouper.
Do you have an ID on the fish?
What?
Is there an ID on the fish?
No. Somebody's suggesting an 8-bar grouper. Look how big it is compared to your little corals that are right next to it.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let's
It's on the Fleeter Mouse.
It is, that is the spot.
That's the trail set we did on Fleeter Mouse yesterday.
Okay.
Brian had me put it in this morning too.
Yeah, okay. That's what I thought too.
That's the actual downloaded CSV transect
Right.
from yesterday.
I don't think we need the exact mark on the marker. Is sufficient for
It-
this
So
one.
like it,
Yeah.
so James can hit it. Yeah, so,
It's up on Fleeter Mouse there. That white track is yesterday's dive.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, we do have
Adam was
it?
asking for that long, that's what
Okay.
it is, right? That
Yeah, okay.
Yellow symbol.
All right.
Female serve that right there.
Yeah, I think you had posted those. See the last waypoint there.
We're good, kept going up.
Can you at some point, whenever it's convenient, turn the lights out so we can see ambient? That's okay.
Maybe that's the goal.
So,
Sure what that is.
no, lasers off, please. So this is ambient light. Okay, that's great. Lights back on, please. Thank you. Where's the snails? That the hermit crabs have been in? We just found the snails. Good job. you go back down to the right.
Another little boneyard there.
Yep, there they are. See? You found their crust is coralline and encrusted. Yeah, exactly. And they're definitely eating algae. But I was wondering where the shells came from for the hermit crabs, and here they are. These are really nice records. What's interesting is that even some of the crabs, as you go much deeper, like a couple 100 meters deeper, still seem to have these shells on them. So they're falling down or being reused or something, but this is definitely the shell of choice. Wait, what is this? Hold on.
The green thing?
Mm-hmm.
No. Don't know.
Well, given this,
I think it's a different type of coral.
I do.
It
I'm
would
not going
be-
to collect
I
it.
thought a fresh sclerotinia would be a bit more white. Looks more like rubble to me. But it could be. There's a bunch of green here. This could be
Yeah.
green algae.
Right. Okay. Let me check out over here because this is looking kind of similar. Well, I don't know. I think this is algae overgrowing the same white coral that we've been looking at.
That sounds right.
All right. Well, let's keep going. Yep. I think we'll probably just get to the marker. Hops and Niskins.
There's a purple thing there. Do you see that waving around? Or
That's
is
an
that a
eel.
fish?
It's another
Oh,
moray.
okay.
Same kind we've been looking at.
Oh yeah, really small one.
You want to take a look at it?
No. There's Parasus, the first one.
Oh yeah. Can we take a look at this though, please? Sorry, we just asked you to move, and now we're asking. Oh, or this one, or this
There's
one.
several here.
There's a bunch of them.
That's in the holes, I call
Wahoo? In the hole?
Yeah, all the little round things.
All the little round things. All right, let's go look at that.
Rubble, potential called
It looks like rubble to me.
Yeah. They're calling it something else for
I don't know. But this is the Parasus coral that we were talking about. We got some yesterday, didn't we?
We didn't get any, but I'm 99% sure I know what it is.
So I think we're good. Could you give me manuals then, please?
Sorry.
It's okay. I meant focus, but you knew what I meant. Thank you. Yeah, that looks good. What are we? 206.9, 236.05. Okay, great. Thank you. I don't know about the rubble. I'm sorry. Okay.
The only reason a coral collection will be warranted is if there is an association, which I didn't observe any yesterday.
We could go look at the other ones if you want to.
Did you see any Parasus associates yesterday?
Can we take a quick look at this one and this one?
Even I'm surprised even on the overhangs. Hey, did you see the dinosaur ophiuroid a bit earlier?
You did?
Yeah. It was on an Lopsamia.
On the same wall.
No, it was on a very small piece of dead skeleton, but it had its arms up in these sinusoidal patterns. Have you seen that before?
Yeah.
Is that how they feed?
I have not seen those in that position, so
Yeah.
is it, I can roll back into dives? Like,
Yeah.
like an hour more before? Or?
I see, like,
Yeah, it was probably around 1 o'clock local time. A couple hours, 2.5 hours ago.
Right.
Can I-
We got some really good video of it.
I've only seen him wrap.
Yeah. No. It was
There are,
definitely
like-
ahead. We retracted them very quick too.
There are like
But yeah, sinusoidal.
10 parasis around here,
Sinusoidal pattern up into the water column, yeah.
and there's no associates on them. Wait, now that I say that, is that an associate?
If you be looking for really small O's on it.
Maybe a crab there.
That's
Two
what I'm
crab
looking
claws,
at.
yeah.
I see claws.
Some crab on it?
Yep.
At the bottom?
Yep.
Yeah. Cool.
There's about 10 of them, so
That'd be
hang
a
on.
suction sample.
You want a suction sample?
Could
You want
be-
me to see if it's common? There's a lot of these things.
Yeah, I'd like to go in again, maybe get a better zoom or something.
Yeah,
Yeah.
get closer.
Yeah, I can. I was just gonna kind of survey around and see if that crab is on all of them or just this one.
Right.
But
That's
me,
good too, yeah.
I'll zoom in on this one first, even more closely for you.
Yeah.
I'm at max zoom.
Okay.
So I can get closer.
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you.
Yeah, there's quite a few here. It might be easy to set up and look at a couple of them. Great. 206 meters.
No, there you go, Tim.
The base here too, yeah.
You can't see his head, just
No.
his claws. I don't know if you'd be able to collect that. It looks like there's a lot of room to retreat. You see there's like a big...
No, I know.
Do you want to try?
Can we look at another one?
Yeah.
Just see if there's something that's actually on the coral.
Yeah.
I'm looking around too to see if they're just walking around.
Yeah. So J-Rod, favor, there's like about 10 of them in their fields coming up. Like I'll just point them out as we go and you can pick which ones. Here's one, here's one, here's one, here's one. Just tell me what you want. Yeah, any of them are great. I might be able to zoom on this one right here if you just stay put for a minute. Okay. Oh, that's the same one. Nope, it's a different one. You can see the head,
Yeah.
Tim.
I see.
Again, I don't know if he's collectible. I think it's too much room to retreat.
Yeah, I agree.
But you can see him.
Yeah.
Do you want to look at another one?
If you've got one, yes, that'd be great.
Tiny one on the left.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah. Whoops, sorry, where?
Just move.
Is that one inside there?
That's a hermit crab. It's a different kind of crab.
Down.
This right here?
No, to the left.
To the left. Up.
To the right.
To the right. This thing?
Up to your left. That's the little claw right there.
I see the claw. That is exactly the same thing. I'm at max zoom. I do.
4 branches.
Yep.
There is a snail on there.
I see it.
Is that
But
you?
this could be corallivory.
Can we get in closer?
Yeah, but you're gonna have to move. I'm at max zoom. Okay.
Or if you're from the crab.
Yeah, no, from a snail. Okay. Yeah. Let's see what we got. Thank you. So I do think that snail is on the coral. Whether it is eating the coral or not, I don't know. Tim,
Yeah.
here is I'll get your crab in focus for you.
There's a couple here.
There's a lot of different crabs, but I think
know.
this is the one that's on the coral. I mean, yeah.
Is that a hermit crab right?
This is a
There's two
hermit
on
crab
there.
to the left.
That's two hermit crabs?
Yeah, one
Yeah.
here and one here, and then this is that other little crab
Well,
you
that
guys pointed
little
out.
Tiny shell that's just
This?
out
No. Here.
Right there. Is that
That's a
thing's-
hermit crab.
of it. And then the one behind it's a hermit
A
crab.
hermit
as
crab
well?
too. Yeah.
Double?
Yeah. And this is a crazy, crazy snail that I'm unfamiliar with yellow and white stripes and the brown
Yeah.
spots.
Yeah.
Sounds like
Is that a voracious eater?
Oh, actually, it's not a snail. Oh, yes, it is. I was like, it's a hermit crab, but I think it's a snail. All right.
Would this thing fit in the suction sample?
Yep.
Or is it too big?
I think if we just kind of came behind it, just kind of give a little nudge, it might break that top off, and all the things that come with it.
I mean, I guess I was wondering,
It's,
the width of the coral is.
The coral is very
Would it fit with it?
flexible. It's not.
Flexible?
It's not. Yeah, it's not one of those shattering ones.
Okay. Do you want to get like the associates off of it?
Could do that.
It's fine with me. If we could, I would think, would we get the coral with it though, I guess? Would it come with it if we scoop?
We could try it.
I mean,
I
yeah.
don't know.
I mean, it's tough. It's gonna be like one of those leathery ones that you have to cut. But I think if you grab low enough, you might be able to break off enough rock to just grab it all in like one cluster. And that might be the
I
best
don't know
way.
if slurp hose would fit over if it was
Yeah.
that narrow.
Yeah.
You always
It's
realize
tough,
it.
right? Because the associates are probably more likely to jump at this depth
Yeah.
and stay on.
I agree. Can't tell. It looks like it's tiny.
I saw this picture. So this is the same species,
That's the.
but there's this scale worm that's taken on the structure of the scale and the coloration pattern of the scale. I've been looking for this for ages.
That was
Be
maybe-
curious to see what's on there.
Yeah,
It's
maybe it's
almost
here.
impossible to see with a camera like this, but
Yeah.
this is from New Caledonia.
That's great. Which Brassus is this?
Probably Squamata. Squamata. It's the right depth range. But there's also been
The whole thing might fit in if you start sucking it in, just scoop
Yeah.
out the bottom of the coral.
Is jar 5 open?
All right. After this collection, I suggest we amazing.
What's our next sample number? 412.
This is gonna be 537.
3. Slip jar 5.
Okay.
You want to dump it in a filter?
Yeah, probably. Given that, see how cloggy it is.
No, yeah, that's the better thing to do. That's makes me get stuck.
Early quiver 10, it looks like. So I'm putting both numbers in the basket sheet in section 5 and in quiver 10 because they're
Yes.
sort of separated samples.
Yep.
So I will link them together like this. No one's going to know what's going on except for you.
Well, I've put a note in
Yeah.
it, so we'll be able to print it out. and
Okay.
Read it on the sample file.
We will all be in the lab. It'll be fine. But in case confusion ensues, I really needed an app simulator to navigate.
Coming down? This is the last sample we're taking, right?
Yeah, this is the last one except for the Niskins that we need to pop. I think we're really just gonna pop a Niskin and come out and see, like, how far away is that? We don't even have to make it over there. I think we understand what we're doing at this point. Eh. It's far, right?
It
20
depends on
minutes.
how much we're stuck. What?
We stopped stopping. We didn't have
Oh, not bad.
How do you get? I was like, literally, this would have been like.
You're doing what to it?
I'm just gonna stick it, just a hook in the
Oh,
other
okay.
hook, just so it stays level.
Let me put it back in.
Yeah, if you come up just a touch of. Just see what's up.
There's a small enough fragment that made it into the slip. And,
Yeah, I think so.
and even if it washes out or something.
It needs to be stale. Maybe there'll be a
Alright, what do you
worm.
think?
Maybe there'll be a worm.
Yeah,
We're still putting a budgie on it.
we collected one in 2017, and I got an individual from the Line Islands as well, and no worm. So I'm wondering if it's it's more of a westward distributed associate.
We're looking for an old corallium to see if I can get the worms out of there.
Oh yeah,
too, right?
yeah, yeah.
The ones that are really, really young. Still should try these.
That's fine.
Perfect. While we're here, before we keep moving in, do you want to just pop the Niskins?
Sure.
Great. I think we can just pop all of them.
You know, all the pop?
Yeah. Please.
Hey, Jared, do you want us to go ahead and relieve you at 4, or do you want us just to?
5, 3,
Yeah.
8.
I mean, it's okay. We're just doing the Niskins right now, and then we're gonna go just a little bit further than we're gonna.
Okay, we'll just stay out here then. Alright.
I think we can basically go in after this.
I find that little people.
I'm like doing a scale here. Do, re, mi. Wait for it. Go for it. Oh, so I missed it. Nice one, wow.
Yes, la. So, la, ti. Oh, so unsatisfying. You can't make it all the way back to the octave.
Yeah, and then we gotta end with
Do.
Watch it break.
There you go. Scale, musical scale. Thank you. Okay, so if you have been hanging out with us today, thank you very much. We are about to wrap up. We're going to, what are we going to do? We are going to process all of these samples in the lab, and we are going to dive plan and then come up the north side of this same exact seamount in just a few hours. So, James. So I think it'll be about 4 hours up here at least as we transfer data and reset the sub and get ready to go back in, which would mean that if we're leaving the floor now for, I don't know, we might be back in by 9 or 10 o'clock tonight. Let's give ourselves a little breathing room. So let's give ourselves 5 or 6 hours from now. We'll be back on the seafloor doing it again from another angle, non-stop action here on this unnamed, previously unmapped seamount in the Winslow Reef Complex in the southernmost section of the U.S. exclusive economic zone, right on the Kiribati border in the equatorial Pacific. That's where we are. Where are we? 1.6 degrees south of the equator.
Another about 60, 70 meters, and then we're going to recover.
Okay, definitely.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Alright. Set up the lab unless we need
Okay.
any more.
Could what? Oh, you already shut your
Give me the
computer. I should
master
tell.
sheet and I'll make copies.
Yeah, I should tell everyone on Slack that we are coming
You
up.
got a Niskin already? You got
Yeah.
Niskins are there.
And this guns are all here.
Yeah, I think everything's there then.
Okay. So what do you think about doing with that rock?
Which rock?
Wasn't the rock for you? The flat rock? No. Randy said
Well, no,
Tim has an idea.
Oh, well, no, I think we wanted to know what the substrate was like.
Oh, okay.
So
No, they
I'm
didn't.
happy to go forward to go with the other rocks.
Unless it's thick crust or any sort of crust.
Well,
Are you gonna kill
yeah,
the
I'll
ocean
just
or?
take it.
Yes,
Yeah,
one second.
if you want.
I'm just texting with the team. Okay, so slacking with the team. Thank you, everybody. See you in 5 or 6 hours. Peace out.